Race day has arrived on the mountain. For the drivers and teams, the important questions are yet to be answered. Which drivers will start? Who will bring the car home? Which driver pairing will stand on the top step of the podium? There's 81 laps ahead to decide the winner of the Automobilista Australia Bathurst 500. Live and exclusive on Outworld Broadcasting.
Good morning to you all, wherever you happen to be watching around this big, beautiful marble we call planet Earth. It is race day for the Automobilista Australia Bathurst 500, brought to you by Matt Harvey Repair and Tune. The drivers are ready, the broadcast crew is ready. Are you ready for the next 3 and a little bit hours at home? We welcome you aboard Outworld Broadcasting's live and exclusive coverage of this first special event that Automobilista Australia has put together since the Bathurst 3-hour last year in February. It's 3 of Automobilista Australia's finest commentators in the hot seat for this one. Myself, Steve DeVries, Lewis Wedding, who'll be along shortly, but the other man who is here at the moment and wasn't here on Thursday night is Michael Zalavari.
Yes, good evening, actually good afternoon, or good morning in fact. It's so out of whack here.
You've covered all the time zones there, mate.
Yes,
well done.
I have. Good morning, and good morning to everyone at home. I can see already we have 16, 17 people in the live chat, so it's a pleasure to be calling this one today, and it's a really exciting field that we've got. We've got 18 cars, it looks like, in the server at the moment, and I'm very excited for what will be 81 laps of the Bathurst Mount Panorama circuit.
It is a long day for a lot of these drivers. 500 kilometres is not an easy distance to do, let alone last year when it was 300 Ks. But these guys have all saddled up and pairing up with some drivers pairing with others from across the Tasman and some internationals as well. A couple from the North American part of the world joining us as well. Pierre Roy from Canada and Brad Severs from the United States. We welcome our international competitors into what has been the first time I think we've had international competitors in Automobilista Australia since a couple of guys from England. Most people will know Mike the Saudi Camel, as he calls himself, or Mike Coulston, as a regular. And he is not here today, but I'm sure he's with us watching on the live stream. But he's another one of the international competitors who's been well known in Automobilista Australia circles for some time. Got a little special something for you as well today. Not only have we got the 3-man commentary team bringing you the action today, but we've also got a little something special going for the broadcast guys and girls at home. And here it is, if you're looking for it. There it is right there. We've got a little mega wall going with some of the drivers who will be taking part in today's proceedings. Looks like someone's camera's actually staring at their roof. I'm not sure who that is. And you can see there a couple of guys actually getting into the spirit of things. That's Lachlan Burke, bottom centre of your screen, with the Homer Simpson-like foam dome type thing on, getting very much into character there. So good morning and good afternoon, guys and girls who are participating in the 500. It's a pleasure to have you on board and participating in the proceedings today.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love to see it. And it's good to see a few people getting properly into the spirit of things, and just to sort of see the humanity behind the names on the screen. I love what Higo's got going up top there with the Volvo background. That's showing the class.
That is. A few guys have taken the opportunity to really embrace this event, and it's been something that it's the good camaraderie, I think, between a lot of the drivers just in practice alone over the course of the last couple of weeks has been great to see. And Lewis Wedding now joins us in broadcast. And Lewis, it's glad to have you aboard again, mate, but it's a big day, not just for the admin crew, but also for the drivers as well.
Yeah, big day for everybody. Big day for the admin team, and of course, yeah, for all us commentators and drivers. So a lot of build up. I'm quite nervous myself. I'm quite anxious as well, sort of running the show, and I've already had a little bit of a couple of hiccups with the server and finding out that we needed to adjust the series file. But I really can't wait to get this one underway. I reckon it's going to be an absolute cracker. Yeah,
I tend to agree. And what we might do is we'll have a little bit of a look at this Mount Panorama circuit. We had a couple of drivers, I believe, Lewis, that went and did us a little bit of a guided lap in the last couple of hours or so.
Yeah, had Luke Rosella, Hans Brunswick, and Benjamin Rhodes, or better known as Rody or Rodney, go out there and give us a little bit of a talk through of a lap around Mount Panorama.
Well, let's roll the footage now and let's see what they got up to.
Okay, I'm Luke Rosella. I'm going to take you around the first sector of Mount Panorama Circuit with Hans and Rody. So, turn 1, smooth on the power delivery to get a good run onto the mountain straight. Good time to check your bars, your bias, check your instruments. Come to the T2. At the 100 metre board braking, and then hold the apex on the power nice and early on the curb. Coming up to the cutting. Probably one of the hardest braking zones in this circuit. Use the camber on the road to propel you through. Short shift to third. Coming up to T4 here. Hit your apex. And that's been sector 1, and I'll give it back to Hans.
I'm a fair bit behind here, Luke. You're setting heaters already. Thanks, mate. So we're just at the real part of the circuit now. We're just at the top of the mountain, McPhillamy Park, heading down into Skyline, 5th gear, down to 3rd, and down to 2nd. This is the bit where it really separates the men from the boys here. And you got to be ultra committed. It's risk versus reward here. And then on the way out the dipper, down to Forest Elbow for the run on to Conrod Straight. And Rody, you're somewhere behind there, mate. I got to hand it over to you.
You do, mate. You're talking about setting heaters, and you two are the quickest and the mid-pack guys. So of course you leave the slowest guy to handle the fastest part of the track. Here we are, Conrod Straight. We're heading up to 290 odd clicks an hour. When we get to the chase, that's still a long way away. Up over the hump on the Boulogne blue sign, 6th gear through here. Flat out, fast corner Australian Motorsport, and we're on the brake just as we cross the hump. A little bit of a lock there, down to 2nd, through the bottom of the chase, around the last corner, short shift up to 3rd, under the Boulogne blue pedestrian bridge, going up to 5th, down here, back down to 2nd again, through the last corner, and that's a lap of the Amos Gold Bathurst 500.
Well, that was Benjamin Rhodes, Hans Brunswick and Luke Rosella, 3 of the gentlemen who will be participating in today's race. Now, we don't know if those 3 gentlemen are actually going to be starting the race at all or not today. Those bits of information have been a closely guarded secret. I think Lewis Wedding has been the keeper of those, just to make sure that we know who is starting so we can get the grid in order. But these 3 good mates, I think we can sort of found themselves friendship over the last couple of months, and did a really, really fine job there getting that lap together.
Yes, done very, very set up rather quickly. We had spoken about it for a little while, but it wasn't until really last night that it was like, oh yeah, we'll go and do this, put it all together. And even then this morning, well, I wasn't able to get on as early as I would have liked to do it when there was clear air, but managed to get out around there in the practice session just before, and they did a really good job with it. So fantastic to see. Obviously, the community build up. I think COVID has been really, really good building friendships between a lot of the drivers, because we've had nothing to do, especially us Victorians being locked down. We just jump on Discord during the week and, chat, muck around on AMS and do all kinds of mischief. So I think it sort of come together there with that little lap that they put together.
Yeah, no, I think you tend to agree, and I think Michael, you'll say the same thing, that it's not just in the Automobilista Australia circles, but probably sim racing in general. I mean, we've seen it over with the TCAC group as well, which is you've been a part of with the ATCC streams this year, and that's just grown and grown since the last time we ran late last year as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's been truly wonderful to see such an expansion in the grids, but also the community. It's a really positive place to hang out. And I think that's why you're seeing these huge grid numbers and a continual uptake in grid numbers, because people want to be a part of it, and it's fun and it's great racing. And it certainly added a lot to my life being a part of this community and calling some of these great races. And hopefully we get to call another one today.
Oh, we'll be certainly hoping. I think if we get some of the finishes that we've seen over the course of the last couple of seasons, in all forms of Automobilista Australia racing. I mean, GT3 is the one that comes to mind the most. We'll be really interested to see what happens today. But what we'll actually do is we're going to have a little bit of a look at qualifying highlights from earlier this week. So this was Thursday, if you weren't with us. And you can see here that Daniel Cox was the man who drew lucky number 7, and he actually was the man who managed to get out of pit lane first for his first flying laps of the mountain. But for him, it unfortunately wouldn't last very much longer. He overcommitted on his outlap. There he goes, down the escape part of the S's and smack into the fence. Not the first person to do that across all the practices this week. And what that meant was Brenton Foley would get the honour of being the man to post the first lap time in anger in the 30-minute qualifying session. But his lap time was very quickly beaten. Scott Stancliffe was the first to beat it, then followed by Will Devenish, and then followed a split second later by Luke Rosella. All those guys moving into the fours quite comfortably. Thomas McMillan qualified the Pleb SimSport VB and Emu Export Commodore, and going off at the final corner, but his best lap time on his first flying lap was still good enough for 4th place, which was amazing considering the mistake that he made at turn 1 pretty much threw that lap away as everybody started to find little bits of improvement. And about halfway through the session, we started to get a few mistakes starting to creep in. People like Luke Rosella coming across lap traffic at precisely the wrong time during qualifying. Same sort of situation for Termo aboard the number 51 machine, getting it all wrong coming down the S's. And this was probably one of the more bizarre ones. John McDonald getting a little bit too greedy on the loud pedal out of pit lane and forcing the guys coming out behind him to check up. As the session wore on, though, it was that man in the hot seat in Daniel Cox, and a couple of men trying to beat his lap time to get into the top 10. The first men of those to fail was NZ Snipes, and the other men that tried to get in were Termo and Uja Mishra, who did get in. And right at the very end of the session, it was Luke Rosella who dipped into the 203s along with Devenish to make it the 2 men under the 2-minute 4-second barrier. Then we got down to business in the shootout for pole position. Ujit Mishra, the first man out. Everybody slowly just one up the bar every time we saw a car on track. Couple of mistakes started to creep in. Brunswick's mistake at the cutting looked costly on screen, but he actually recovered it pretty well. People like Phil Boak atoned for their mistakes of 12 months ago, on that particular occasion getting the chase precisely right, not like last year where he missed a gear. Then it was the ultra-committed Scott Stancliffe, the flying Kiwi, who posted the first real hot lap of the shootout session, which was then very quickly beaten by Thomas McMillan, who was a little bit pessimistic about whether or not his time was actually going to stand and that the guys behind him would possibly knock him off, and especially when he did things like this, overcommitting slightly into the elbow, that he actually thought he was going to be done for. The 2 men behind him, Will Devenish, straddled the curb on the exit of McPhillamy Park, which cost him a couple of tenths of time, but it was good enough for him to start on the front row. Luke Rosella, though, this is the moment that cost him pole position and probably a front row start. That little slide out of the dipper there was all it took for him to go from being a 10th up at Sector 1 to a 10th down at Sector 2, and then ultimately not finishing the lap with the 3rd quickest time. It was a very, very hot and heavy and very, very hotly contested session, Lewis, on Thursday. And the important thing was that despite the few mistakes that people made, everybody did extremely well to post the lap times they did. And I think just about everybody from last year improved their lap time, some of them by a significant margin.
Yeah, everybody did a fantastic job, it has to be said, and just going by the times that have been said in previous years by the Automobilista Australia group, I mean, everybody improved by a big margin. The outright fastest time compared to last year was 9 tenths faster, so Rosella's 3.9 was, I think, 9 tenths faster. I think it was a 4.8. I'm just checking live races last year's results now, and obviously that's a fair effort, getting into the 3s around here. But not only that, I mean, last year we only had 3 people in qualifying go under a 2-minute 6. This year in qualifying, we had 8 drivers go under 1 minute, 2 minute 6. And then, you had the cutoff for the top 10 at a 206.6. A 206.6 last year, that would have got you in qualifying. A 6.6 would have put you P6 in the qualifying session. So the pace has improved massively. And then even then, you go to the bottom. John McDonald, he didn't get too much running as a late inclusion to this year's race. I mean, he still managed a 2 minute 10. That's 3 seconds faster than the slowest time in qualifying last year with a 13.6. So the field has improved massively, with the gap between first and second also coming down from 8.8 seconds to 6.1. So a massive improvement by everybody, and a big, ups to all the laps and effort that people have put in to improve and put on a good show for everybody.
Yeah, that's amazing. Just the amount of improvement from last year to this year is astonishing. Some of the front guys that have come in have obviously laid down some pretty impressive markers. People like Brenton Foley and Phil Boak from last year have only improved by smaller amounts compared to a number of other drivers in the field. But I guess it just goes to show you that even in the same machines that they were running last year, there's not very much difference between last year's cars and this year's cars, and already some guys finding in some cases several seconds on improvement is just staggering. The question, Michael, though, is going to be the consistency part of it come the race in just over 10 minutes time.
Yeah, that's certainly the big question when it comes to endurance racing. It's all fine being able to put together that one magic lap at Bathurst, and you feel amazing when it happens. And I think the likes of Rosella and Devonish in qualifying getting into the 203s would have felt pretty damn good about themselves. But it is a much bigger and a very different challenge, extending that for 81 laps between 2 drivers around this circuit. It only takes a little mistake around here at the wrong moment to completely throw your lap away, or your race away for that matter. And we saw that in the real example just last week with Jamie Whincup making a insurmountable mistake. He was a foot wide at the cutting and he smashed the wall and his race was over. And so it only takes a little bit for your race to come completely undone. So consistency is going to be the name of the game today.
Yeah, spot on. And I think that's a point that's probably being reinforced in the driver's briefing right now. I'm just watching on the live graphics with our teams meeting just to see the drivers are not doing very much at the minute. They're all pretty much sitting there, very listening, very intently, I believe, to Brenton Foley. And I would also imagine Brendan Ross is in there as well, who are taking the drivers through the document that was released overnight, just to remind them all, you don't win the race on lap 1. You got to find your rhythm. You got to settle into that rhythm before anything happens, and then make your move and plan your moves appropriately. They'll probably also be going through the safety car procedures, any red flag procedures and that as well. So there will be a little bit that they have to get through, but most of these guys have been doing enough racing this year to understand what the rules and regulations are. So there shouldn't be too much of a problem. And I'm also just seeing a number of drivers are starting to just exit and reboot their games as well, which is probably a smart move considering that it is a long day, and AMS does have a tendency to pull up stumps sometimes.
Yeah, that's certainly something we have seen in some of the longer events. I recall a ARW 3-hour event which started to break apart halfway through because of server issues, and I think we've had a few server issues in some of our longer endurance GT3 races as well.
Getting to the 2-hour limit, I think, is probably the limitation of some of those events. You're right.
Yeah. Just a quick note on what you said earlier about not being able to win the race on turn 1 or lap 1. The problem is with that, Nether, is everyone here is a racing driver, and as soon as that green flag goes, the red mist is going to descend. Exactly right. So I hope everyone's sensible, but I think the far more likely outcome is that there might be 1 or 2 people banging doors and trying to just push the issue before realizing, hang on, we've got another 3 hours of this to go.
Yeah, spot on. And I think Lewis, as being one of the more prevalent sim racers in the AMSOS community, as well as a broadcaster and as well as a mod wizard, can probably attest to that as well. There are some times where we do get a bit hot under the collar, and rather than being able to just cool it off and back it off, and then reset your focus, it's very easy to slip into that red mist mentality.
Yeah, it's very easy to do, especially when it's a big event. You want to do really, really well and put your best foot forward at the start of the race and all that stuff. So it can be a trap that drivers fall into. But in an event like this where you have a co-driver, it's going to be important for those guys just to let the driver that's in the car know that it's a long race. There's no point to go out there and just send it up the inside or make it 3 wide on early on in the race. As a co-driver, you do have a role when you are you're not in the car, to sort of just guide your teammate through and let them know what's going on and just try to make it easier on them instead of them trying to focus on what's going on around them. So that's something that a lot of these guys that haven't done a co-driver event are going to find out, or they'll learn at the conclusion of this race. Hopefully they'll figure out early on that they do still have a role to play. But it's going to be intriguing to see how these guys get away and start the race.
A quick question. Sorry to jump in over the top of you guys. For those who haven't seen a co-driver race in AMS before, how does that work from the driver's seat? So how does the co-driver, how does the driver swaps operate? How does that all work?
So the way that it works is there's a series of key binds that you need to set in your controls to make it happen. So essentially the person jumping into the car will say that they are riding with their particular teammate. So they'll select their teammate, they'll push a specified key that they've mapped, which basically means that you're ready for a driver swap when you come into the pits. And the driver coming into the pits will then have to queue up in their pit menu to say that they are swapping to that driver or that they are staying in the car. They'll set all the incoming fuel load to go in. They'll change tyre pressures and tyres if they want to. And as soon as they drive into the pit bay, as long as the co-driver has gone to track and has themselves ready to go and take over in cockpit view, there's a countdown timer, and that countdown timer, once it's expired, the co-driver will simply drive the car, or the new driver rather, will simply drive the car away. It's something we've seen a few drivers have a little bit of trouble with. Some drivers have picked up, instead of going to track, they've hit go to replay, which is not the way you want to do it.
Yep.
So that message has been reinforced. But in theory, it's a pretty simple prospect. The game also has the ability to do what's called a hot swap, which means you can take over during the race at any point in time out on track. But for the purposes of this event, that has been disabled. Just got a couple of queries coming through in the live chat as well. One of them is coming through about the live timing for the event. Yes, there is live timing for this one. It is brought to you by Live Races. So if you're looking for live timing to see the best laps that have been done for the last month or so, as well as what the lap times everybody is turning, the web address you need to look for is AMSOZ, so AMSOZ.liveraces.com. And if you click on live, at the very top, you'll see the ability to pull up the event for today, the AMS Oz Bathurst 500.
Almost a better live timing server than you get in some real racing events. It's got sector times, it's got green sectors, purple sectors. It's brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, it's served us pretty well over the course of time. It does have a few issues every now and again. But for the most part, it's one of the great blessings I think we have as broadcasters, the ability to see where everybody is on track. It is a little bit behind, it's usually about 15 seconds in arrears compared to what it is looking at the screen. But it's good to see who's in the pits and who's in the car and what everybody's best sectors are, best race lap, everything at your fingertips. It is probably one of the best tools that we have. Also the ability to see the historical data as well. And if we look at, let's say, the top 5 times that have been set over the last month in the lead up to this race, actually, we might even go to, let's have a look at the top 10 actually, because the top 10 are actually not too bad. So there's only 2 drivers that have gone under the 2 minute 4 second barrier all month long. So that's Will Devenish and Luke Rosella, a 2:03.6 and a 2:03.7. Will Devenish's co-driver, Pete Savage, a 2:04.3. Thomas McMillan, a 2:04.3 as well, so he qualified the car on Thursday. The first of the Kiwis, Scott Stancliffe's best lap is a 2:04.8, which is the same as Lime Mitch, or Mitch McGovern, for those of you who know him better by his real name. Brenton Foley's also into a 2:04.8. and then his good mate Phil Boak on a 2:05.1, Hans Brunswick a 2:05.1, and Greg Turra a 2:05.3, which is the first of the Mustangs to post a time as well. So there are a couple of different clusters there that you can see. Some guys that are at the quicker end, at the pointier end, and they're not separated by very much, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's quite a mixed grid in terms of the co-drivers and the main game. Well, I guess you'd say co-drivers and main drivers. What's intriguing to me is Will Devonish and Peter Savage having both of their lap times in the best laps in the top 3 overall. They're going to be an absolute force to be reckoned with throughout the course of this race, because there really isn't a B driver in that pairing. Whereas in comparison, say, Luke Rosella, who's gone into the 203s, his co-driver, Lime Mitch, he's close by, but it's an outright second difference in pace between the two drivers. So those little pace differentials between the main driver and the co-driver, or however you want to term it for this race, is going to really shape the strategy of the race and how the race builds to its finish. Because if you're Will Devonish and Peter Savage, you have the flexibility of having two drivers who could absolutely blitz the field. Whereas if you're Rosella and Lime Mitch, no offense to Lime Mitch, he's done a great job through the season, took his first AMS Oz race victory in an absolutely astonishing race at Bahrain in the GT3 series. But he's not going to have the same outright pace, or maybe even that outright pace consistency to go lap after lap after lap with the top guys in the same way that Devonish and Savage can do. One surprise for me in that list is how far down, whereabouts is he? I can't even see him on the screen. I've completely lost it. Kurt Stenberg, there he is. Kurt Stenberg, one of the best drivers in the ASC Supercars Championship, an associate series to this one. His best lap time in these cars in these sessions is down in 18th. The toy is 6.6. That's something I would have definitely expected him to have been improved on.
And he hasn't done a lot of running either, so that's probably, and I think that's why he opted to delegate qualifying duties to his good mate in Thomas McMillan on Thursday. Now we're just getting some images coming through that looks like the driver's briefing has been completed, and indeed it has. So we've got a few cars out on the circuit at the moment. Answering some more questions coming in the live timing. On the live chat. Time-wise, is this a time-certain race? The answer to that is going to be no. It is going to be a lap-certain race. We expect that we're probably going to be about 3 hours or so duration today. There will be a situation on the cards that if, for any reason, there is a server crash, which we did see along the lines this year at the virtual 24-hour of Le Mans, actually happened on more than one occasion, I believe. If the red flag does come out because there's a server-related issue, the race will be classified if we get to 85% distance, which means we have to complete 69 out of the 81 laps. If it's less than 69 laps completed when the red flag comes out, then there will be a restart from the point in time that the server crashed with the amount of laps that were left on the clock.
And in that situation there, Steve, do we go full reset so everyone goes back onto the grid in a standing start, or is it a rolling start, or do you maintain the gaps or the lap gaps? What happens in that situation?
It'll go back to being a standing start, so there'll be a formation lap, there'll be a standing start. The drivers that were in the cars at the time will be the drivers that then partake from the restart. Everybody will get a new set of tyres and everybody will get a full tank of fuel. So it puts everybody back on a level playing field because it's a bit difficult for us to police tyre wear and the amount of fuel that everybody had on board at the time of the restart. And depending on how many laps are left, 69 laps is pretty much the critical lap number for getting home in this race anyway, because we expect drivers are going to be able to do about 12 to 13 laps on a stint of fuel, because that's the limiting factor. Tyres, you can maybe stretch a little bit more. You won't want to double stint your tyres, but 69 is the critical lap to get home, which is why that lap number was picked as the point of if a red flag came out, it would essentially be declared.
Yeah. So, what about lapped runners in that case? Do lap runners get their lap back? Or
Yes, they
what about
will.
those? What about those who have disconnected or who have had to retire? Do they get a chance to get back in, like we did see at the virtual 24 hours?
Yes, so the drivers that have disconnected from the race or have non-finished due to accident damage will of course be out of the race.
Okay.
The drivers that a lap down or more laps down will get their lap back, and that's actually an interesting point. As Lewis is just off sorting out a couple of things at the minute. Drivers that will get their lap back under safety car conditions as well today. So any drivers that are one or more laps down will be waved through if a safety car does come out.
So a true incentive to stay in the race and in the mix if you're unfortunately sent a lap down. So yeah, really intriguing permutations. Unfortunately, well, I mean, we hope that we don't see a red flag. We hope we don't see a server issue. But if it does happen, it will throw a few curveballs into the mix.
And it looks like there's a number of drivers that are also doing some practice starts on the grid as well. I just seen Scott's, I think it might be Scott Stancliffe and Tim Redmond doing the same. And
Is Tim in the car at the moment?
Yep, and it looks like we've got NZ Snipes and Cheese in the 420 doing just a practice start as well, which is probably not a bad thing to do considering you're going to have to start these cars with full fuel, new tyres, and of course the tallest gear ratio that's available. So making sure they can get those starts precisely right. You can see Cheese is having a couple of cracks at it there, I think. Is he's the one that's in the server at the moment? Yes, he is. So drivers that are starting the race appear to be in the server at the moment. So let's have a look through this list and see if there are any that are currently standing out as Lewis Wedding joins us after doing a few things. There's a couple of interesting selections here that I'm seeing, guys, as the starting drivers for this one. Some of the quicker guys. Luke Rosella has opted to start the number 05 Volvo out of position number 3, and he qualified the car Thursday. I would have thought that he may have handed that one over to Lime Mitch, considering that most of the drivers starting at the moment appear to be co-drivers. So that's an interesting choice.
I don't mind it. We've seen this work in a variety of different guises, having your main driver or your quicker driver in at the start against those who might not be quite as adept. You can kind of get a bit of a rabbit going and kind of shoot away from the field and give your co-driver a little bit of a gap should they need it. The only problem with that is that starting the number 888 car, the Will Devonish Peter Savage car, is Peter Savage, who effectively is a main game, well, you'd call it a main game driver. He's certainly that quality in himself. So they might be the two to really blitz out the front of the field in the early stages.
I believe we're not far away from getting a race start here. Looks like we're just getting a checkered flag in the bottom corner of our graphic, and I think that we may be the start of warm-up or we're about to roll over to race. It is slightly after 12:30. Race start was expected to be 12:30, and it looks like most of the drivers have decided, I think, to retreat to pit lane for the moment. Oops, sorry, we've gone back to something we probably shouldn't have there. But we're just waiting now to see if there's any further advancement. Lewis, can you give us any update on what's happening out there?
Yeah, just running through the grid at the moment, just trying to sort out the batch file here so everyone's in the right position. So we're probably just going to give it an extra couple minutes here, just to make sure it's right on my end, and to get these guys to make sure they're nice, prepped, and ready to go.
All right, so 19 runners in this field. Now there is up one car from qualifying, so there's one car that will be starting at the rear of grid. A couple of late entrants, so Lachlan Burke is going to be sharing with someone we know as GWiz24, which we believe actually, you might be able to confirm this for us, Lewis, I think is Grant English in the game, which is someone who we've seen back in 2018, I think was the last time we saw him in Automobilista Australia competition.
I do think he ran maybe one race at Adelaide at the start of last season, I think, in sort of Blue Falcon.
Correct,
didn't have,
yes.
There's actually quite a nice livery on that one. So it's good to see him back and having a crack, and also good to see Burke in his first hit out here in AMS Oz.
Yeah, Lachlan Burke, another one of the drivers that's found themselves coming across from Automobilista Australia Automobilista Supercars Championship as well, and a couple of guys have decided to pull double duty. Some of those guys are going to be doing racing this on quite a few occasions this week, so they've got their work cut out for them.
A few commentators doing double duty in that one as well. I'll be joining the ASC guys next weekend for their crack at Bathurst, so getting a lot of Bathurst in. Yeah,
and I'm going to be jumping back into the chair for being a race engineer, which is a change for me. So I'm those in Automobilista Australia that know, I'm 1 for 1, as I like to say, in terms of race engineering a winning vehicle. So I think the guys at AAR were very, very keen to swipe me up for that one. There's 3 cars I'm going to have to be looking after, so that's going to be fun.
So what happens if one of your cars wins? Are you then 2 for 4, or are you 2 for 2? What happens there? Because if you're doing 3, not all 3 cars can win. Now.
Oh, well, this isn't the case of let's not talk about the war. Let's we'll work out the mathematics of how all that's going to happen a little bit later on, I think.
Yeah. Rounding back to this race, 19 cars. Firstly, for me, it's good to see every single car of the future chassis represented. We have the ZB, we have a few examples of the VF, we have the FG-X Falcon, as well as the Mustang, 1 or 2 Nissans through the field, and of 2 Volvos and a Mercedes. So a great variety of cars joining us today. I think everyone's done a great job in picking from the field. But I want to hear about your picks now. I want to know who you reckon, come 81 laps in the future, 3 hours and however many minutes in the future, who do you think are going to be the ones standing on the top of the podium?
Well, I might go first with this one. So the first part of this question is, who do I think is going to be standing on the podium? I'm not game to pick a winner in this one, because I think there's about 5 different cars I think that could win it. But for me, podium sitters in no particular order. First of them is probably going to be this car here, the number 47, Kurt Stenberg, and Thomas McMillan. I think that this car is probably within earshot of being definitely on the podium over the course of the next couple of hours by the time we get there. The next one that I'm looking for, if I can pick it up, here we are. This one here, the 718, the Scott Stancliffe and Tim Redmond car. These 2 guys are very, very capable. Came into Super 2 this year about 6 rounds in and really entered with a bang and just got better and better and better. Scott Stancliffe, by far the qualifying expert of the 2. Tim Redmond, very, very consistent when it comes to his race pace. And the third car that I'm looking for, I think is just leaving the lane at the moment, if I can cycle and find it. It's the 05, the Luke Rosella and Lime Mitch car. And it looks like it's actually just gone back to pit lane. So that one is my third pick. If I have a dark horse that I think is probably odds to maybe make the podium, if the other guys trip over, it's going to be the 074 car. Not quite this one on the screen. This one is the 046, which is the Foley and Boat car, but there's another car out there that looks very similar to it, which is the Brenton Foley and Brendan Ross car. I think that if all the cards fall their way today, they could be on the podium. But as I said, there's probably at least 5 or 6 cars I think that could win this race, and probably 7 or 8 that could end up on the podium.
And it looks like we are going to grid now. The one car I'm surprised you didn't mention there is the 888 Will Devonish Peter Savage car.
Oh, sorry, yes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
I did forget that one.
I think that would be almost a shoo-in for a podium position, considering their prowess. And they had a great friendship going through the GT3 Sprint Series. Despite their championship rivalry, they had some great races throughout that series. Battles going absolutely down to the wire. So it's good to see them joining forces today, and hopefully they'll come home with a good result.
Well, let's start the show, ladies and gentlemen. The race session for the Bathurst 500 for Matt Harvey Repair and Tune. 500 kilometres and 81 laps. It is going to be a torturous day for some of these guys, but they're already prepared and ready to go, and just waiting on formalities to take place here. And with a bit of luck, we won't be too far away from a race start. And looks like we are getting a rolling start here. So let's roll your Milwaukee Tools starting grid for the race today. And here we go. So front row, Stenberg and McMillan car with Devonish and Pete Savage on the move. There you are on screen there for those guys. And then second row of the grid, the Rosella and McGovern car and Scott Stancliffe and Tim Redmond. So out of row 2, pair of quick Kiwis paired with a pair of Australians off the second row of the grid. The 2 PBF cars in positions 5 and 6, Brenton Foley and Brendan Ross, Phil Boak and Brock Harvey, the patron saint of Automobilista Australia, pairing for a final time. And then we get to the Burko Brunswick car, the one that looks like the AlphaTauri Formula 1 car, off position 7, and the father and son pairing, Greg Turra and Noah Turra. The first of the international combinations, Pierre Roy and Ujit Mishra and Daniel Cox and Callum Watmore make up the 5th row of the grid. And then the man who's having his swan song in this particular race for 2020, Termo pairing with Cam Rutledge and the other New Zealand pairing of NZ Snipes and Shees. A late call-up for this man, Nathan Higginson, having honours of pairing with Dane Liccardo in the second Volvo, and Peter Thrower from New Zealand pairing with Darren Kemp from Australia. Lachlan Locke and Avenger Ben pair up in aboard the 237, and Taipan and Cecil in the other AP Simsport Falcon. They share row 8. And then row 9, the last row of the grid, is the Severs and Rhodes PBF Team Armchair Experts car, and John McDonald and Zach Ross. And that is your Milwaukee Tools starting grid for the AMS Oz Bathurst 500.
Let's not forget as well, Nether, the late entry as well, Lachlan Bork and
Grant English off the and G-Wiz 24, who was Grant English off the back row of the grid. So that car did not qualify it, so it actually was a late entry, so that's why it wasn't on your graphic there. But nonetheless, they are in this race, and they will be starting off the second last row of the grid.
We've got someone asking, Wobig on 6, are we getting a national anthem before the race? I can crack one out if we want. I'm not sure if it's necessarily
Song, yeah, I was about to say song. We could go with a song, but we haven't got much time left, so it's, we could just roll the old Top Gear thing of a dut, and we'll be done with, I think.
Brilliant.
All right, just waiting on drivers to come around, everyone being pretty respectful on this lap, and just so everybody is aware, the last entrant in the field is the Grand English, and there's been a bit of a coming together I've just noticed on the formation lap here, and it looks like there was a little bit of collision maybe between the Higginson Volvo and one of the AP Simsport cars. I think that might have been the 23 of Cecil and Taipan, just as guys just were starting to check up to avoid each other at the start of the race. So here we go.
Look out for Hans Brunswick off the start here. He's very, very good at starts, but not that starts are too important in such a long race, but here we go.
Alrighty. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Let's get ready for the race to start. Away we go. Pretty even start to start.
We've got a couple cars off in the back. That is Darren Kemp, Cecil, and I think maybe even John McDonald there with contact down the back of the field. But McMillan leads the field with Scott Stancliffe now up into P2.
Scott Stancliffe has made a move very, very early. John McDonald, you're right, caught up in there. So too Matt Cecil, but it was a dream start for the Kiwis off of the second row of the grid. And here they are, they're boxing on. They're 3 wide, boxing on with Pete Savage at the moment is Tim Redmond, and Redmond is going to have to fight this one, and so too is Devonish. And it looks like, it was nearly one of the Volvos in the fence. That was Rosella on the run up through Griffins, now up to Antara Cutting.
So McMillan got a great start. He's already a great way ahead of the field. And it's Peter Savage, Tim Redmond, Brendan Ross, and Philip Boak. Not a lot of movement in that top 5 as they file through Reed Park for the first time.
McMillan checking out. He is well and truly clear at the minute. Timing is just flowing over there a little bit. Having a look there as well, the Lachlan Burke car started on the rear of the grid, has made its way up to 8th already. What a start from the Norton Hornets Nissan. That is a fantastic launch. Got it precisely right, has avoided all the carnage. He's had a ripping start from rear of grid, so that's an unexpected move we weren't expecting to see. But for the moment, these are now settling down. And it looks like Pete Savage has just started to check out a little bit here.
Brunswick into the wall, just heading into Forest Elbow. You got a little bit of a nudge from Noah Tara.
Oh, there's a round, there's a car around, and that happens to be one of the PBF cars. That's the Phil Boat car. It is around, and he looks like I'm not sure if he got a bit of a love tap there, if he's done it all by himself, but we'll go and have a look at this one on the replay and see what that looks like. So here they come. They were coming down the dip. It was Rosella behind. And Rosella was in the wall as well. Boat was quite narrow. Oh, he tagged the wall, did it by himself, caught the inside of the wall at CRE elbow and turned the car around. So that's a mistake on Phil Boak's part. And
So
back to live pictures.
1 lap down, 80 to go. McMillan has eked out already almost a second over Peter Savage, who's also broken the back of Tim Redmond and Brendan Ross, who are squabbling for 4th place. A lot of battles through the mid-pack here. There's some Formula 4 stuff coming up Mountain Straight. Darren Cox, Ujit Mishra, Dane Liccardo and Cheese all in a line. And Mishra fades to the outside here, coming over the hump. Is he going to be able to get the run around into Griffin's Bend? It's going to be very tight. Cox holds the inside line. Mishra sweeps around the outside and he gets the move done. What a move.
Great pass, and look who's lining up to make the next move. It looks like it's Higginson in behind. Actually, no, it's Dane Liccardo who's starting. Sorry, I apologise. Liccardo starting the 167, and Cox wide at the cutting. That'll open up the avenue a little bit here for Liccardo to go right around the outside. It's the most difficult part of the track, and he's got the job done. So Cox loses a pair of positions in a handful of corners, and he's now on the edge. He's the last man in the 10, which is where he started this race. And Cheese is the next man to try and make a passing move.
Wow, great pair of moves there. First from Mishra and then from Liccardo. I didn't realize Liccardo had that sort of moxie in him. That was an absolutely cracking move through Endurance Chat Reed Park.
Keeping a tab here on this little battle. McMillan stretching his advantage out front at the moment to 2 seconds.
I'm actually just going to quickly bring us back to the battle for 5th. Hans Brunswick, Luke Rosella. Brunswick had a big slide coming out of the elbow, so he's going to be vulnerable as they go down the fastest straight in Australian motorsports, as Mark Safe likes to say. Rosella to the inside through the chase. They go side by side, and Brunswick has to back out of that one, and does so. So Rosella making the most of his experience in the car. Oh no, he goes off. He goes off.
Oh, he's bowled it wide. Same as thing as Scott McLaughlin did there all those years ago. So Brunswick will get that position back. So at the end of the day, he probably did the smart thing, letting Rosella go, but it was Rosella's own fault and sent it wide.
We've lost Ujit Mishra. Mishra's disconnected from the race. And we've got a spin to the final corner as well.
Yep, Lachlan Locken and at the very back of the field as they just had a spin off of the final corner, but he's managed to recover and only lost about 1 spot there. So he's going to be able to press on. He's now got the recovering Phil Boak behind him. And this battle still going on up Mountain Straight. Rosella having another crack at Brunswick coming into Griffins.
And gets it done this time around. So we lost Ujit Mishra, unfortunately, just saw him disconnect heading into Murray's corner and just head straight to the pit. So a real shame on lap 2 for for Ujit Mishra and his team. I'm going to find the team name.
Yeah, the Wildcat Racing Benz.
Yeah, real shame there.
All right, so that battle is now done. There's another battle brewing here. Locke and Burke going side by side through Antara cutting. And Lachlan Burke, I think, is going to come out with this one. He started pretty well, but he moved up to, I think it was 8th on the road at one point, and he has dropped back a little bit now. So a couple of mistakes creeping in, but making his way back forward. Lewis, this is one of the drivers that we probably don't have a lot of knowledge on, but we're getting a real insight now into what he's capable of.
Yeah, seems to be quite a handy driver. I do believe he's part of the AAR crew there with Luke Rosella. and Dane Liccardo. So he must be a capable driver. I think he signed up for ASC as well. So he can steer, but he's had a pretty solid start. This one up 7 spots and making his way quickly through the field.
Another man who's making his way quickly down the mountain at the moment is Luke Rosella. After getting past Hans Brunswick, he set the fastest time to the 2nd sector mark so far. Faster, oh, actually, Thomas McMillan had the fastest time over the top of the mountain that lap around, but he's certainly dropped the Hans Brunswick hard racing machine behind him, and he's making inroads into Brendan Ross. So I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe in a lap or two, Rosella really on the tail of that battle for 3rd place.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on what his times are. So that was his personal best lap that last time around for Luke Rosella, 2:05.646. He was actually a 1/10 of a second quicker than Thomas McMillan last time around as well, quicker than everybody ahead of him. So this is probably the reason why they decided to put him in the car to begin with, is to see if he could make some pace early on, maybe outpace someone like a Thomas McMillan, depending on how long he's going to run for before he hands over to Stenberg. And this is the calculated part of this game, about how many laps do you do with each driver, because there's a 30 lap driver minimum that everybody needs to do to be classified in the race. And some of them will pull out very quickly and just get the 30 laps over and done with, and some of them will be forced to go a little bit longer.
Because 30 laps is just outside a 2-stop. A double stint, right? Because you were saying 13, 14 laps
correct.
is your maximum stint length. So we might see...
Oh, we've got Ross around
Oh,
coming down the S's.
He's around coming down the S's. So there he is, and we've just picked him up here. So he's had a moment. This might trigger a safety car. He's got nose into the fence here, and we're going to have a bit of a look to see what he did coming down the mountain. So...
and he's been collected. He's been collected by Lachlan Burke as well. He's cleaned him up, and that's safety car.
Yep, the safety car has been called. So here it is on the replay. Coming down the mountain, what did he do? He just overcooked it. You lost the back end, and around he went. And that's not as bad as what you would have thought. So just a little bit of front end damage, but it's what happens in a couple of seconds from now as we fast forward. And everybody avoid action. Rossi's trying to get reverse gear, and Lachlan Burke nowhere to go. Crunch.
Yeah. A bit unfortunate there. We've already got pit calls. Thomas McMillan from the lead into the pits. Peter Savage will go around to take the lead of the race, as will Tim Redmond, Luke Rosella, Hans Brunswick. So far, McMillan is the only one of that lead group to jump in and take that pit stop. What's the equation here? 4 laps, 5 laps, and 2 stints.
And there's more coming in. There's more takers coming in here, guys. I'm looking at it right now. Look, so Brendan Ross is obviously coming in because he's got damage. So there he is coming into the lane, and then directly ahead of him, I think that the other PBF car came in as well, in Brenton Foley and Phil Boak. So both the PBF cars in the lane. They are on the bottom right of shot. McMillan's gone, so he's on the move out of pit lane. The next question is, where does he feed in? There's obviously no driver change. Too early to change drivers in this one. But this now becomes a bit of an interesting strategy ploy because they're going off sequence to everybody else.
Yeah.
McMillan has come out behind the number 51 car of Cam Rutledge.
Now, this is actually pretty smart for McMillan if he's planning to hand over to Stenberg early. So I would be taking this pit stop now because you've done 5 laps, and then from here it's 2 stints to change drivers. So you get your 30 laps done now. This is the point where you can come in and do that offset pit stop to get your 30 laps done in another 2 stints. So McMillan's done a nice job there. The 2 PBF guys have done a nice job to get them through. Now the problem for them is going to be track position. They're going to have to try and fiddle their way through the field now on the restart, which could cause a little bit of drama.
Now this is where the interesting part of this comes into play. There's going to be...
that safety car's had a spin.
Oh, where is the safety car? I'm actually looking
at the cutting, at the CRE cutting. It's just
Forest Elbow.
Forest Elbow, sorry, Forest Elbow. So there we go. Now there's been... the timing's just gone a little bit belly up for us here as well. It's saying that Tim Redmond's actually in first place, but on the track, that is actually the car belonging to Will Devonish and Pete Savage. So if we go to the pictures there, you can see there's the Stancliffe car, and Redmond says it's in first place, but I think that'll be resolved when we get to live time to the control line this time around. Now, just having a look at the strategy argument here as well. So the part that everybody needs to be aware of is that when you cross the line coming into pit lane, you actually complete a lap. So we have to say that everybody has pitted at the beginning of lap 5 that has pitted now. So there's only 3 takers that time around, the 2 PBF cars and Stenberg and McMillan. This now means that their next expected lap time, they'll save a bit of fuel behind the safety car, but they're probably going to be going...
Yep. Car 14 is in the pit, so they're making their pit stop now.
All right, car 14 happens to be the John McDonald and Zach Ross car, so they are currently at the back of the train. There they are, making their stop, so they've come in at the end of lap 5. And timing has now corrected the order and is indeed the Will Devonish and Savage car that is out in front. So doing the math, that means some of these drivers, if they can save a little bit of fuel, their next projected pit stops are going to be around lap 17, 18, 19 for the start of the lap, actually, if you want to be more accurate, that they'll be next in.
And then that is in the window to get to lap 30, so you can do your driver change there. I mean, it would be a big effort to do, 50 laps in consecutively for one driver, but it could be done.
Yeah, so if I actually plug that into the calculator now, like if I say at lap 17 that they come in, they're going to have to stretch it. They're going to have to stretch it to lap 18. They actually have to come in at the beginning of lap 19, so they've got to get a little bit more fuel out of the car because you have to have crossed over the line. You can't come in at the start of lap 30 to make your driver change. You've got to come in at the start of lap 31 because the driver in the car will not have completed the full circle of the track. So they're going to have to be really careful that if they can stretch the fuel out, that they'll be able to make it.
We just got Ujit Mishra in the live chat saying that he had a disconnect on lap 2, which is what I saw coming into Murray's corner. So really sad way for his race to start after all the practice, all the build up. A great job from him getting into the shootout for it to all end on lap 2 with a disconnect outside of his control. That's proper galling.
Seeing a few comments coming through about who's your ISP, maybe it's time to sue. But I'm sure how you go with that. Maybe you can have a chat to the Ombudsman about what's happening with that one. Now, out of all the cars that have stopped, so here they are. So McMillan still aboard the Plem Sib Sport ZB Commodore. 2 VFs behind in Brendan Ross and Phil Boak. Phil Boak ahead of the 2. The only ones to have stopped. So they have got a fair bit of work to do here. Again, live timing just being a little bit of a pain, as we're just waiting for the field to catch up. And there's John McDonald's caught the back of the train now as well. So there's a lot of cars that are going to be on worn 6-lap-old tyres by the time they take the restart here. And it looks like we might be getting a restart. I think the maybe next time around. Safety car lights are still currently on.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get the safety car cleared for the next lap. But just having a look through the field, looks like that answer on Daniel Cox's car has had a bit of front-end damage. So it looks like he's run into the back of someone at some stage. And regarding strategy, around here, generally it's just fill the tank up. You get, 10, 12 laps if you're really saving, maybe even 13. But at some stage you have to do a half stint. So it looks like the guys that have pitted, they're trying to get their half stint out of the way. And if it's green running, they'll just try and use a full tank all the way to the end.
Yeah, spot on there. I think Flooded's called it perfectly, and you've echoed that sentiment there too, Lewis. It's a simple case of if you can actually make it work, then why not do it? So they've got to get to lap 19, and all these laps behind the safety car will help the cause. And we'll have to see if the safety car comes in this lap. So a little bit of a wild start. A little bit of carnage off the start-finish line at the beginning of the race, but for the moment it's just settled down for just a little bit, and these guys can just save a bit of fuel, get their breath. Now, the other part of this equation too for the drivers that have not stopped is that they are also saving fuel behind the safety car. So we take a look at the strategy calculator here. Ideally, they were going to be going to about lap 12, so they'll probably be able to extend that out maybe to lap 14 or so before coming in for the next stop. It'll just be a matter of who comes in. If they try and come in maybe a lap earlier, maybe some drivers might try and come in at lap 13 to avoid a large number of cars in pit lane. It just depends on how everything spreads out after the restart.
Just before we go back to green, I just want to have a quick look at Luke Rosella. They're getting a massive free kick here because he had a shocking first few laps. And remember I called just before the safety car came out that he was setting some great laps and trying to catch up to the battle for the leaders. Well, this has actually just allowed the field to compress and given him a bit of a free kick into getting into that battle. So expect to see Luke very racy on the restart, and maybe he might try and make a few moves on the 2 ZBs ahead of him.
I think it's probably a fair call there, Michael. The co-drivers that are in the cars at the moment probably wouldn't have done much racing against Luke Rosella in supercars for AMS Oz this year. Tim Redmond especially wouldn't have. I know Tim's done a little bit of racing against Luke in the Porsche Cup, which of course is coming up on Tuesday night for the next round. Pete Savage would have done a little bit in supercars, but not a huge amount. So their experience with the kind of driver that he is probably going to be something that they'll have to be very, very wary of. He might try and make a move somewhere along the line here. A couple of drivers getting a little bit of lag issues here. And Lewis, you're just confirming are we getting a resumption this lap?
Well, the command has been put in. Whether the safety car comes in or not is up to the AMS Oz gods here, but it is coming in and we're about to go green.
All right, here we go. So the procedure is everybody had to engage the pit lane speed limiters once the ar went in, so everybody will compress. It is a single file restart, and there's a little bit of shenanigans going on, so a few guys need to get themselves back in order here. This is part of the call, and we will get a restart here. So Savage will bring the field back to green from Redmond, Rosella, Brunswick and Liccardo in top 5, and there's a stop-go penalty there issued for Pete Savage, which is going to be cleared by the live steward because that is all about how the safety car procedure works. There's no having for the line, but Brunswick is having a go on Rosella at the restart here. Likewise, Tara's having a go on Liccardo.
And that was almost a contact there between Tara and Liccardo, but Brunswick had to pull out of that move, went a little wide on the exit there, but he's still got a fairly decent run. But on the other hand, Rosella got a shocking restart. Look at the gap between him and Redmond.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of time there. So Volvo cars in 3rd and 4th, and look, Liccardo having a look on the inside of Brunswick here as well. So a little bit of a half-hearted look at Griffin's, but for the moment, Brunswick survives. But the top 2 ZBs are starting to check out.
And that was all because of how poor Rosella got off the line there. Hans had a full head of steam coming into turn 1, almost made the move work, but now Rosella's got the hammer down. He's actually getting some of that gap back already. You can see it.
Have a bit of a look as well. Bottom of your picture, Thomas McMillan is making his way through the field already up to position number 10. So too Phil Boak and Brendan Ross making their way through. They're just caught behind the car behind them now, which is the Cam Rutledge and Turmo number 51. But they've safely made their way through now, and I think that they're just sort of going into their own rhythm now. So guys that have already stopped are starting to make tracks.
This is the key point of the race for these guys at the front that haven't pitted, because McMillan, as we know, one of the faster drivers, and he's got one of the fastest co-drivers as well in Kurt Stenberg. They have to make time here while they're stuck in traffic. And McMillan at the moment is right behind Rhodey, I believe, on the circuit.
Yeah, he's just passing him now at the moment. I'm just watching on the other screen. He is passing Rhodey. He's making time while the sun shines. There he is, getting the job done. Rhodey makes it fairly easy for him, knowing that he's not in that same race, although he is in a race with the car that's behind him, which is...
We got Tara off at the chase.
There he is. Tara's gone straight on at the chase, so he's going to drop a bunch of spots, and that gives these guys all another few spots as well. And now the PBF cars are going to have to very quietly make their way through the lap traffic. They've both gotten past the Lachlan Lock Avenger Ben car, 237, and now it's their time to have a go at Rhodey, and Rhodey operation being a satellite team to PBF, and team orders probably ensuing, saying, get out of the way, please.
I think at the moment it's give me the draft down Mountain Straight, please, for Brendan Ross, sitting in the wheel tracks of the Armchair Experts PBF team.
It was also give me the draft as well for Luke Rosella, who's now making a move on Tim Redmond at the cutting. So he's got that job done, got a good run up Mountain Straight, got him on the crisscross, little bit of a wheel slip coming out of the cutting, but he's up to position 2. And Lewis, as you called it, this is critical now for these front runners. They have to get away. They can't afford to battle each other. They've got to get the hammer down, and they've got to get away from these guys that have pitted.
Yeah, it might be smarter for these guys just to stop battling and just focus on just trying to get the ultimate lap time, because McMillan is about 9.3 seconds off the lead at the moment. They're going to want to get that to at least into the mid-teens, maybe into the 20s if he's caught behind a few of the slower guys in these next couple laps.
I think Redmond's acting like a bit of a cork in the bottle here. It took Rosella a little while to get through on the Kiwi Sim Sports machine, and I think Hans might have the same problem as they come down the mountain. But Hans has been the fastest driver in Sector 3 so far this race. Purple sector for him at Sector 3 last lap around, so it wouldn't surprise me to see Hans breeze past down into the chase here as they come down the hill and then back up over the hump. There he goes, pulls to the inside, and by the apex of the kink, he's gonna have it done, does he?
Yeah, just behind you, right, there he is. He's just managing to, just managing to get that move done. I couldn't just pull it up for a second because the live timing has just given a few little false indicators here, so he has got that move done. So Redmond now demoted to 4th. A 1 second stop-go penalty has been issued for Dane Liccardo, and that's come from the live steward. So I'm wondering what that is, because if I have a look on the other screen here, he was acting like a bit of a cork in a champagne bottle for a number of the drivers behind. So I'm wondering if Lewis can maybe shed a little bit of light on maybe what might have happened there.
He overtook his contact with. Oh, sorry, no, I'm watching replay. He'd made a overtake on the Mustang, the Noah Tara Mustang, before the start-finish line. So that will be a drive-through penalty, not a 1 second stop-go once it's all sorted.
Okay, so that's been communicated to the 167 team that he's got to serve that penalty in the next 3 laps. It'll be so I can see there has been rescinded on the screen, and probably will be issued as a drive-through, and then will be warned for that. The rule was no overtaking a start-finish line. Now look at McMillan. McMillan is bunched in behind this little battle at the minute. He's been doing pretty well. There's the confirmation of the drive-through for Liccardo. And McMillan's now caught in this sandwich. He's stuck.
Sorry. I was just gonna bring us back to the battle for the lead, because Luke Rosella had a big look on Peter Savage on the inside of McPhillamy Park.
Oh, there's a car around. Sorry, it's the Dane Liccardo car that's gone around. He's gone around at the top of the mountain, and he has he's spun. So I just cut back to it at the wrong point, but that has now released McMillan into 5th place. So Liccardo spins out of the way, and then back to this battle at the front, which is on.
Yeah, big spin for Liccardo at McPhillamy Park, hit the wall in the exit of the grate and spun back towards the inside of the road. Now, with McMillan in 5th place, this all of a sudden becomes a bit of a time trial for him to get up to these guys. But look at Rosella as they come into the chase on the inside. Peter Savage going into the chase. He doesn't quite manage to get the move done, but he's terrorizing the rear of the Autobahns Down racing machine.
Yeah, he's right under the rear wing right now. It might be a move coming at Murray's here, I think. And no, not quite far enough alongside to make it stick.
So we'll have a look at the pace differential for these guys versus McMillan for this lap around. So these guys, 207.6, 207.5, 206.8, 207.6 for the top 4.
McMillan was a 207 flat.
So I gained a little bit there on everyone except for Tim Redmond, who's come back into a little bit of pace here. I thought Hans was going to get through on the Kiwi Sim Sports car quite easily, but he's actually done quite a good job of keeping the AlphaTauri hard-based racing behind him.
And look at this little battle pack is still forming, so where McMillan's been able to clear it quite nicely as we go to the bigger picture now. Cheese and Snipes have managed to make their way up into 6th place. These guys were targeting 9th, they were telling me before the race. They started outside the 10. They missed out on getting into the top 10 shootout by 1 spot, making a mistake over the top of the mountain. But at the moment, running in 6th place, but they have got cars behind them, as you can see, the PBF cars that have already stopped. And they do need to get past this slot very soon. So it's going to be a little while. Oh, he's hit the wall! Jesus hit the wall coming up through Silman Park.
Oh, you just
big damage.
You gave him a big wrap and everything as well. It's classic commentator's curse.
And he drops a bunch of spots and presses on. So big damage, a big dent in the right-hand side door there, the Transmech Racing Nissan Altima. So he's gone from 6th, he's dropped 4 spots overall. So now just got to get back into the rhythm and focus.
At the front though, Peter and Luke with their battling, they're losing time now to both Redmond and Brunswick, but they've also got McMillan closing them down as well. He's a good second or so faster than the race leader in that middle sector. I don't think these guys are playing the smart game here. Play the long game, but these guys here just battling here early, it's costing them time, and give it a lap or two. If they keep battling like this, McMillan's not going to be too far away from them, and all that time that they should have been gaining with track position by staying out, they end up going to just, well, it's not going to mean anything because it's all going to be gone.
Yeah, this lap around, they're just coming across the line. 2:06.9 for Peter Savage, 2:06.8 for Luke Rosella. Thomas McMillan has purple first and second sector on this lap and sets the fastest lap, a 2:05.050. That's 2 seconds in that one lap alone. So McMillan is absolutely monstering onto the tail of these guys, and they're in the same shot. He's in the same shot as them as they come up Mountain Straight.
Yeah, just coming up Mountain Straight, you could see him just over the back of the rise there. So in terms of differential from how far off the race leader he is, he's only just short of 8 seconds away. So these guys have got to get on with it. Pete Savage, I think, is probably going to be looking to hand over to Will Devonish as early as he can now, as this battle just has been raging on for about 4 laps.
They've got a couple of cars in the pits. They've got Lachlan Locke, Daniel Cox, and the Lachlan Burke guest car. They've all jumped into the pits.
Yep, so there they are now. I'm not sure if they're going to be taking a driver change on. So looks like there is one driver change that's just happened. I'm just seeing on the other screen
Avenger
here.
Ben.
Avenger Ben has jumped into the 237. So that is the first driver change of the day.
And what that has done now is the 3 cars that pit at the very beginning, Boak, Boak, Ross and McMillan have now processed that entire gap with those pit stoppers coming through, as Peter Savage gets a little snaky through the CRE elbow, and he might be vulnerable here to Luke Rosella. The thing is, I think there's a bit of a setup difference between the Devonish Savage mobile and Rosella and Lion Mitch's car. The Volvo seems way quicker over the top, but when they get in the straight line, it doesn't seem to have the pace to really make a move in the chase, as Luke Rosella has a look but pulls out of it. So I wonder if Rosella and Lion Mitch have gone for a bit more of a downforce heavy setup, hoping to get some track position early on with Rosella in the car.
Oh, a little bit of over and under and playing anything. And Brunswick takes the bait. So everybody that hadn't stopped yet is now starting to make their presence felt on pit lane. And here he is, coming in for the stop. And on the jacks, tyres as well. So we'll see if this is going to be a change or not. We'll keep an eye on that one. Back to the front, and Rosella still cannot find a good run.
He's got a good run. I reckon, yeah, here we go. Here's the move. He needs to get this done. He's only going to have maybe a lap or 2 before he pits. I'm seeing a number of drivers with cogs above their names here. So a number of drivers we have seen pit, and I'm expecting a couple more in at the end of this lap. He's got into the lead. Now he's got to build that little bit of a buffer here at the top of the mountain, and try and build a buffer between himself and McMillan.
We've also got a couple of other takers on pit road as well. So Brunswick is in and out and has handed over to Steve Burko. Taipan has come in with the number 23 car, so there he is on the end of lap 13. So too the Turras, Liccardo in there as well.
And from Peter there, got a little bit sideways through the triple left-hander there, and has lost a little bit of time. But getting word as well that the Transmech entry into the pits, and they're going to do a driver change. That's a manual one that we'll see on Teams. But we've got the Lachlan Burke car's got smoke. I reckon it's blown an engine here, because there's no engine noise and there's smoke. So unfortunate for them. It's like too heavy on the downshifts.
There they are, and you can see it as they come into the lane. They're coasting in here, so perhaps that might be the end of their afternoon. Yeah, a lot of smoke back there as well.
He went very, very deep at the chase, actually. He was well off at the end of the chase, so yeah, might have been just a bit too aggro on the downshifts and might have just popped the engine as it went sailing off into the gravel. Yeah, that's what I saw on the replay there. So unfortunate for them. Hopefully they can get it repaired. But if not, it's yeah, not quite the way that they would have wanted their race to go. They did get to the pit stall, so Lachlan Bork did get to the pit stall.
Yeah, so he has got to the pit stall. The question will be whether or not they can actually make that car get going again. And I'm just waiting to see if they, in the process of doing a driver change, or if they're going to retire that car. It's rolling in the pit lane, but I'm not sure if they've actually done the change on. Okay, now starting to get some of the heavy hitters coming in. So the Redmond and Stancliffe car is in now.
Yeah, also got the Transmit car in. Burko has jumped in the Hardbath Racing ZB Commodore, but if we can hopefully get up on teams here, we'll be able to actually see the pit stop.
I've actually been looking to see if they're in there. It looks like they may have dropped out of... I'm just seeing if they actually in the thing at all or not, but unfortunately I can't find them. So, but they are doing a driver swap, and they actually have the luxury of being able to do that from the same location. They're actually physically at the same house.
It's always lovely to see the little dance that you do for a pit stop like that. It's quite a lot of fun. It would be a nice thing to have people in the room doing it.
Actually, we have got them. Actually, here we go. There it is, right there for you. So they have done their swap, and as we look to see if we can pick up their car, they are ready to go. So that is Snipes, I believe, getting ready to take over, and there he goes. So on the move. And away we go, up the road. So not too bad.
Nicely done.
And nicely done. So we didn't get to see the actual driver change, but we did get to see him getting ready to partake in taking on. So it's good to see a bit of the community spirit getting involved there. And Transmec Racing have conducted their first driver change successfully.
Since being released as Luke Rosella comes into the pits, it looks like he's going to have Peter Savage behind him. Rosella was fastest last lap around for everyone except Thomas McMillan, who was again 8/10 quicker than Rosella. So Rosella managed to find a little bit of pace, but he's coming to the pits.
Oh, the fastest lap of 4.9, so he's flying along out there.
He's absolutely in the groove.
And
in
the Savage
Sim Sport,
and the Savage and
SZB.
Devonish car is in as well. So both of them pitting on the same thing. So that's interesting because Rosella had probably been sitting behind that car for a little bit and probably has saved a bit of fuel. So maybe they're going to try and make a bit of a jump here in the stops and maybe get a little bit of track position with a shorter fill, because fuel being the limiting factor. But it has cycled McMillan to the race lead. So this is probably one of the things that they didn't expect to do, and that's have an early safety car throw a bit of a spanner in the works. And there has been a change as well, so Lime Mitch has jumped into the car and will take on the next stint for the number 05.
And those early stoppers, the two PBF cars, Boak and Ross, as well as John McDonald in the Just Holding Together car, will be ahead of Rosella, or Lime Mitch rather, as he comes out the pit. So Lime Mitch stays in 5th, and most importantly, he's ahead of that group that he had to get through of Peter Savage and Will Devonish, Tim Redmond and Steve Burko that he was battling with. So they've gained some track position thanks to Luke Rosella's stint. Now it's a matter of whether or not Lime Mitch can start to reel in those guys who have pitted earlier.
Yeah, and the hard part too with the live timing just being a little bit funny at the moment is just seeing where everybody is on the track. But we know that McMillan has made it through to be position number 1, and he's currently quite some substantial margin ahead. So he is over on Conrod Straight, they're halfway down, whereas Luke Rosella and Lime Mitch are just coming across the top of the mountain now. So it's quite a substantial gap for these guys.
Yeah, that's a huge gap considering that they've both taken one pit stop. The gap between McMillan and the two PBF guys is a little less. It's 13 seconds at this stage approximately, as they both come into the chase line astern. So they're playing a good team game, the two PB Motorsport cars.
Yeah, they're looking after each other quite well. We're also getting confirmation through, you can see on the screen there, that the Lachlan Burke and G-Wiz Nissan Norton Hornets car, it was a retirement for them.
He's in the fence! He's in the fence! He locked up the rears up just a little bit at Forest Elbow on the entry. He's able to stay in front of Tim Redmond, but not an ideal outlap for him. And he's still under pressure from Redmond here. He's looking to get a move done into the chase.
Yeah, Redmond's going to try and line him up here. We might see if we can get a Matt Harvey repair and tune replay of this one. We'll just wait to see what happens they come through the chase. As Redmond's going to make the move and get it done through the chase. No, Pete Savage might just hang on. We might we might actually, the replay's probably a bit too far back for us to have a look, but we will stay with this battle because this is critical for Redmond to get past now, because Savage is vulnerable, having only just stopped. Redmond stopped the lap earlier. His tyres and temps will be up to pressure. And then Burko is right in this fight as well now. He's had a really solid couple of laps after coming in for a stop too.
Yeah, it looks like he's jumped in and already in a rhythm. So he's done a really good job to stick with Redmond. And Redmond here is putting Peter under pressure, who is going to have to get a move on here because he's losing touch to Lime Mitch and ultimately losing time to McMillan as well. So he's got to get right into the groove and get going, otherwise they're going to be a little bit behind the 8 ball early on here.
And this is somewhat unexpected from Peter Savage. He's normally been Peter Perfect. We used to jokingly call him in the GT3 Sprint Series after he took out that championship with an astonishingly clean season. Not used to seeing these mistakes, and he doesn't look all that comfortable coming down the mountain. I noticed he got a little snaky into the elbow a few times, and then that contact with the wall just kind of shows it again. He's not quite having the clean first stint that he would have wanted in that car.
No, not at the moment, he certainly isn't. But for the moment, he's managing to hang on ahead of... Oh, Brunswick! Oh, is that Burko? Burko, big moment off at McPhillamy Park. He has had a massive, massive off at high speed. That is a huge moment for the number 26. He's only been in the car for a couple of minutes, and that is worthy of a Matt Harvey Repair and Tune replay. Let's have a look at this. So all was looking pretty well through the... and the back end got away, and he overcorrected. And as he hit the wall, yes, big damage. Hit the wall hard on the outside of the sand trap at McPhillamy Park. So... big damage will be on the rear quarter panel of that car. He's managed to drive it away, but that's a scary lose at a very, very fast rate.
He's left hand down. He's going to have to pit to fix that.
Yeah,
I reckon he's also hit the wall on the inside as well, and that's where the majority of that damage is from. Because when he did hit the wall, it was with the rear end. So I'd say that that left front is heavily damaged, and well, that's going to ruin their... at least opening half of this race, and they're going to need a safety car to get back into it, unfortunately.
Yep, they certainly will.
Very similar thing happened to Garth Tander at the Bathurst 12 hour. When the rear steps out like that at high speed, there's nothing you can do to catch it once it goes.
And you can see the car crabbing as well. Oh, and he's had a moment getting into pit lane as well because of it. So there's more damage that's going to have to be repaired. Make sure you don't forget to put the speed limiter on. They're lucky because they've got one of the very first pit bays. So it's only a short drive in, but that's a lengthy damage repair for the number 26.
And remember, when that pit bay draw was done, Hans and Burko were blowing up at being at that end of the pit lane. So it's actually worked out in their favour for this instance. So, yeah, don't count your chickens in that case.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
We've got Lachlan Borg racing in the live chat saying that the engine blew up into the chase. So, yeah, that was where he and G Wiz's challenge came to an end, unfortunately for them. So 17 runners at lap 17 of the Bathurst 500 here for AMS Oz.
And not only that, I'm very surprised. It's actually just watching the Steve Burko car coming out of the pits now. McMillan is in behind them. So, and it was a very, very short stop. So probably not as much damage as they thought. And they're going to exit the race. They're going to stay on the lead lap. So that's lucky for them at the minute because the race leader came in behind them to pit.
And the two PBF cars will inherit the race lead. There isn't a big gap between Burko and the two PBF cars. You can see them in the same shot. But that's actually quite a short stint for McMillan. He came in at the beginning of lap 5 for his first stop, and it's the beginning of lap 18, so it's only 12 laps for McMillan there. So compared to the likes of those who stopped later, especially Rosella and Peter Savage, who stopped on lap 14, if I recall correctly. There was a little bit of safety car in that as well.
Mitch is going to jump the pleb car.
Yeah,
so
he is.
He's still going to be out in front. The gap's going to come down, but he's been putting in some decent lap times and track position. He's going to be just in front.
And look at this. So Savage and Redmond are also in the same shot as well. So there's a little bit of gamesmanship going on here. Now, I'm just doing the math here, gentlemen. So if it goes into green flag running with the 47 car coming in at lap 18 or at the beginning of lap 18, that puts his next projected stop to be the beginning of lap 30. So that means that he needs to find an extra lap of fuel on this particular run to make sure that he gets to the beginning of lap 31 to hand over. He can't hand over the car to Stenberg at the next stop unless he finds an extra lap.
Except that they've just done the handover, so Stenberg's in the car.
Oh, there we
right
go.
now.
So there you go. That answers that question. I was looking to see what happened there. So Stenberg has gotten in at the second stop.
I've got word from the Volvo team, or Volvo dealer team, and it seems that there's been an unfortunate error in the pit stops because it's not loaded the correct setup, and they've actually got the shortest gear ratio or something like that. So disaster for those guys, but hopefully at the next pit stop it sorts itself out when obviously they do the next driver change. So they might have to, when they do come in, probably in maybe 6 or 7 laps time, they will be forced to change driver and hope that that the setup reverts back to the longer gear ratio.
Well, in come the pair of PBF cars. There's Peter Thrower's Beyond Electrical Mustang in the lane as well. So the 46 and 046 and the 074 are in from the race lead at the beginning of lap 19, which which actually means that will then put them on track to hand over to respective drivers at the right time. So that means if Brendan Ross stays in the car, and if I believe Brock Harvey, actually it was Phil Boku's in the car at the moment. That's a bit of a surprise. I actually thought for sure that Brock Harvey was going to start that machine, that he would be in the car first.
Also had a driver change, so Stenberg is in the car and McMillan is out.
Yeah,
we did mention that. Oh, and we've got Foley's car in the garage. What's happened there? It's just gone into the garage.
So
they've just done the driver change.
I think there might have been an issue with the driver swap then, if that's the case, and if they've gone into the garage, then they'll be out of this particular race.
Oh no.
That could be heartbreak for the 074. Have to keep an eye on that one to see what's happening. Meanwhile, with Stenberg in the car, he has managed to round up Peter Savage quite comprehensively on the run up down straight.
He come out in front of him. He's lost a little bit of time here. And Peter's
actually right.
He's putting him under pressure here.
My apologies, you are absolutely right. He did come out of him, so Savage is doing his best to stick with him. This is the whole argument about having a carrot in front of you, I think, as well.
Yeah, Peter does seem to drive a bit better when he's got that motivation in front of him, more so than some other drivers out there. So having someone like Stenberg in front of him is certainly a big motivation as Stenberg battles his way down the mountain.
And on top of that, it is confirmed the 074 car of Foley and Ross is out. They mustn't have had something go their particular way at the driver change. So that car is unfortunately the third retirement inside the opening 20 laps. But look at this, same sort of shot. We can actually have a look from the top of the Stenberg machine. There is the Volvo just ahead of him going over the rise. So it's not that far away. Stenberg can see the 05. The question is he gaining any time? And at the moment, it doesn't look like he is. At the moment, he mainly looks like he's dragging Pete Savage with him.
I reckon he has the same issue that the 05 car has, because I was checking his top speed down there and he wasn't getting over 290. So I reckon that when he's loaded in and they've changed drivers, it's gone to perhaps the default setup or the default gear ratio at least. And that's why he's not going as fast as what we'd expect. So just some gremlin creeping in.
Now the other part of this...
40.1, sorry, another 40.1 and 40.1 for Lime Mitch and Kurt Stenberg in that fast final sector. Peter Savage a 39.9 and Tim Redmond a 39.8. I was on board Peter Savage. He topped out at 297 Ks, so that's a big pace difference at the end of
We've got Avenger been around and parked, so that's going to be a safety car, I'd say.
Yeah, where is he at the moment?
He's
He
at,
is at
elbow.
yeah. He's coming down at the elbow. That's a really dangerous spot. Yeah, I think the safety car might be called for with this one. He
there
probably
it is.
doesn't. And there it is. He probably doesn't know what to do now. Is this a damage-related issue, or is this something else that's going on? Let's go and pick this one up on the replay. Oh, so on the replay we've got him. He was actually around a lot earlier, and oh, look at this. There goes the Kmart car, and maybe just struggling to get reverse or something here to get going again.
And Cecil's made contact with him, so the two teammates have made contact. Cecil had nowhere to go on my end.
Yep,
And
there
John
he is.
McDonald also went off into the wall on the inside in avoidance. So it was actually Avenger Ben losing it on his own, and then that's clamped up everyone else. And Avenger Ben's gone straight to the garage, so that's another DNF.
Yep, and there's cars in the lane now as well, so we'll get to see that. Now, it's interesting because that car is one of the ones that we had on our list for what we call, I like to call compare the pair. We were actually getting a little thing to go, and if you've seen that car before, you'd be right, because that car is famous for this moment at Bathurst in 2007, and they've done a pretty good job of replicating the livery. So Mark Winterbottom and Stephen Richards, the car surfing through the chase, and then picking it up. And if we look at our little image that comes up afterwards, there you go. You can see that's what it was in the year 2007 on your left, and that's what it is in the ASOS today on the right.
All the front runners are coming in. Those that do have or seem to have the gear ratio issue, I wonder if they'll change drivers here. So Lime Mitch is in. We did just see the Stenberg car in just a couple laps ago. They are probably playing a little bit of a strategy game with the fuel as well, but I do wonder if they'll just change drivers just to see if that'll fix that issue.
Yeah. Now, this is interesting too. There are going to be some drivers, I think, that are going to need to be waved through that might be a lap down here, because the safety car has actually picked up Cam Rutledge at the moment in the 51. So there's Stenberg in, there is Savage, and there also is the Tim Redmond car. And behind them at the moment, you can see here the only man behind the safety car, Savage, and Stenberg already on the move. So I think that's just a fuel stop. I don't think they've changed tyres on that one, because he's actually jumped the Volvo in the lane. So there you go. So Stenberg to position 2. Rosella is back in the car. So maybe you're right. Maybe they did get word that they need to make a change here. Pete Savage stays in, and Scott Stancliffe jumps in.
So hopefully no issue. Yes, hopefully no issues for the Stancliffe car with the gear ratios, but they're actually right behind Cheese here as they exit the pit, so they've got a little bit of work to do. No surprise though that Peter stayed in the car. Again, they're probably just trying to minimise the issues you can have with the pit stops, and it was a short pit stop for them anyway, because they'd only pitted a few laps ago. Well, it was a shorter stint anyway from what they normally have, so that's why they probably opted to keep him in the car. Stenberg into P2, and that'll be because obviously he only pitted, 3 or 4 laps ago as well. He had a much shorter fuel time, and takes about 4 seconds, 4 litres per second with these pit stops. So that's why he's jumped ahead of the Rosella car and into P2 with Brock Harvey that has switched into the 046. He will be in the lead when we go green.
Because remember, Brock Harvey pit on the same lap as Kurt Stenberg and Thomas McMillan, so he's elected to stay out and gain that track position in the PB Motorsport, the PBF racing, the final remaining PBF racing, after we saw Foley and Ross have that issue in the pits. Very unfortunate for them. We're trying to get to the bottom of that one for you. Scott Stancliffe maintains his position in that battle, so even though he came out a little later than the rest of those ahead of him, he's still next behind them on track, so he'll be behind Peter Savage. And NZ Snipes in the cheese car for Trans.
Actually, Brock Harvey's coming in here, Lewis, just sorry to cut you off. So he was going to be leading this race, but he did lead a lap, and he will lead a lap across the line. They've just got to make sure he's not ahead of the safety car when he comes in, and he's done a good job there, so well done. And he's coming in for a stop. Now, the next question is the lapped runners that are going to be, well, actually, technically they're still going to be, or they're going to be on the lead lap, but I think they're going to have to be waved through to the back of the field. So there'll be a bit of flurry of activity going on there to sort that one out. But this actually, I think, Michael, is a bit of a free kick for some of those drivers that did not stop on the very first safety car. It almost puts them back on sequence, because they were tracking towards stopping again somewhere around about lap 24, 25. So now this has really reset the fuel loads. It's reset the tyres for all these guys that came in just a lap ago. So everyone's back on a level playing field here at the front of the group.
Yeah, exactly. With Stenberg taking that that pit stop, it cleansed the strategy differences as the wave by happens for Nathan Higginson and Darren Kemp. So the two Mustangs there are, the Mustang and the Volvo have been allowed to pass on through. So that does put Kurt Stenberg at the head of the safety car train. So we'll get a better idea of how the field stacks up behind him. It has allowed Stenberg and McMillan to return to the head of that pack with that short stop under the safety car. They've made an additional stop compared to everyone else, but with all of them stopping at the same time, it's kind of cleansed that battle. So that's where we stand at the moment. There is a little bit of time in Malarkey. It says that NZ Snipes in the Transmec racing car is in second, but as you can see, there is at least 3 cars separating Stenberg from NZ Snipes. Taipan in the AP SimSport car, the number 23, sits in, I think that's 6th or 7th place. So that's a pretty impressive start for them. They're up, it'll be 9 positions from where they started. And then it is going to be John McDonald ahead of Brock Harvey. So Brock Harvey comes out after his pit stop down in 9th.
Yeah, there's a little bit of malarkey.
I'm trying to do the maths on the fly here. Yeah, so it's
I'm actually just watching the group ahead. There was a little bit of checking up, I think, behind the safety car as they came out of CRE Electrical Elbow.
There's damage on that car. There's damage on that Pleb SimSport car from that.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, I'm just wanted to have maybe a bit of a look back and see if there is a bit of damage from a collision. They all had to check up.
He's left hand down. He's left hand down in that car. Unfortunately, so do apologise that the AI line around here is not ideal for the safety car, but
they should be leaving margin anyway. That's the thing. They shouldn't be right up behind the safety car like this. They should be giving themselves a couple of car lengths room at least to have a bit of wiggle room to move, because people will be. This is interesting. What's going on here? Hang on. This is going to cause a bit of a drama. The Kurt Stenberg machine has actually decided to come into the lane, and that's forcing everybody else to check up.
Well, they do have to engage the pit lane speed limiters, so...
Yeah, so there's a race controls issued a penalty for Stenberg because he's come in, obviously, to repair the damage behind the safety car. So that means Rosella will take the restart, and he's clear to go now. These guys can run. So that's a huge swing, and everybody else was still catching the safety car up.
Kurt Stenberg would be absolutely stewing in that car at the moment. We also got a penalty for Nathan Higginson, which
some of these will end up being revoked because they've been told to get out of position and take the wave around. So there's a little bit of stuff going on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen there for everything going on. But if we go to the picture-in-picture, here's Stenberg leaving the lane. So he's down in position 11. Now he's lucky he's come out into a bit of clear air. He's come out behind Greg Turra, and then Brad Severs and Cam Rutledge were still catching the field up. So they're actually just coming out of the chase now. So he's got a bit of margin and a bit of clear air to work with here as the penalties continue to tick over for the 167, but they're obviously going to have to be removed.
Yeah, it's a classic AMS thing, am I right? With the safety car sliding through the cutting, a puncture, it turns out, for Kurt Stenberg, so that's why he had to come into the lane and get that repaired.
I'm getting some word through in the live chat. I think Scott Nolan has just given us the heads up as to what's happened here. With the way that the safety car checks up at the elbow, there was... everyone checked up. Rosella got into the back of Stenberg, and Stenberg had a flat as a result, so completely accidental. But I guess that's the thing. They should have been leaving a little bit of margin to the safety car just to behave themselves. Now you can see here Rosella's got a stop-go penalty over his head. Again, one that's yet to be cleared. But then we see that there's a move being made now here already. So Pete Savage has decided he's had enough, and he wants to shoot through at the chase, and he gets the job done.
Yeah, nicely done there, but we're still seeing the lack of straight line speed for the Volvo, which has been the story of the race so far for Rosella. He's been chalked up behind that ZB again. He's going to dive to the inside at Murray's to try and make that move done, but not quite deep enough on the brakes. So it is going to be Peter
Oh, and
Savage.
Stancliffe's wide at the back
wide
as well. So Stancliffe a little overcommitted into Murray's, and he was getting pretty close to the back end of the Volvo as well, but he's just lost about a dozen car lengths or so after all of that. And the grid order on your left-hand side is all over the place actually at the moment. So there's a fair bit of work that the live steward has to do just to sort out some of these things, because there's some cars that are saying that they're on the lead lap and that they're not, and that are a lap down rather. And it still says that Brock Harvey's leading this race. So I think a few guys furiously working behind the scenes to correct the order. They will have just been told to keep going, and everything will end up being sorted out.
Yeah, because it looks like, and we're starting to see some of the sorting out happen now. It's showing Brock Harvey in the lead, Steve Burko in second place, Kurt Stenberg in third. That's all out of shape because this is the lead battle here between Peter Savage and Luke Rosella as they come through Endurance Chat Reed Park into Beyond Electrical, Metal Great and McPhillamy. And we're still seeing Rosella very, very quick across the top of the mountain, but unable to make the move down the straight as they come down into the S's on lap 23. So we've been going for almost an hour here for the Bathurst 500, thanks to AMS Oz. And Matt Harvey Repair and Tune, gonna plug all the sponsors at once.
Yes, we do.
So, yeah.
And his move Rosella, is there? No, not quite. This is the part now where we expect the ZB to pull away and have the better straight line speed. The reason that the Volvo is so good over the top is the two drivers aboard that car in Rosella and Mitch have been working on their moves over the top of the mountain all week long. But he's got to run.
He's on the inside, and they come through the chase side by side. It's going to be very, very close. They get on the brakes. Savage very deep under the brakes. Rosella a little deeper. He's going to try and wrap around the outside. Stays on track, and he gets the move done around the outside of the chase. Well done, Luke Rosella.
Yeah, fantastic move. Getting it done around the outside, and Scott Stancliffe just hasn't been able to go with these guys just yet, so he's still recovering after that off at the final corner last lap around. Race lap record at the moment still being, or fastest lap rather, still being held by the number 47. It's currently fourth on the road by the way the timing screen is still wrapping around, 204.994. So he's got to wait for this to settle down a little bit. And we can also see that there's a bit of an angry battle pack a bit further behind these guys as well. So John McDonald actually finds himself ahead of the 046 entry, and then a bit further ahead you can also see Taipan with the sole remaining AP SimSport FGX Falcon in there as well. So there's a few guys that have found a few friends to fight in this, I guess you can call it the second quarter of the race.
Nice alliteration there, Nether. I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
So we're still sorting through the timing issues. They're slowly getting rectified now. So you'll be seeing the lead battle. They seem to be dropping down the order, but that's still just adjustment of where they should be on track. I'm quite impressed with John McDonald at this stage of the race, currently holding just ahead of Brock Harvey. Yeah, he's doing a very good job. Now, McDonald, he doesn't have a full sim rig, so he's actually racing on an Xbox controller and very much holding his own here.
Yeah, and this is one of the little memes, I think, that's in the livery of that car. You can just probably see it as you go around some of these bends. There is an Xbox controller on the right rear quarter of the bumper, and Brock Harvey decides, I want to have a move, and I want to have a move now and get it done at the elbow, and that's a very, very neat move for the driver aboard the 046, and now that means that Steve Burko can possibly line up a move as well, coming down Conrod Straight.
And Harvey got that move done because McDonald just went a little too deep through the S's and had to check up before heading into the dipper. So that enabled Harvey to get the run. But McDonald's not giving it up here as he tries to get back on terms with the PBF Racing Commodore. Doesn't quite get it done, but he's going to be vulnerable now. Oh no, Burko didn't quite get the run there. So
no,
yeah,
there. And there's a few other pits and there's a few other callers on pit road as well. So there's the Transmech Nissan is in. The AP SimSport Falcon is in as well, and there's of course a few little flags flying in the midst there.
Scott Stancliffe's made another mistake into Hell Corner this time around, so he's not having all that good a stint here for the Kiwi Sim Sports car.
No, but it's on up Mountain Straight. So Burko got a good run out across the start-finish stripe, and now Daniel Cox is tucked in here, and he doesn't know who to go with, and he's just going to have to pick. I think he's just going to have to wish and hope that he gets the right move if he wants to make it done. But Burko decides that he's going to pull out of this one and just let that battle brew for a little bit longer.
We've got some information coming through on the live chat. Brennan Foley saying that, as we've got a little bit of contact at the top of the mountain, when we did the driver change, AMS just didn't put Foley in the car, and so just relegated the car to the garage. So unfortunate for them being let down by the software. For the PBF racing guys, real big shame after Ross did an absolutely astonishing stint to start the race.
That's it. The good news is that all the penalties that were issued by the game appear to have cleared themselves, which is good. There's just a little bit of lag going on at the moment that we're just keeping an eye on, just to make sure that everybody is in the right spot. I'm not sure if that's a server lag. You can see a few cars just sort of clattering into walls and stuff here at the minute. From the broadcast pictures, so we're just going to see how we go with making sure that everything's happening. And there's actually a few cars that are having some dramas at the minute, so I'm not sure again if this is a server side problem or if this is just purely and simply on the broadcast, but hoping it's probably more our end than for the driver's benefit. We can cope with it, the drivers probably can't.
I'm seeing the same thing as well, Steve, so we might be in for a little bit of trouble if that's coming across the board.
Yes, it might be a possible flag situation coming if it gets much worse than this. 25 laps done for 24 laps done for the race leader, and you can just see we probably can't really call some of these cars that are sliding off the circuit at various points at the moment, because we really don't know if they are indeed in the right spots or not.
Yeah, I've actually dropped from the game completely and can't find the server. So, server at the moment, unfortunately, looks like it's just chugging quite a bit, and I can't quite get back in here.
Okay, well, that's maybe one of the reasons why, as John McDonald gets back on Burko. Well done.
Yeah, they're having a nice... Oh, he's turned him! And he's turned him! So that was brewing for a little while. McDonald getting turned at Griffins, and he's going to have to try and find a way to loop this around. He's done pretty well to get that going. We're going to stay green, so very lucky to get away with that one there. Have a look at that one on the Matt Harvey Repair and Tune replay, and see how this one came about. We're just cutting to it. You can see McDonald was on the inside. He was fairly alongside, and he just drifted a little bit wide. Burko tried to get the over and under on and just got into the rear quarter panel. So I think that one might be a penalty potentially for Steve Burko.
Unfortunately, I can't look at it because I'm not in the game and I won't have access to the replay.
Right.
So.
That's all right. We'll
that has immediately come up in the incident reporting channel, so that's definitely going to have to be looked at.
Yep, no, that's okay. We'll take a look at that one. We'll let the live steward continue to do what he needs to do.
Another issue is going to be the live timing. I think I'm going to have to drop a lap for a number of the drivers that actually gave a lap back. I think the top 7 almost are all out of position from where they should be at this stage.
Top 9 it looks like at the moment. So I'll give us a quickly updated what I think is mostly correct running order. At the moment it is Luke Rosella leading from Peter Savage. They're the top 2 on track at the moment. Then it's Scott Stancliffe, and he has Brock Harvey behind him but showing as first on the road. Then it is John McDonald and NZ Snipes, I think, and then Matt Cecil. Then it will be it's an absolute mess here at the moment because of the timing mishap. So we're gonna have to try and sort this out somehow, whether it be in race to correct the order or post race if we work it all out.
Yeah, no, that's it. And you can see there is official confirmation that Steve Burko issued a drive-through penalty for the contact with John McDonald at the cutting. So it is official. He has been reprimanded by the live steward, and he will have to tour the lane. Now this is interesting too, because he's now in this battle with Kurt Stenberg in behind him, and ahead of them on track is the Daniel Cox car. So when we sort out a few things with the order, it still says that Brock Harvey is the leader of this race, which we know isn't correct because he did come in for a pit stop pretty much as the safety car was about a lap away from coming in. And it is supposed to be Luke Rosella that is in this race lead. And if we're looking to see if we pick him up, he is a couple of seconds ahead here of Scott Stancliffe. Actually, in fact, he's 20 seconds ahead by the live timing there.
What we might have to do, Nether, is park a camera somewhere and watch the field go by to try and decipher where everyone is on track.
Yeah, I think we might actually have to do that. We've got the Volvo of Luke Rosella coming up to the start-finish line at the minute, so we might actually see if we can use that as our indicator here. So it is indeed the Luke Rosella Volvo, and you can see there he goes, and there goes Pete Savage. So that is positions 1 and 2 on the road. And then we're going to have to wait a little bit because the next man that we have coming up to the start-finish line is indeed this man in Scott Stancliffe. So Stancliffe is 3rd overall as we stand right now. There he goes. And then there goes the 046, the sole remaining car of Brock Harvey. Then we've got Daniel Cox. So these guys have kept their nose pretty clean. They're up to 5th place. Then it's Stenberg. Then the Turras, or father and son Turras, in position. And
then just off screen from that shot, Nether, Steve Burko has just come into the pits.
Yes.
So that would be the next car on track. He's just extracted himself from that battle.
Yep, correct. So we're getting thing of him. Actually, he's come in to do a service. So he hasn't come in to do just a stop. We're just cycling to find him. I just saw it just a few seconds ago. There he is, and he is just touring down the lane now. So they've done a service. So they are next in the running order, despite having the penalty that they've had to serve. So I think maybe they did do a. It's been cleared from the screen that I'm seeing. They're going to get out just ahead. So there's the Transmec. Oh, and he's got a drive-through penalty for speeding on pit road. So that answers that question. The Transmec Nissan of NZ Snipes and Cheese is 9th. Then the AP Simsport Falcon 10th. And then Termo that was of Taipan and Cecil. And then Termo and Rutledge, the next man across. Peter Thrower in the Mustang, the next man across the line there on our screen. And then comes John McDonald. So we've still got our stationary camera.
They've just done a pit stop and a driver change one lap ago.
Yeah,
so that's Zach Ross in that car now.
Zach Ross has jumped in. So that pretty much is the order. And then Rhodey and Brad Severs are the last ones across the road now, followed by Nathan Higginson and Dane Liccardo. And they are just ahead on track of their counterparts in Rosella and Lime Mitch. So they are still on the lead lap. So all cars at the moment still are on the lead lap. It's just the order that they are in. So if you're playing along at home, we do apologise for the live timing dramas that are on the side there, but that is the current race order.
Okay, I think Lewis has managed to make it back into the server, which means that hopefully we'll start to get a bit more of this sorted out.
So you can probably relay that information to him. I'm not sure if he was in the chat. I wasn't actually looking at it while he was trying to furiously write down a bunch of things, but he has got a little bit of work ahead of him. Now, some of the other things that you obviously saw before, we had our first Compare the Pair segment, which was for the car 237, the Avenger Ben and Lachlan Locke car, which is sadly out of commission at the moment. But another one of the cars, there's 6 of them in the field that we've got today that have got a little bit of Compare the Pair. And this one on the screen, the current race leader, actually does have a little bit of history. So if you have a look here, this is the same car, or not same car, but same livery on the car, back in the days of Super Touring at the Mountain, piloted by Peter Brock and Jim Richards. Jim Richards on this occasion finding his way down to the chase. And the Volvo dealer team guys, Lime Mitch, Luke Rosella and co, have done a pretty good job of replicating that livery to some effect. And the car you can see on the left there, not the same car that was in the Bathurst races back in 96 and 97. It's the BTCC and WTCC variant that was back in the day.
What a gorgeous car that is.
Oh,
What an
yeah.
absolute machine. I love that Volvo S40 it was back then.
Yeah, well, that was the 850 actually. The
Oh,
S40,
wow.
the S40 was actually the next one along, and the other car in that pairing is this one, which is the Rickard Rydell and Kelvin Burke car. Have a look at this for a big smack wallop. This is in the BTCC days, and the other car in the Volvo dealer team stable is livery is based off of all of that. So there it is, the Rickard Rydell and Kelvin Burt car in British touring cars on the left that they ran in 95 through to 97. That was before they switched to the S40 Floody, and the replica livery on the Nathan Higginson and Dane Liccardo car on the right. So we go back to live pictures, and look,
We've got some breaking news here. Due to the timing, we are going to have to red flag the session to sort out the running order, because even with the changed laps, it's still got people running out of order and we can't ascertain where people are. So we will be rolling back to when it went green, with Kurt Stenberg resuming from the lead. So if you just bear with us for the next 5 to 10 minutes as we set it all up.
Okay. Drivers, I'm assuming, have been warned of this, and this is something that we unfortunately did suspect might happen. So it's good to know that. So a red flag situation. What lap are we going to be rolling that back to in that particular instance?
We will be rolling back to when the safety car, sort of the last lap of the safety car. So it will be on lap 22. Those that have retired, because they've all been outside of the Norton car, because that blew an engine, due to the driver change dropouts, those cars are permitted to come back, but they will be put multiple laps down. They'll be put 2 laps down. But outside of that, we'll just sort this out and hopefully get this running smoothly as soon as possible.
Yep, and it looks like all the cars are coming into pit lane at the moment. You can see there's the Burko and Brunswick car and the McDonald car as well. So a little bit of work to do. Thank you for the update, Lewis. And unfortunately, we did suspect that we were going to end up with a couple of dramas. And it's one of those things that we did see some time ago we said earlier, in the virtual Le Mans 24-hour. There were 2 red flag situations where they ended up in the same sort of thing, but little game glitches. And this is something we've come to expect with this iteration of the Bathurst track, unfortunately, because of where the timing line actually is getting into pit lane. There are a few dramas that behold it. So all the drivers now coming into form up for the red flag situation, and we'll take this opportunity just to step away from broadcast pictures, and it gives us a little bit of a chance to have a little bit of a breather, I think, here, Floody, just to, I guess, collect our breath. And well, it's a full reset now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about this before the race started. So we know that we're going to go back to the lap that the safety car came in. So everyone should be in their corrected order, and it's going to be a full standing start restart, which we discussed before the race. So it's interesting to know that the drivers who have had disconnects or problems in the pit lane, so the likes of Brenton Foley and Brendan Ross, they will be given the opportunity to get back in the race. So that's good for them, keeps them interested in the mix. And also we'll see Ujrit Mishra and his co-driver back in as well in the Wildcats car. So remember, they have that disconnect on lap 2, so we'll see them back multiple laps down, but they will be back. And we're gonna see another full restart here. So does anyone have on hand the lap number that we're going to be starting from?
I believe we're going back to around about lap 22, 23. So this is just a setting off. They're going to say, well, we take 81 laps, we take 22 laps off, and that'll be the number of laps that are remaining. So we'll see how we go.
So 67 laps then that we'll have?
A little bit more than actually 22 off of. So we were a quarter of the way through. So yes, so it's going to be slightly less. So just doing the math and working backwards from lap 81, taking off 2, so 61, and so I think we're going to have 59 or thereabouts on the clock. So thinking about this from a strategy point of view, with 12 lap stints, this actually breaks it into a fairly decent 4-stop race if it can, if we go green from here. So we end up with, if you do a formation lap, laps 12, 24, 36, 48, you would then comfortably get home at the end of lap 59 or 60 if that's how it was there.
So that works things out very nicely. It means that people running the sums in the back room have a bit of an easier time, but of course that could get all thrown out the window again, either through another safety car or if we do encounter another red flag situation, that could completely change things again. It is unfortunate that we've had to do this, but it was hard enough to keep track of where everyone was, and we were watching the race, the broadcast, let alone trying to work it all out anywhere else. So it's an unfortunate situation that we've had to be in, but I think the correct call here has been made.
Yeah, I probably tend to agree. The hard part, I guess, as well, and this is just so everybody, I guess, at home is aware of how these sorts of things operate. There's a series of commands that are available to the live steward to not only issue penalties, but also to retract penalties, to add laps back to people so they can get themselves up on the timing order, like if they've had a lap deducted for any reason whatsoever by something silly that the game has thrown them, they can actually be added back on or retracted to put them in position, which is what Lewis had been doing behind the scenes. Unfortunately, from this particular instance, with having to move all the drivers around, it still hasn't been enough to sort out the lapped dramas. So we're going to just reset it back and then go from there. And hopefully, with a bit of luck, we will stay green for majority of the race. It seems that the early timing dramas sort of settled down as everybody sort of crossed the line. But the particular occasion that we find ourselves in, it's not unexpected, but just from as a personal, I guess, thing from an admin point of view. And I mean, I know you've told me this over the course of the time. It's slowly disappointing that we've ended up in this situation.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's just one of those AMS things with the leader coming into the pits following the safety car, or whether or not that's broken things, because the safety car in AMS is one of the most problematic things that this game has. And while the platform itself is quite good as a racing sim, and it does a lot of very good things very well, and the mod support is fantastic, the safety car does cause one or two dramas when it comes out, and particularly at a place like Bathurst, where safety cars are a common occurrence. We have encountered this once or twice before. So I think Lewis is hard at work resetting the grid. And they're trying to, there's a bit of troubleshooting happening in the race chat, trying to sort out the setup dramas. Trying to figure out what's causing the setup resetting when people coming to the pits. Remember, we heard from Lion Mitch's team, and from we suspected the same thing happened to McMillan and Stenberg, that they were getting a setup revert back to default. So they and Brock Harvey as well, saying that he got the stock setup as well. So they're trying to ascertain how to fix that. So we might see a little bit of a delay to proceedings at the moment. We've got a few suggestions in chat. Scott Nolan saying maybe we should hire a manual safety car and just completely can the AMS safety car and have someone do the job manually.
I'm wondering if he's volunteering for that when he probably is. I mean, I think he was looking for a late co-driver. I'm not sure if he was joking or not, but I did hear him saying that he was looking for one.
I mean, it would work. It would make things way simpler.
Yeah, it probably would make it raceable. I mean, that's the way they do it in a number of other series as well. They have somebody, I think in R Factor 2, they actually have somebody drive the safety car manually. So there's a little bit of stuff like that as well. What we probably might do, Flood, while everything is just sort of being sorted out for this one, is we might just take a very short break. We might put up the guided lap that we had done from Rhodey, Luke Rosella and Hans Brunswick a little bit earlier. It just gives us a little bit of time here in commentary to take a little bit of a break, collect our breath, grab a drink, and have what we like to call a commentator's pit stop.
Okay, I'm Luke Rosella. I'm going to take you around the first sector of Mount Panorama Circuit with Hans and roadie. So, turn 1, smooth on the power delivery to get a good run onto the mountain straight. Good time to check your bars, your bias, check your instruments. Come to the T2. At the 100-metre board braking, and then hold the apex on the power nice and early on the curb. Coming up to the cutting. Probably one of the hardest braking zones in this circuit. Use the camber on the road to propel you through. Short shift to third. Coming up to T4 here. Hit your apex. And that's been sector 1, and I'll give it back to Hans.
I'm a fair bit behind here, Luke. You're setting heaters already. Thanks, mate. So we're just at the real part of the circuit now. We're just at the top of the mountain, McPhillamy Park, heading down into Skyline, 5th gear, down to 3rd, and down to 2nd. This is the bit where it really separates the men from the boys here. And you got to be ultra committed. It's risk versus reward here. And then on the way out the dipper, down to Forest Elbow for the run on to Conrod Straight. And Rody, you're somewhere behind there, mate. I got to hand it over to you.
You do, mate. You're talking about setting heaters, and you two are the quickest and the mid-pack guys. So of course you leave the slowest guy to handle the fastest part of the track. Here we are, Conrod Straight. We're heading up to 290 odd clicks an hour. When we get to the chase, that's still a long way away. Up over the hump on the Boulogne blue sign. 6th gear through here. Flat out, fastest corner Australian Motorsport, and we're on the brake just as we cross the hump. A little bit of a lock there, down to 2nd. Through the bottom of the chase, around the last corner, short shift up to 3rd, under the Boulogne blue pedestrian bridge, going up to 5th down here, back down to 2nd again, through the last corner, and that's a lap of the Amos Dolls Bathurst 500.
Apologies there for a little bit, guys. We're got a lap is over. We're still just in a little bit of a holding situation here, waiting for the race to resume. And they've got a practice timer just counting down. It looks like our admin crew are just working behind the scenes to get everything up and running. But what we are going to see if we can do is try and see if we can dial up one of our many drivers that is on the Teams chat here. So you can see there's a few of them sitting there, and they're just very patiently waiting. And I think Michael's about to go off and see if he can find a couple of these guys. I mean, you don't have to be on the Teams call here, Flood, because we're going to bring up some of these guys anyway, so we can actually see what they're doing. But in terms of where they all are, there's who's that? That's playing on their phone up the very top corner there. If I go and grab my mouse and have a bit of a look, that's Peter Thrower. So he's in the top corner there. So guys that are left to right, if you can't just sort of read the names that are on there, you got Lion Mitch or Mitch McGovern, that we can only see his head. You need to move your webcam, Mitch. Peter Thrower next door to him on the centre of the top, and I think Zach Ross in the top right hand corner, and then across the middle row you've got the likes of Dane Liccardo. You can see there with the Volvo behind his head there. You've got Luke Rosella, the AAR driver, in the middle, Benjamin Rhodes on the far right in middle, and then the guys on the bottom, you've got Steve Burko on bottom left, having a bit of a swig of water there. You've also got the one and only Nathan Higginson, who's paired with Dane Liccardo, sorry, and then Lachlan Burke, who was in that Nissan that unfortunately came a cropper with a blown engine a bit earlier on in the piece. There's a couple of guys also waiting down in the live chat, not so much in the live chat, in the Teams meeting there that we haven't got up. A couple of them such as NZ Snipes and Cheese, who are down here as well, and a couple of guys are just arriving and seeing if we can get a couple of them together. Restart's going to be coming fairly shortly from what we understand. Have you managed to snaffle anybody here?
Yes, I've managed to grab a line Mitch, who's sitting on the TeamSpeak. I think you can see him in the top right of the screen there.
There he is. We've got him on the stream. Here you go, Mitch, and you're on broadcast television, mate. So, well, not broadcast television, but you're on the live stream here, mate. This is the part of the puzzle, I think, Floody, that we're going to go into right now, is that you don't look anything like you sound on the whenever we're talking to you in Discord. So it's good to put not only names to faces, but voices to faces too, mate.
Yeah, I've been saying that about everyone else as well. There's not many people that I thought would look the same as they speak.
Yeah, it's good to see you on screen. We'll talk a bit about your race to start with. You got given the car in a very good position to start, and then we heard that you had a bit of dramas in terms of the setup. Can you just talk us through what happened?
Yeah, so came out of the pits, noticed that my steering lock wasn't really right. I was like, oh yeah, that's okay, I can kind of adapt to that. Then over the top of the mountain, I was like, these aren't the normal gears that I would take, or like how the car would react. And yeah, sure, going down Conrod Straight, we were only hitting like 280 or something in a straight line, and that was costing us heaps in the last sector.
Yeah, so do you think that then the setup defaulted back to default setup or something along those lines?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain it did happen. I'm pretty sure it happened to quite a few people as well. So we've got to try and figure out how to sort that.
So have you got a fix worked out in mind?
No.
I think the way that a lot of drivers were taught to do this was to make sure that they favorited their setup. So whenever they went into the server, it would load it automatically. But for some people, I think they've had some success, and maybe it doesn't seem to be the other way around. So I think the guys are probably working on that a bit behind the scenes. Up until you did your first driver swap, Luke was doing a pretty good job. He had an average start and ended up having to fight his way through for a little bit, but he handed the car over to you in pretty good position. But how did you feel your pace was relative to the guys that had either not decided to change drivers and those that did? Because there was very few at the front of the group that actually did change drivers like yourselves.
Luke's pace was brilliant. Like throughout the stint, he was holding it wonderfully. But my pace was about a second, maybe half a second off what it probably should have been. I think that was mostly related to setup, but also just driving.
So it was what was the logic behind having Luke in for the first stint and yourself jumping in for the second stint, as you've got a visitor coming in behind you?
A visitor coming in. The perils of broadcasting here.
Just my dad if I want some lunch.
Oh, there you go. Well, we may as well take the opportunity. You may as well take the opportunity, mate. I think we might let you go and get some lunch if that's a particular case. You've done pretty well. We've got a couple of guys wanting to join the chat as well, but we'll let them join. But no, thanks for giving us some of your time, mate. Hopefully a restart not too far away.
Hopefully.
That's Line Mitch from the factory Volvo team, between him and Luke Rosella. Great start for them. They were in the front pack after that first little malarkey. Yep. So yeah, it's been a good run so far from those guys. Hopefully they can kick on. Yeah,
hopefully you're right. Now, just having a look at some of the timestamps and things in the live chat. There's a couple of memes being thrown around here. I think Brock Harvey over on the Short Shift Motorsport podcast, and we know that's him. He's the proprietor of that one. Wondering if the halftime entertainment was Meatloaf. Well, I don't think anything can top Meatloaf. Let's just be honest with that.
And
now it's making people hungry, and I think there's a few guys in the live chat also saying that they're making people hungry as well. So we're going to wait with bated breath to see what the. I don't think there is any halftime entertainment at the moment. But
I'm sure people will be happy if I sing a song. They seem to want me to sing songs for some reason.
Yeah, let's. I was going to say,
it's going to happen.
Not going to happen. I was going to say not going to happen. But anyway, there are a few comments as well that the restart was going to be coming shortly. That was from Tim Redmond a little while ago. I think we're just waiting for drivers to load back in. Broadcast crew as well.
I've been kicked from the game, so I'm having to load in as well. But we have another guest in the commentary booth with us at the moment. We have Hans Brunswick, driver of the AlphaTauri hard base racing car. Hans, great first stint from you, handing over to Burko in a decent position, and then a little bit of a bust up between Burko and another driver, which you ended up putting in the incident report. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, John, it was just, look, I like John. I've got nothing against him. And we all had a laugh about it afterwards. But we were all roasting each other. Just in the little halftime break that we just had, we we're all blowing up, pretending to do our, impersonations of drivers and stuff like that. But it was just blocking a little bit aggressively. Steve Burko is telling me about it. So, he said he's made a bit of contact. So I decided to put it in. I didn't expect that it was going to blow back in my face. So unfortunately, we got a drive-through, and then we also had an issue coming into the pits because we needed to refuel as well. Didn't get the fuel in the car, and we got a drive-through for speeding. So it's sort of the wheels have fallen off the wagon a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunate start for you guys, but otherwise you had a good run in that first stint, running up in the front pack.
I wish I was eating like you are right now, Floody. So
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea right now. Yeah, it's a bit like real life in the sense that you do have to go and snack throughout the day. And the worst part is, I think, when you're when you're sitting on the sidelines and there's really nothing you can do. So, as much as you'd like to be that helping hand, help the car along, unfortunately, it's all in the driver's hands. And Steve's done a fantastic job, and we've been up against it in his couple of stints, and pretty much a lot of things have gone wrong, and hopefully no more goes wrong. But we've managed to fight off all of it, and we stayed on the lead lap, so it was good.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point you raised too, Hans. Everybody in that final stanza just before we red flagged the race was still on the lead lap. I think about two drivers only by maybe 10 or so seconds, but every car at that point was still indeed on the lead lap. So even though you copped a penalty, you didn't lose a lap as a result of it, and it means that with this restart coming up, you are going to start on the lead lap.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, funnily enough, the restart works in our favour, but unfortunately, Steve has all these great laps from 22 invalidated, so that's pretty rough. We were working backwards on the fuel strategy, so this is going to probably throw a spanner in the works. But if we can sort of time our fuel strategy right, we might have to do a bit of fuel saving as well somewhere along the line to maybe stretch it a little bit, or we'll have to short fuel somewhere. I think everyone's in the same position now. So basically, honestly, I don't know where the strategy is going to go. I've got like my little post-it notes here and my calculator. I've got my abacus out, and the thing's smoking. The thing's smoking like you would not believe. I'm trying to put that many permutations in. It's unbelievable.
It's giving you the ice cream headache, is it?
Oh, but mate, it's not just giving me the ice cream headache. It's giving me the Pepsi headache. It's giving me the old Pepsi advertisement headache, set on fire. But yeah, who knows?
Brilliant.
All the plastic cogs in my mind are melting, Floody, as you well know.
I love it. Just quickly, that first stint from you were in that lead pack. How do you think your pace between you and Burko is going to measure up against those other teams? We were fighting Peter Savage and Will Devonish. That's a pretty hot team. McMillan and Stenberg, Rosella and Lai Mitch. These are all very good pairs of drivers. How do you think you guys can stack up against those guys for the latter half of the race?
Yeah, I mean, when we had some troubles, I wouldn't have said that we were racing those guys anyway. They would have been head and shoulders above us in terms of pace. But Peter actually ended up going a bit slow after his pit stop. So I don't know what happened there, what drama there. Maybe tyres under pressure, and we've had similar issues. So maybe everyone's been having the same issues as the driver change happens. But I was quite surprised to see Peter was that slow early in his stint. And Scott Stancliffe and Tim Redmond, I can't remember who was in the car, but the 718 car was looking pretty racy against them. And I just gave a radio call to Steve and I just said, calm down, if they have a bust up, we don't want to get involved in the accident. So we're happy to stay behind them. And as long as we're racing the 2 or 3 key guys that we'll find ourselves around in terms of pace, then we'll be happy with that. I don't think we could do much more than that, Floody.
Were you actually targeting a specific position in the race? Did you think, we've got a car that's qualified inside the top 10, you'd be happy with a top 10 finish, or were you sort of looking a little bit higher than that?
Well, it is Bathurst, so anything can happen. And, we've had a couple of drivers have dramas and, it's sort of been it's sort of been gifts in our hands a bit, like, because they would be ahead of where we were actually fighting. So, but they'll be coming back into the race 3 laps down now, I believe. So, it'll be nice to stay ahead of them. But obviously, with wave cars getting the lap cars getting the wave by at a safe time, maybe we'll bring them back in the race. But you never know, because even we could end up in the fence, because Burko unfortunately made a little mistake, and the car just went unbalanced on him at the wrong time, and he hit the curb, and just at that critical moment ended up in the fence just over the sand trap. Luckily, didn't lose a position, but we had to pit, and that significantly shortened our fuel stint. So, Steve, I think we'll probably be targeting somewhere at the lower end of that top 10, but you never know. Maybe we can get up further, but it's just how it is. It's just going to depend on what everyone else is doing, because there's pretty good cars in the field, and we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, the high stakes game of poker, as we call it. Everybody with a hand to show, and not sort of playing the hand that's opposite you, I think, is the way that poker goes. But the problem is you've all got to sort of show your hand at a specific time, and it's a bit of a balancing act as to when you actually decide, now's the time to actually show what we can do.
Yeah, spot on. And unfortunately, when you have a couple of incidents and stuff, when you get a drive-through, or you have a bit of a prank, it does force your hand a little bit, and it's on for everyone to show. So if you have that at the inopportune moment, you could be nowhere near the fuel window once you get to the end of the race.
Yep, spot on. All right, we might leave it there, I think, then.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Hans. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, fellas. Hopefully no more Fs in the chat for me.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
Go.
We've got another caller into the comms booth. We have with us now Brendan Foley. Brendan, what can you say, mate? Really unfortunate development for you guys, but at least now you're back in the race. Maybe not right at the very front, but with a chance.
Yes, it's really weird. It's the first time I've ever been happy about a red flag. Yeah, I felt horrible when the game glitched out because Rossi put in a mega first stint, and I don't know if it's something I did. I've read through the document multiple times. I did exactly what we normally did in practice, which the driver change worked. We did it 3 or 4 times, but it normally comes up with a message saying you get control in this many seconds. Rossi had that message saying that I was getting control. I didn't have that message. The game did like a semi 1 second freeze, and the car teleported to the garage, and that was it.
Wow.
So we're fingers crossed that it doesn't happen again. But just thankful that I actually get to turn a couple of laps, and hopefully we can, with a little bit of luck, we need a couple of safety cars because we're going to be 3 laps down. But with a little bit of luck, we might be able to maybe snag back end of the top 10 if we get lucky.
Yeah, fingers crossed. That would be maybe not a just result, but it's certainly a well-earned result after having a bit of a calamity like that.
Yeah, if we get anywhere near the top 10, I'd be very happy. So fingers crossed from now. I know I've got a very rock-solid teammate in Rossi who's done countless laps during the week. My job now is just to not let him down.
Yeah. On the note of teammates, you guys in the PBF racing cars were running line astern for a long time there after taking the early pit stop. Was that a team decision for both of you guys to take that stop and run alongside each other, or was it just both of you serendipitously, coincidentally making that same decision at the same time?
Bit of column A, bit of column B. PBF as a team, we are very big fans of pitting under a safety car and just getting it out of the way. I love being on alternate strategy and things like that. Feels pretty similar. So it was kind of 2 individual decisions that also just worked together.
Beautiful, because you guys were running a very nice pace between the 2 of you, and played yourself back in to the race with that the second safety car, which unfortunately you guys weren't able to take part in. So with a big chunk of the race still left, what are your goals for yourself and for Rossi and for the PBF team across both cars?
Oh, the 046 car is definitely in with a chance at a top 5 because they're doing a rock solid job so far. The 074 car, me and Rossi, as I kind of said, we need a little bit of luck. We need some safety cars, but we also just need to keep the car off the fence. And we might be able to snag a top 10.
Awesome. Well, fingers crossed for you. Actually, we've got Rossi in here as well. Rossi, great first from you. Unfortunate how it's played out since then.
Great first stint, yeah, apart from the little blue that I made. But, I mean, we sort of brought ourselves back into the race with the top 5 before our little issue. But other than that, I think we're pretty lucky being allowed back in the race. But, yeah, all good up till then.
Yeah, well, we're looking like we're going to get a race start fairly shortly, so we'll let you guys jump down and get prepared. And yeah, best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks
Cheers,
very
guys.
much.
Thanks, mate.
So a bit of an unfortunate run for those for that pair, the 074 car. But it's good to see that they'll be back in the race. Also looks like we've had re-entries from I think Lachlan Bork has come back in, but I'm not sure if he will be allowed, considering he was his DNF was mechanical related. He blew the engine there, so we might have to follow up on that one. And Wildcat Racing are back in as well, with Urjit Mishra behind the wheel.
Yep, we're getting confirmation as well that drivers are re-entering the race. There's 17 of them currently in there at the moment, and broadcast pictures will get them back up and running for you in just a minute. Appreciate everybody in the live stream waiting on this one. Unfortunately, sometimes we get little unforeseen circumstances that rear their heads, but we're not too far away. I'm just having a bit of a look to see if anybody is taking start. So I've just seen the grid order being set for how everybody is going to line up for this one. I'm just looking as well to see if there's any drivers that are missing that have not opted to resume. Of course, we had 19 take the start, and I'm looking down the order to see that both the AP SimSport cars are there, so that was one that was out. The Urjit Mishra and Pierre Roy Mercedes-Benz.
That's back in.
I'm just looking to see where they are on the order.
They're currently third on that order on
there
screen.
They are. Correct, they are too. And the other ones, I'm waiting to see if some of the others that also retired, the Lachlan Burke one's in there as well. There's 2 other cars that have not made it back in just yet, but the grid order's been set, so I'm wondering what's going on there.
I'm trying to figure that one out as well, who the 2 missing cars are, because do we have our Volvo dealer team? We have one of them,
yeah,
but
we
whereabouts?
We have the Higginson car, but we don't have the Lime Mitch and
Luke Rosella car.
So this is an interesting sort of development. And the grid position thing has been run. So I'm also looking here to see that it went, when the grid was set, it went from position 1 to 3. So that means that Rosella and Lime Mitch were meant to be in position 2, but they are yet to appear in that position. So that says to me they might be having some dramas trying to get back in. I'm not sure if Rosella knows or not. I'm actually looking at him in the live chat and in the Teams meeting, and I'm wondering if he knows that there's an issue with that car getting back in. There it is. It's now appeared. So he's finally gotten back in. So that's 18.
So who are we missing then? We've got PB Motorsports in there. We have Team Transmech. We got the Kiwi SimSports. Yes, we do. Who else is missing? I'm trying to work backwards here, and it's very difficult. Yeah. Give me the old ice cream headache.
Yeah, it's definitely given a few of us a headache. I think we're just waiting to see if we've actually got we've got a few cars, I think, that are just out there on the track doing a few laps. So hopefully we won't be that far away from getting it going. But I think they're just maybe waiting to see if this last car actually can make it back in.
So yeah, is it the Taras? Yeah, we do have the Taras.
Yeah, the Taras I think are the next ones that we are waiting on. So here we go. So then there's a few live pictures coming in now. Just got to get the looks like the audio feed for the mini switch is just having a little bit of a drama. We've got some pictures, but just not getting anything coming through on the audio. So I'm not sure what's quite going on there. Yep, no, I do know what's happening now. So here we go.
There we are. And so it was beyond. It was Beyond Motorsport who were looking to come in, and there they are. So we have our full 19 cars back in the race again. So we will hopefully... Oh, no, we don't, because I've just got a connection loss message.
Yep,
so...
and the same for myself as well. So that means that we've had another little drama here. And I might see if I can get the guys to wave on the broadcast if they're watching. I'm waving my hand in the air. They're not doing anything for me. But they're all still sitting there and waiting to go. So it looked like we were pretty close to getting a restart there. It looks like the grid had been set, but yeah, there's just been a bit of another drama. I'm just wondering in the back of my mind whether or not there might be something else going on with Steam behind the scenes as well, because as we know, in order for the game to run, Steam has got to cooperate. It does have its AMS does have its hooks into it, and I'm just wondering whether or not something else might be going on behind the scenes that we're not quite aware of.
Yeah, it's so many different permutations of things that could be going wrong, that are going wrong, that might be going wrong. It's quite a complex picture that has to be put together in order for this to all work. Everyone in the teams meeting is looking fairly bemused at the moment, a little confused, which I think is an appropriate appropriate response to what's been going on, because it looks like we've just had a full server drop. So once again, we start the whole charade again.
Yep.
And again.
And again and again. It's one of those hard things, I think, Floyd. We have races every week in Automobilista Australia, and most of the time they go off without a hitch. I mean, most of the time we do run at night time. For most of the races, whether it be supercars, whether it be GT3, whether it be Porsches, which is the next race on the radar come Tuesday night this week. This is the first proper race we've actually done during daylight hours for some time. It just staggers me that it's a bit unusual with some of the way that things have gone today.
Yeah, it's a bit of a confusing one. You wouldn't think that the middle of the day on a Sunday would be peak or some sort of high traffic time, but I guess a lot of people be home over the weekend. As I just see Steve, you're giving everyone a bit of a conduct in the
trying
chat.
To get everybody to get going, but I can see some people as well. If we go back to broadcast pictures, I think there's a couple of guys that are either slumped on their wheels or they're eating them. Nathan Higginson, I think, is one of those, which we'll see if we can get the pictures back up for you to have a look at all of that. He stopped eating his wheel. There we go. He had his head was resting on his steering wheel, and I thought, oh yeah, he's about to take a nice big bite out of that one, but it wasn't quite. But yeah, there's a few guys that have got out of the seat. Looks like Zach Ross has gotten up and gone for a bit of a walk to stretch his legs. I don't blame him for that. And that was Tim Redmond, I think, just sculling a can and putting it in the bin. But there's still a little bit of work to do with that one.
Yeah, it's not gone super smoothly, unfortunately, so far, but we still are on. We've got a few guys giving a wave now. Dane Liccardo showing off his background, which is his very own Volvo dealer team machine.
Only downside is it has the former driver on it as well, so there was a driver change for that particular car as well, and I can still see the first bits of that name there. So that's the hard part for it to go with, and I'm actually just seeing a big assembly of the admins just down in the next channel from us in the race chat as well. So we might again take this opportunity for a very short break. And we might just see what indeed is going on with the server side. So don't go anywhere, guys. Hopefully we won't be too far away. We'll be back in just a few moments. Well, we've got a little bit of an update for you, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully the server is only a couple of minutes away from going back up. There was just a little bit of work being done about trying to solve the setup dramas that a number of drivers have encountered with transitioning from driver to driver. I think one person that has didn't really worry too much about that sort of thing is the man we refer to as the patron saint of Automobilista Australia. He's paired with Phil Boak this weekend, and Brock Harvey is in the chat with us. And I think you were just saying as I came back in here, Brock, that when you end up with all the other drivers sort of being inconvenienced the way they were, you're able to keep up with them.
Yeah, it was good.
Short and sweet, mate.
We jumped in the car and I just instantly noticed that the tyre pressures were really high. But I was keeping reasonable pace with Scotty Stancliffe, and that never happens. So, yeah, look, I think overall I was probably about half a second slower than I was doing on Phil's setup, but yes, as long as we're not in the wall so far.
Well, that's the important bit. You've managed to keep it out of the wall. The Floody alluded just before that the two cars sort of seem to be coming in on the same lap. Yourself and the 074 car seem to be sort of pitting around the same sort of strategy. And I'm not sure, is this a bit of a strategy about you guys sort of not leaving each other the whole entire race and just sort of sticking together?
No, not at all. And I guarantee you that as soon as either Foley or Rossi is behind me, they will be in front of me within a lap, and we won't be sticking together. So we have 3 really good drivers and 1 average driver, and you're speaking to the average driver. So.
Selling yourself short there sometimes, mate. The one thing I guess that we will grab you for with this one, because I know there's a bit of a history with this and some recent comments we're not going to go into. This group, or community, I think is probably as it's best known, has grown and grown and grown over the last 2 3/4 years to the point we're up to I think something like nearly 800 or 900 people who are actively members of the group. We seem to be getting a lot more people from New Zealand now, and a couple of international guys that start to want to compete, and then that's really good and probably really pleasing for yourself to see how far a group that started with just a bunch of mates has come in a very short space of time.
Yeah, for sure. I take zero credit for it. I think a lot of the credit really goes to you guys and the comm team. And to the point where recently I just said I'm not going to be an admin anymore because you guys do this better than I do. So, but yeah, it's come so far. And really, I think, was it Wednesday? I said I expected us to be able to race with 6 every second week, and the rest would just make up with AI. So to have an event that we've got going, and we've got obviously AMS Oz, we've got the sister series and the TCAC stuff, which is a little bit more basic, simple setups, and then we've got the serious stuff on this side. So yeah, it's all good though. But yeah, I think really it comes more down to the people who race with us and the broadcast teams is the reason it's so popular.
Yeah, I think you probably hit the nail on the head there. There's one part, I guess, that's missing as well, or actually 2 parts that I think are missing more so from this year. The amount of drivers that have decided to partake in the series has driven it to another level, and also a little bit of the injection of sponsorship dollars, which we don't sort of have given really enough credit to those guys that have come in and sort of helped us manage the running costs of doing things like this. I mean, in a particular occasion like today, that's your brother Matt. And Matt Harvey Repair and Tune, or cousin Matt.
Close enough.
Same bloodline. Cousin Matt and Matt Harvey Repair and Tune as a title sponsor. Of course, a number of other guys jumped on board as well. So Scott Stancliffe from the New Zealand division of Milwaukee Tools, putting some dollars forward. Cam Rutledge, who's been in the series for a long time, with Cam Rutledge Electrical, jumping in as well. The guys over in New Zealand, another electrical company, Peter Thrower and Beyond Electrical, jumped in as well. Floody and Kiwi, who have done fantastic commentary work over with the ATCC streams with Endurance Chat, popping up there as well. Mike Coulston, who managed to organise the Antara Resort Style Living sponsorship, which is actually the company that he works on behalf of, building one of the resorts over in the Middle East. And that was our very first sponsor, coming up with all of that as well. And then last but not least, Caelan Duncan, who put in a little bit of money for DriveX as well, for this particular event. So that's all the signage that's around the track. So guys, this is one thing that we've probably been passionate about for some time, is small business. So get out there and support your small businesses, your local businesses, because they make or break the economies in not just Australia and New Zealand, but they make or break in a lot of economies around the world. So please, as much as these guys have come on board and put a little bit of money forward, put your wallets to good use and support your local businesses and keep people in jobs, please.
Can I throw one more on there, Nez?
You sure can.
I just wanted to throw out to Dale Smith Flooring as well, who sponsors, I guess, our satellite team in the TCAC stuff. Who small business again in Broken Hill with Matt Harvey Repair and Tune. So supporting the hometown boys.
Yep.
But they did a little bit tough with COVID and everything that happened. So helping get back on their feet will be all good.
Yep, and I second that as well. Help everybody. Everybody needs to help everybody in these sorts of times to get back on their feet, and no bigger that than those in the small business realm. Thanks for giving us some of your time, mate. We'll let you get back in the saddle because we might not be very far away from a restart.
All right, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Brock.
Cheers.
So we got 13 cars back in the server at the moment. We're waiting on the last group to file in. We've had a few comments in the live chat and in the Discord server while we've been waiting, saying that this very much feels like the 2014 Bathurst, the famous halftime break in that one.
Yeah, that was the red flag situation because of the collision at Griffin's Bend, if memory serves me correctly, wasn't it?
The track breaking up at Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, and the track breaking up as well.
Yeah.
That was the big one.
Yeah, that was I saw a feature on it just last week ahead of the Bathurst 1000. They call it the greatest race, as opposed to the great race, because not only did you have the track breaking up, which everyone remembers, but in the lead ups to that as well, you had 3 or 4 cars into the fence at Griffin's Bend. You had the 2 Brad Jones racing cars crashing into each other in a safety car, which I'm sure would be worse in Brad's memory than even last weekend's Bathurst 1000, with all the pain that he went through there. You had Jamie Whincup crashing in qualifying. You had Chaz Mostert get excluded from qualifying, so they were the 2 starting on the back of the grid. And then after the red flag, it was like a who's who of favourites falling by the wayside. I mean, you had Scott McLaughlin crashing at Griffin's at the cutting, Van Gisbergen having the starter motor drama in the pits, Winterbottom and Craig Lowndes coming together at turn 1. It was just every Canto and Reynolds with their alternator failure up Mountain Straight. It was everyone who you wanted to see win crashed away, and it was looking like it was going to be a Whincup victory. But of course, we know how that one ended as well.
We certainly know how that one ended with a last lap pass, which we don't see very often at Mount Panorama either, do we? Just alone in supercars, but in any of the other series that have taken part, even the Intercontinental GT Challenge with the Bathurst 12 Hour, you don't see last lap passes very often. I think I've only seen it maybe once. I think it might have been if memory serves me correctly, the Katsumatsu Chiyo.
Godzilla, that one.
With Godzilla was the last one of those ones to take place.
And that's not to say that the Bathurst 12-hour racing hasn't been exciting, by the way. But Bathurst 12-hour has been by far the best sports car race of the year, arguably, for the last 5 years running, because it's just absolutely just amazing.
And I'm actually disappointed that it's actually not returning for next year. But of course, it's one of those things with COVID throwing up the way that it has. It means that people getting into Australia is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it's a real shame, but it's something that was very much on the cards for a long time. I think it depended a lot on how the international community managed the outbreak, and unfortunately with a increase in cases in Europe and a few of those cases affecting race teams, it had to be called off, which is a true shame, because being a part of the media coverage for that event last year was an absolute whirlwind experience for me, and it's going to be a very much a shame that I won't be able to see those friends and colleagues that I met for that weekend for next year's event. Which,
well, we're just waiting on a few drivers to make their way in. We've got 17 of the runners out there, so a number of drivers are now just starting to get laps back under their belts, and they've got to. This is the hard part about a red flag situation, Flood, is that everybody needs to get back into a rhythm and they need to get back into the rhythm fairly quickly. And the only way they can really do that is to cut as many laps as they can while we wait for a number of drivers to get themselves sorted and running again.
And it looks like it's the same few drivers who are having trouble. So we're not seeing Luke Rosella or Liam Mitch in the server just yet.
And the other Volvo appears to be missing as well, which is the... I'm just looking down the auto thing to see. No, sorry, no, Nathan Higginson is there.
Higginson is there, yep.
So he's there. So we're waiting on one Volvo and possibly... who's the last one that we're waiting on? Let's check them all off as we go. So Stancliffe and Redmond are in there. So too Ujit Mishra and Pierre Roy. Cam Rutledge and Turmo, Daniel Cox and Callum Watmore. Callum Watmore yet to drive that car actually, so he'd be wanting to get back in and get behind the wheel. Foley and Ross, Harvey and Boak. Noah Turra is in the hot seat for the PMR Ford Mustang. And Nathan Higginson with the first of the Volvos, that's the 167. In Taipan in the hot seat instead of Matt Cecil, Steve Burko and Hans Brunswick, Darren Kemp and Peter Thrower with Kemp at the wheel. Avenger Ben and Lachlan Locker got themselves going again after they had their coming around at the Forest Elbow, which is the cause of that particular safety car. Peter Savage and Will Devonish are back in there, so too Lachlan Burke, Kurt Stenberg, Severs and Rhodey are in, and I think the only one we're really running on are Luke Rosella and Lime Mitch, whoever's going to be taking the wheel of that car. And there's still one more off the radar that I haven't managed to check off. But the John McDonald and Zach Ross car is the other one that we're still waiting on.
Just holding on. So those are the two that we're waiting on for the moment. Yeah, got quite a bit of time to fill here. If you are looking for some live sports car action while you are waiting, the 24 Hours of Spa is currently going on. It's the middle of the night over there, so you'll be able to see just a row of headlights through the Ardennes Forest. That's the right one. I keep getting confused between them and the Eiffel Forest. So if you are waiting on some action, you can check that out. In the meantime, I always got to plug the sports car racing whenever I can.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, there's a little bit more motorsport action this weekend in MotoGP. Second round consecutively at Aragon tonight as well. The first ever Portuguese Grand Prix to be taking place at the Portimao circuits on later tonight as well. So not just a big night, big day for motorsport for us motorsport fans putting on this broadcast for you, but for a lot of watching, I think, to happen as soon as the broadcast is finished today.
Yeah, always watching motorsport. Sunday's motorsport day, didn't you hear?
Pretty much. And still waiting on one or two drivers to get back in. I'm just looking now to see
Luke Rosella's just jumped in.
Yeah, Rosella's just made it in. And I actually have got a picture of John McDonald actually here with his controller sitting. He's actually made it into our chat. So there he is. If you're looking for him,
there he is.
There
Beautiful.
he is with his controller in hand. As we're just watching a couple of other live pictures there. So that is the proof that if you were looking for it, that he is a controller man.
And by the way, big props to McDonald for actually being somewhat pacey with the controller. It is not like, say, Forza Motorsport, this game, where you can get around quite competently and arguably quicker with a controller. It very much does take a lot more throttle control and balancing and all that sort of stuff for the controller to actually be a viable option. So he's done very, very well with that. So good on McDonald for giving it a red hot go with the controller.
Absolutely. Now, it looks like the session has just advanced from a practice there to a couple of minutes of warm-up, I think. And I think maybe we might be setting the grid and getting ready to go here. Just waiting on a couple of items. And just having a bit of a look to see how many drivers we have in 7. We have got the 19.
Yep, so remember we're resetting back to lap 22, which should see 59 laps remaining. The grid is being set, and we will have those who dropped who dropped out of the race through either incident or disconnect or other accidents or whatever. They will be given, I think it's a 2 or 3 lap penalty. We were waiting to confirm how much the penalty will be, but they will be some laps behind. But of course, they will have the opportunity to move through the field should we have any more safety cars or anything like that. And we will be going for what I believe is a standing start. But I did overhear when I went to grab some interviewees that they may choose to do a rolling start behind the safety car to start the race
I'm
off.
just having a look at the moment just to see what the information holds, and it actually says that it's a formation standing. So that answers that particular question. As we focus in there, it's just on the HSV Camaro safety car in front of shop, which has been a mainstay in the Automobilista Australia series for some time. That's the pace car that has always found its way onto the track at various points in time, and I think it's due for a little bit of an overhaul. I think at one stage they were actually going to put the Matt Harvey Repair and Tune Bathurst 500 logo on the car. It doesn't look like it made it there.
Unfortunate. We have seen a few different safety cars in some other series. I remember in the TCAC Retro, they had a very, very disgustingly covered Volkswagen Beetle, which had a wing, a antenna on it. It looked like a little buggy car, basically. So TCA series is generally a lot of fun. It's a bit looser, as Brock was saying, and Brock himself can attest to that after his commentary, his broadcast faux pas over the last week. So if you're not into clean language, you might enjoy trying to find that one.
Yeah, let's not.
Very, very, very unexpected for me and Kiwi to be commentating, and then all of a sudden hear a stream of expletives from Brock, who accidentally left his mic open in the broadcast channel.
I heard about that one.
It was very funny.
A couple of cars that just decided they wanted to go to the track and are now made their way back into the pit garage. So I believe that possibly means that they've been instructed to wait there. And yeah, just looking in the live chat to say, the race will start with a formation and standing start. And they're asking how many laps it's going to be reset to, and the answer is confirmed, 22 laps in. So it should be a 59 lap duration. Actually, it says on the my thing here that it says race length as 81. So I'm wondering if that's it just says do not race at start. First lap will be manual rolling, driving at 70% of information. Don't change the order. So this is a little bit of a different thing here as to how what we expected it to be.
And we've just actually had Peter Savage leave the game, so we might be in for a little bit more of a delay here, unfortunately. So classic AMS things, it's doing its best to make us tear our hair out.
Yep, certainly is. This is one of the hard parts, I guess, about broadcasting such an event like this.
And it looks like Will Devonish has jumped immediately into that seat, so that should be okay for them.
Yep.
We just an update on the classification laps. So remember how we said that we needed to finish 69 laps in order to have a classified race come the end.
Mm-hmm.
So if my maths is correct, that means we'll have to get to lap 47 to see a classified finish at the end of the race.
Correct. I think you're probably spot on with the math there. I saw a couple of guys that were just having a bit of a clapping or talking or something on the images with the teams meeting, just to see how they're all getting on with managing this bit of downtime. And if you have a look at our pictures here, you can see that a couple of new faces, and there's the NZ Snipes and Cheese car is just down there. I think he's Cheese or Snipes, not sure which one that is. Just getting themselves together, and maybe just doing a couple of checks there, and a few guys taking opportunity to eat, and a few guys having a bit of a laugh with each other. And I think the two guys laughing, you can see Higginson in the bottom right hand corner, and then up the top middle is Dane Licata, and I think they're just having, their teammates, they're in the same chat, but I think they're just having a good old laugh at each other there. And I think Rhodey's camera appears to have been frozen with, there it is, it was frozen for a bit, now it's let himself go.
Just another further update as well, it looks like Peter Savage's game isn't loading, so that's why the change to Devonish has been made. And as well, we've got news coming in the race chat that there is no more co-driver minimum lap number. That's one of the changes due to the server reset. So because we don't really have a way to track that without digging out all the results and going through them with a fine-tooth comb, we've just decided to throw it out the window. So it looks like we are back on track for 81 laps.
Yep, certainly looks like we're about to go that way. And cars are getting ready to jump out onto the grid. So there is the Brent Foley car, and there is Kurt Stenberg's ZB Commodore out in front. It's been a little while coming. I've lost count of how long it's been since the red flag was called for. We're probably closing in on about an hour. I know we're closing in on 3 hours on this broadcast, so hopefully it won't be far away now. It does say 81 laps in the top left-hand corner there. But we do know that we do need to do 22 laps less, which will get us to lap 59. So we are just waiting for a couple of things here. I wouldn't be surprised to not see Lewis Wedding return to the commentary box for this one. I think he's probably got a fair bit of work to do ahead of him. I can see him down in the channel with Brennan Ross. But Flood, we might actually have to do a little bit of a run through of what this grid was, because this has been backdated to start as of the running order at lap 22. So let's have a look at this grid. Let's roll through.
Yeah, so Kurt Stenberg, if you remember, was leading that field. He'd just gotten back to the lead of the race thanks to a short field. So he returns to the head of the field. And he is followed by Luke Rosella, who did a great job in that first stint to gain that track position over those battling behind him. Will Devonish steps in for the first time in the Autobahns Lounge racing machine. So we're seeing that Peter Savage may not have the capability to race for the rest of the race. So Devonish might be carrying that car to the finish, which would be a bit of a tough run for him. But he's out of third. And then we have the Kiwi SimSport Scott Stancliffe and Tim Redmond machine out of fourth place. Then it is Cheese and NZ Snipes. I think Snipes is still at the wheel of that car in the Transmech Racing Ultima. Taipan in the AP SimSport number 23 car, driving with Matt Cecil, is in sixth place. Brock Harvey, after taking that pit stop at the beginning of that safety car period, popped out in seventh place, driving with Phil Boak in that one. And then it is Daniel Cox and, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Callum Watmore out of 8th place in the Anson Motorsports car. They've actually come up the grid quite a fair way from their qualifying, which was 10th. Steve Burko has been relegated down to 9th after his, I think he would have just had that pit stop before the safety car period. Yeah. Yep, so with Hans Brunswick there. And then the Turros, Petty Rivalry Motorsport, Noah Turro at the wheel with his father as the co-driver. John McDonald just holding together in 11th spot. He's driving with Zach Ross. And then Brad is at the seat of the PBF team Armchair Experts alongside Rody in the 078. Cam Rutledge is driving the Kmart Racing number 51 car with Termo as the co-driver. And Darren Kemp in the Beyond Motorsport number 56 car. Nathan Higginson recovering. Nathan Higginson, Dane Liccardo recovering after their early spin at. I'm trying to remember where that was. It's been a busy race.
That was across the top of the mountain. That was at Reed Park. Yeah.
Yep. So they've got a bit of a job ahead of them. Avenger Ben, the first of the DNF cars allowed back into the race. They had a spin just where we are now, heading into the CRE elbow. So they've been allowed a dispensation to get back in the race, as has Brendan Foley. We've heard all about that co-driver swap drama. At Lachlan Bork as well, remember, blew the engine up heading into the chase. And Ujit Mishra back in the race after a disconnect on lap 2. So it's great to see the Wildcat Racing machine back in the mix. And that is your 19-car field for the restart of the AMS Oz Bathurst 500. As far as the game goes, it looks like we're going back to 81 laps. But who knows at this point? We're all flying by the seat of our pants here.
Yep, I'm going to be interested just to see how the lap timer ticks around, because it says there 81 laps, but we know for a fact that it is going to be still a little bit less than that as we get the field coming to the start-finish line here. Now, the next question that we need to answer is, I believe they will form up to take grid, and if our live chat information from the game is correct, they will be moving a few things around to go along with this restart.
One of the things that I saw Lewis Wedding say was that the first lap will be run at 70% pace and will have no overtaking. So we're basically doing an effective rolling restart here. So it will just kick the game into gear by having it go through the start sequence, but we shouldn't see any passing. We should see just a nice calm second formation lap to get back up to our full race start. And as you can see here, just a nice gentle pull away.
Yep, and a few guys, I think there's actually a car that's stalled, and the car that's stalled on the grid, there it is there. It's the Severs and Rhodes car that just didn't get away. So they're going to have to now catch up to the back of the group. It stopped a couple of other guys from getting past them. So very, very respectful from all the drivers there. Now, see, there's a safety car flag that's actually been thrown out here. You can see that on our other screen that we have got the safety car has been called for, and that will be because of the stalled car. You can see the top screen there that the light is flashing away on the timer, and that'll be just because they've had a bit of an issue there. So I'm not sure whether that was the ignition died or whether they didn't have auto ignition turned on. There is a feature in the game that allows the auto ignition to run. That will be the reason why that's come out. I bet you there's a little bit of hair pulling going out down in race control right now. That's now been called
for. The joys of AMS, ladies and gentlemen, the joys of AMS. Because what this might mean now is that it might... I hope it doesn't cause more problems. Please don't let it cause more problems.
No. At the moment, everything looks like it's okay with the sector timing and everything as they all go through. And they haven't lost their position on track. They will then they'll resume their spot in the running order where they were meant to be. But it's just a very, very slow sort of uptake for the next couple of minutes. Now I'm just looking to see whether or not the safety car will be getting ready to move out of pit lane in the next couple of minutes. When they come around, I'll keep an eye on it. They may hopefully they might withdraw that flag, but we'll keep an eye for it. So at the moment, just a 70% pace. Everybody will be able to get a bit of heat into those tyres. It'll just start to wear a little bit. I'd imagine if they're running at 70% pace that there might be a little bit of fuel saving trying to happen here, and then they can extend out the next stints.
Almost undoubtedly, you would expect, as timing glitches again and sends Luke Rosella to the back of the grid, but let's just roll with all of it at the moment. You'd want to be trying to save as much fuel as you can, because saving fuel gives you flexibility, and flexibility around this track is something that certainly very, very welcome, because you want to be able to react when you can to different developments. If there's another safety car at a critical lap or something along those lines, you want to have the flexibility to be able to go for it.
Ooh, a bit of a moment for Stenberg. He's actually just gone a little bit too ginger on the brakes going into turn 21, which is the chase, and for some reason just bolted a little bit wide, got a little bit of garbage on those tyres.
Maybe he was too busy hitting the EMU exports while we had that extended break.
Maybe.
As we come to the line, and unfortunately we'll still be under safety car conditions. Okie doke.
Yeah, so safety car is, looks like it is out on the track at the moment. Just waiting to see what it is. Yes, it has left the lane. You can see it has. It's not in its familiar spot at the very beginning. And I'm just looking to see if I can pick up where indeed it currently is on the track. It's past the cutting at the moment. And I believe it is on its way through Reed Park at the moment.
And would you believe it, on lap 2 of the restart,
we've lost Ujit Mishra again.
We've had Ujit Mishra drop out once again.
Those guys can't catch a trick at the minute, can they?
No. What an absolute disaster. That's such a shame. After waiting for this entire thing to play out, it's happened again.
Yep. Just seeing the safety car is actually coming around McPhillamy Park at the moment, so these guys have got a little bit of motoring along to catch up to it. we're just keeping an eye on where it is at the moment relative to everybody else. Given they're running around at 70% pace, they're not catching the safety car at any great rate. They're only just coming around McPhillamy now, so they're probably about 20 seconds or so behind the safety car. In actual fact, here it comes. There it is, going around the elbow, and the rest of the field is just coming down the dipper.
I think what this is, what's happening here is this is allowing Wedding to just update the timing for everyone. So I think he's just added 10 laps to Kurt Stenberg.
Yep.
So now that's 20 laps. So as it stands in the game, Stenberg leads by 20 laps. But that will be updated over the course of the next few minutes as Wedding does the adjustments required in order to sort out where everyone sits.
Yeah, I think that's probably precisely what's happening. Got a little bit of a eyes on the exit of the chase. You can see Stenberg heading down through the right-hander now. And you can just see on the picture here comes the safety car again. And you can still see the field still streaming down the hill. And here comes the rest of the field. So they have caught the safety car up. And yeah, I am seeing that as you look on the live timing on your left of screen there, you can see now that it has been advanced to lap 24. And there is just a bit of adding of additional laps to put everybody in the correct position. So you can see that Rosella is now says that he is now 2 laps behind Stenberg, but we know that not to be the case. And everybody else is now in the process of having their laps added.
While that we are going through this process of adding laps, I want to ask again, just returning to what I asked at the top of the show, has your picks changed since we've gone through the first period of the race? Have you do you want to update your decisions on who might be the podium sitters come the end of the race?
Yeah, I think that this has really thrown a bit of a spanner in the works. I still think that the 2 cars that are on your screen there, positions 1 and 2, are definitely set to be on the podium. Oh, Stenberg into the wall.
Hey.
What was he doing?
Righto. Okay, let's have a look at what happened there.
Yeah, just on the live pictures then, he just looks like he may have either had a bit of a moment or just plumb forgot that the track went in that direction. Might see if we can pick that up on the Matt Harvey Repair and Tune replay. Let's see if we can go on board here with the onboard footage. Here it is, as he goes around the Griffin's Bend, and yeah, just drifted to the right.
What a peculiar, what a peculiar incident. Maybe he would have just been distracted. Maybe he had something happen that, like in real life in his house, that distracted him for a moment. But that's just unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
No, definitely at this stage it is. Okay, so we can see that timing for the top 2 cars is definitely where it should be, and there's still a little bit of work to do. I can see the lap adjustments just being made as they go on, and getting everybody back into sequence. So you can see here, Devonish has now been promoted up to position 3, just on the side there. And there's a kind of flashing lights here. I'm wondering if that's Rosella just giving Stenberg a bit of a flash. But they will have learnt their lesson from the very first time that they got going from the safety car, that they do need to leave a bit more room for the safety car just to check up a little bit.
Yeah, especially around the cutting. The elbow. So hopefully now that's been communicated through to all the drivers to say that if you are following the safety car, or when we are following the safety car, be very slow down the mountain, just to make sure that we're not encountering any further problems for the rest of the race. So we'll see if we are going to go green this time around. The safety car lights are still on, but we know in AMS Oz that doesn't necessarily mean anything. So we'll continue around behind the safety car. I think we're just going to sit here and wait until all of the timing adjustments have been made.
Yep, correct. I think that's probably what we're going to see here, is that once all the server adjustments have been done to put everybody in the right positions with laps, then the safety car will be called in and we'll be going to green flag racing. It's just a little bit of a process at the minute, so I'm just looking to see who on the right. You can see on the left-hand side with the timing who indeed has been given their laps back, and at the moment it's everybody down to Darren Kemp.
Yeah. What is interesting, well, what needs to be remembered while this is happening is that these guys are still in a race session. So that means they've got to be very wary of saving fuel, saving their tires, and being ready to go green when the time comes. So I wouldn't be surprised if a few guys are using the very top of 6th gear in sections where they can.
Oh yeah, I would almost say that it is happening right now. We might even see if we can get a little bit of telemetry from some of these guys. Now to do this, we obviously have to get it from a different screen just so we can see what they're up to. But I'm actually looking, and it's actually Stenberg's using 2nd gear around the cutting, and Rosella was using 4th. So there is a bit of fuel saving going on. A lot of guys some guys also using 3rd.
Taipan has been using 6th gear since the start-finish straight, which I think might even be a little bit of a detriment because you're going to have to open it up the whole way to try and get the torque to power you around parts of the circuit.
Yeah, for climbing the mountain, probably not the best idea. I'd probably be using 4th at the pace that these guys are traveling. They're only doing about 120 at the moment, so they're not going at too fast a rate. And as we go back to see, there is Taipan. It's probably the smart move to try and save fuel, but this part of the mountain coming down, I think, is where 6th gear will come into its own for them. They'll be able to just put it in 6th gear, clutch it, coast it down, use a little bit of brake just to make sure they get themselves online. They're all saving as much fuel as they possibly can. These laps are counting. By the time we actually get the whole field done, I think we won't be too far away. And you can see here, we're now down to 14th place in terms of all the lap adjustments that are going on.
Which means that now the last few will be given some laps behind. So from Avenger Ben, Foley, Higginson should still be.
Higginson needs to be moved up the order, and I think Lachlan Burke needs to be given a couple of laps back as well because they were still in the hunt. They were only a couple of laps down. So we're just a couple more to go. If I have a look on the live chat just to see how it's going. Higginson has just been given his number of laps, so that's all done. And
so all that needs to happen now is Bork to get 10 laps back, and the safety car should be in. Hopefully, we'll see if we can get it in this lap. Fingers, arms, legs, toes. No, unfortunately. So we'll have one more lap on the safety car, and we should be ready to go.
Yep, I think this will probably be the last safety car lap. We'll probably go back to green flag racing after this one. So the order: Stenberg, Rosella, first and second. Devonish and Stancliffe. Cheese and NZ Snipes in that Nissan have just somehow managed to keep their nose clean for most of this last stint before the red flag came out. So the Kiwi pairings, the two Kiwi pairings running in 4th and 5th at the minute, and that'll be a nice little launch pad for them. Those the Kiwis aboard the 420 Nissan, those guys are going to be locked in a battle with this car behind them, I think, the Taipan and Cecil FGX Falcon. They're going to have to be really careful though, because behind them Brock Harvey showed a little bit of pace in that last one, and there's a few other quick cars in there as well. Steve Burko and Brunswick car, and Noah Tara and Greg Tara. Don't discount Noah Tara. We always talk Noah Tara up a fair bit over the years. We've seen him get better and better in just about every kind of car that he gets into. He did a bit of Super 2 throughout the year, and did a bit of GT3 running as well. And he did have that really great race last year at Jerez, where he did lead a good portion of that race, and just probably the inexperience of racecraft and being out in front just probably got to him not far after half distance.
Yeah, and you could see that element of his racing very much improved when we got to Okayama for the GT3 Sprint Series, and his amazing race there in the second race where he managed to hold off Will Devonish and Peter Savage until the very, very end of the race, taking home a podium finish, almost a win for Noah. But he will certainly be someone to be reckoned with, probably better than the 10th place he's currently sitting in reflects.
All right, all laps appear to have been added. Everybody looks correct, so A couple of drivers 2 laps down, so Foley and Brendan Ross are 2 laps down. They had that drama with the driver swap, so Foley now aboard that machine. Lachlan Burke, the engine blow-up, he has been put back into 18th place, 2 laps down, and then the car that caused the last safety car, which is the Avenger Ben and Lachlan Locke Ford FGX Falcon, also 2 laps down.
Welcome back, Lewis Wedding.
Yes, welcome back.
He's had a bit of a hard day, I think, Lewis Wedding. Not only is he responsible for putting the mod together in its entirety, but he was also responsible for doing a fair bit of that last little bit of work to get everybody up to speed and ready to go.
Yeah, we'll be going green this time by, guys, so hopefully a nice clean run here to the end.
All right, so safety car is in. There it goes. Everybody's going to bunch up. It'll be a single file restart. There's already a little bit of silly stuff going on. A few guys having to check up, not being made aware, or being told rather, that they have to engage the pit lane speed limiters. They've had 2 cracks at this already. They should be old hats at it by now. And there's no overtaking before the start-finish line. So Stenberg will bring them around. There's a race control has issued a penalty, a stop-go for Kurt Stenberg. That one probably should be cleared with all the things that are going on. But we are back to green flag running, finally, in the AMS Oz Bathurst 500.
It was taking a fair while, but it did not take long for Stenberg to put the hammer down. He's away, and it looks like a good restart from most of the top group. The first one to really have a poor restart looks like it was Brock Harvey, who's missed the rear of Taipan and just kind of fallen back down the order. So
there's already a challenge on here, Floody. Sorry, mate. There's already a challenge being issued by Luke Rosella up at Griffin's on Kurt Stenberg, but he pulled out of it, and Scott Stancliffe's going with them as well. And there was a bit of a gap forming back after the 5th and 6th place Taipan with all that little bit of shenanigans that went on at the restart. He's got himself a gap in front of him and behind him. Foley's managed to, Brock Harvey's managed to stay ahead of Daniel Cox, and this is the next log jam in the group from 7th on back.
And there's a little bit of side-to-side action between Avenger Ben and Lachlan Bork, but that's all been sorted out. But it is Stenberg with Rosella behind
he's
him at the
wide.
front.
He's very wide at McPhillamy Park as well, and Rosella was right there, but there's no room at the end for him to make a pass. But that was a very, very out-of-control moment for Stenberg as he rounded the high-speed left-hander at McPhillamy Park. He had pretty much all 4 wheels off the track and in the dirt, and he managed to gather it up.
And he goes a bit defensive into the elbow just to cover off that inside line for Rosella to prevent a move at the elbow. And Scott Stancliffe's actually had a bit of a moment.
Yeah,
here,
I think there's a redress happening here, guys. There's an incident that just popped up in the live chat just to, for the incident reporting, just to say that there was a pass on the restart. So I think that is a case. But what there is now is a pass for the race lead, and Luke Rosella goes through to the lead at the chase.
Gets it done, gets it stopped, gets it away. So that's Volvo leading from Commodore at the start of the head of the field, rather. Stenberg tries to get the move back again straight away, but he isn't able to do it. So it is Luke Rosella who leads us away, and Stenberg runs wide, as does Stancliffe, who runs a little wide in the background as well. So Rosella from Stenberg, from Devonish, from Stancliffe, from NZ Snipes, and Taipan, with Brock Harvey and Daniel Cox, Steve Burko, and Noah Taru's your top 10.
And there's already a bit of snakies going on up Mountain Straight as well, as Luke Rosella tries to break the toe from Stenberg, and he has managed to break away a little bit here. And now that Will Devonish finds himself in 3rd place, although Rosella's a bit wide at Griffins, are all a bit wide there as well.
Oh, Stancliffe was the widest of all of them. They're lucky not to make contact with the wall.
Certainly was. Now, this is interesting as well, because Taipan has now managed to get ahead of Brock Harvey. I think that Harvey managed to get him at the start, and
it was the other way around. Taipan had
a
gap, quite a gap that Harvey's just been able to reel in.
Yeah, so that is now vanished, and he's dragging Cox, and he's dragging Burko and Noah Tara along for the ride as well.
So this will be the very much incentivized battle pack for this first start of the race, and then the second group will be Rutledge, Kemp, Higginson, Bork, and it looks like Brad in there.
Yeah, I know. He's dropped out, and he's dropped all the way back down to 15. I think he's actually missed a he's had a moment, I think, with the timing, and I'm showing on the live timing that he's right off the back of the pack at the moment. But this is a very, very angry battle pack at the moment, and I just noticed off the other camera as well that Kurt Stenberg had a second trip through the gravel at McPhillamy Park, and it was worse than the first time, so he's lost a lot more distance to Luke Rosella ahead. And on top of that, Will Devonish is starting to close him down, and he's dragging Scott Stancliffe with him.
Yeah, this battle between Stancliffe and Devonish is certainly being incentivized. They come into Murray's corner.
Oh! Further down the field, the chase, I've been looking at some of the battling going on, and we had Peter Thrower, and they're going 2 and 3 wide down the straight.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here. There, you're right, Lewis. They were all over the road, and I think there's a bit of redressing going on there as well, because there was something that was a little bit ugly at the chase, probably worthy of a Matt Harvey repair and tune replay just to see what happened here. Have a look at this. They were side by side coming up. Oh, there was a big move. There was who was that in the Volvo? That was Higginson. There was a bit of contact there. They were all out of control on the run to the chase, and somehow or another, and look at this, then there's 2 cars off, and I think Peter Thrower just decided, or it's actually Darren Kemp behind them, he said, you know what, I'll just back out of this one, boys. This is a bit too wild for me.
I've got Kemp defensive now into Griffins. He's trying to force or not let the Norton guy driver go in Burke. Burke, of course, had that blown engine, so he's a couple laps down on these guys, so he is sort of out of position here.
Yeah.
But
he's had a big wiggle off of Griffins as well, so he's lost a lot of distance to the back of Kemp's rear bumper bar. So you're right, he's 2 laps down, and he's got to find a way to get them back, but he's got to do it safely. The important thing for him, though, too, Lewis, is that if another safety car does come out, he's going to be waved through.
He's going to be waved through, but at the same time, I mean, it might be smarter for Higginson and Kemp, knowing that these guys are 2 laps down and seemingly faster, just let them go and race your own race, because you don't want to be caught up, in a Max Verstappen kind of situation where you end up battling a guy that's faster but a lap down.
Oh, Thrower's had a moment. So Kemp's had a moment. Big moment coming down the S. It's got out of control. He's dropped the position. He's managed to keep it going. It was sideways coming down the S's. And I don't know how that car has ended up with less damage, more damage than it actually has. Ooh. That's he's dint the driver's door, and that's about it. He was very, very lucky boy.
I'm just gonna bring us back to the battle for second, because Kurt Stenberg is being terrorized by Will Devonish going into Murray's corner. Had to go very defensive down into the chase and runs wide here, and this is going to allow Devonish to the inside line heading into Hell Corner, and he's going to get the move done before they even get to the braking zone. So Devonish has made that move.
Oh, look at that, gnawing away on the rear bumper though. Yeah, he's pushing
him around the corner.
I thought that Stenberg probably did the smart thing there. It looked like he maybe eased out of the throttle a little bit just to make sure he could probably try and get that better exit out of turn 1 and maybe out-drag the 888 machine up to Griffins. But unfortunately, he didn't get the timing right. And now that is officially a change of position on the road. And these guys have got history. These guys... I'm going to say, stop short of saying they don't like each other, but they have a huge rivalry that's been going on in the AMS Oz Supercars Championship all season long.
Yeah, it's very willing stuff between the pair of them. That'll surely come out to a head later on the race. Just another update, we had Taipan Bowler Wide down at Murray's corner, let through both Daniel Cox and Brock Harvey. Harvey had lost that position to Cox the lap prior, trying to outbraking himself at Hell Corner, trying to make the move on Taipan the last lap around.
Yeah, so there he is, and he's being harassed by Noah Tara at the minute. Fantastic shot. Look at them all sweep through Reed Park and up over the past Metal Grate, and then up the hill and then back down through McPhillamy. And Taipan is doing a solid job just to try and hang on here with all these little bits of mistakes that are starting to creep in from all this mid-pack. Very, very angry group of cars. And Steve Burko tucked into 10th place. We spoke to his co-driver before we went to the race restart, and that they were just hoping to get back in the top 10.
McDonald off just after the dip. I don't know what he's done, but he's ended up in the fence, and he's having to wait for guys to go round.
Yeah, looking to see if we can pick him up at the moment. And what's happened to him? He was 14th, so there he is. He's just recovering now. And again, another bit of a replay look for this one, if we can sort of get it to go. But no, not this particular occasion.
He just got too much throttle coming out of the dipper, so the rear wheels were spinning before he caught the car as it hit the ground. So we just sent him around to driver's left, and he had to sit there by the access gate, just letting the field go by.
At least he was out of the way. Well, that meant that we stayed green, more importantly. Let's have a look at the last lap times around for the top 4. So Rosella a 2:05.6, Devonish 2:05.6, Kurt Stenberger 6 flat, Scott Stancliffe a 6:09. Okay, now that's a peculiar one. He has lost a bit of time. I'm not sure if he's carrying a bit of damage or something going on here, Scott Stancliffe. Maybe he's going into a bit of a fuel save mode. Finding a bit weird if he is.
I don't believe that, because he's losing time across the top of the mountain. Middle sector last lap around for Kurt Stenberg, 34.4. Scott Stancliffe, 35.1. So that speaks to me more like a mistake or some nervousness in the car as opposed to fuel saving.
He doesn't come across as well as someone that wants to fuel save. He just gets in the car and wants to rip the wheels off the thing and drive as fast as he can. So I think, yeah, it's just a case of a mistake somewhere. It doesn't look like there's any damage on the car, so it looks like he's gotten away with it. But he'll be hoping that Devonish and Stenberg continue to battle as Stancliffe just scraping the wall there coming out of the dipper. So he's using all the road and a little bit of paint on the walls as well.
Nice little battle still forming. 6th and 7th. We've got Daniel Cox still holding off Brock Harvey, doing a pretty solid job. The Holden versus Ford rivalry still lives here in the sim racing world. And he's a little bit narrow at the dipper. If Harvey can get a good exit here, he might have a shot at him down at the chase, but they both got a little bit sideways, and that's probably going to result in a null gain unless Harvey has got the better of the exit. He's slowly starting to gain here. He's gaining in the slipstream, so he might be within earshot of pulling it up under brakes here if they can get into the chase. He thinks about it, narrows up the line. Oh, twitches it! Big moment for Harvey.
Wow!
He's going to he's saved it. He's going to have a massive flat spot after that one.
Oh, we need to have another look at that. That's terrifying.
He's going to need a new race suit, new tyres, and I think Boki was a bit hard in mouth watching that as well. So he's done actually a really good job of actually not ending up not into the back of Cox and to just keep it on the racetrack. So that was a fantastic thing.
This was the problem. He narrowed his line up here from the on the approach. He didn't use all the apron, and he had to brake on the marbles. So he somehow managed to recover that car. He's done a fine job to recover it. But I think Lewis is right. He is going to need a new race suit. He's going to need new underpants. And there's probably a few expletives going on under that helmet right now. Just behind him, though, as well, Noah Tara's making a move here on Taipan for 8th place. And he's was causing a little bit of another one of those half-hearted lunges up the inside at Griffins. But it looks like he's going to come out the other side unless there's a one-track groove here. You've got to be careful, boys. And he's got he's consolidated it.
We've got Brad off in the final corner. We've also got Cam Rutledge and
Lachlan Burke in the pits, yeah.
In the pits, so it looks like they're trying to just get into some clear air at the moment.
Well done by Noah Tara there. He got that move done very nicely in the end. Just a quick update on what we were saying about Scott Stancliffe a lap ago. Again, last lap around middle sector, Kurt Stenberg 34.5 and Stancliffe a 35.2. So it's the middle sector. There seems to be some level of nervousness in the car. Doesn't look like it's losing speed. It just doesn't look like he's got a handle on it as much as the other guys do through that middle sector.
No, I mean, his lap times sort of reflect that. Every time I look at the board, it's actually getting slower and slower. Like, it's gone from a 2:06.9 to a 2:07.1 the last time around as well. So
and it's all in that middle sector, 35.6 this time around in the middle sector. That's a second slower than the guys he's racing.
I'll tell you what, this race that I'm going to be interested in the most is not at the moment at the front. The one that I'm interested in at the moment is the one that is about halfway down the field. Look at these. There's you've got Cox, Harvey, Turrup, and then you've got Taipan followed by Burko, and then in behind them is actually Foley, and there's a couple of callers on pit road. So there goes Cox, and there goes Burko.
I think that's a good call for these guys. Just get into some clear air. Don't get held up, especially in the hard bass racing team. I think that's a good call from them, just to get some clear air. Daniel Cox, he'll probably want some new tyres instead of a couple heaters on his outlaps here, and it'll be interesting to see what Brock Harvey can do because he needs to get a wriggle on here to not only come out in front of those guys, but to also not let Noah Tara by. So if these guys battle, both Tara and Harvey will lose out in the pit stop sequence if they battle too hard and cost each other time.
John McDonald
Yeah,
also in as well. So now the interesting bit is you can see that on the bottom right of shot there that the Burko and Brunswick car is on the move again. Hans Brunswick's actually gotten into that car, and he's gonna jump. Is he going to jump the Cox and Watmore car in this one? And the answer is yes. So that's a change on pit lane. So that's very smart pit work by the AlphaTauri guys.
There is a ruling on that. The car that's in the fast lane, and if there's an overlap, the car in the fast lane has right of way. So Cox doing the right thing there and letting him go. Got Zach Ross jumping in the number 14 car as well. And they've actually just been jumped by Brad. Who's,
there was two things I was going to say that. Firstly, I was just about to say, I wonder if they're going to put Hans in the car and see if he can get the undercut on the guys who are battling, because he's got a bit more pace than Burko that we saw in the first stint. So this is going to be imperative for Hans to see if he can jump that group. Secondly, they were blowing up about getting the first pit bay in the box, but it's actually worked out again for them twice.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, they're saying that the pits at the end of at the exit of pit lane are the ones you want to have, but the ones at the beginning of pit lane has worked in their favour on 2 occasions now. Have a look at the speed that Brunswick is carrying through Metal Great here as he runs down to McPhillamy Park. So this is good onboard footage, and he's already on it on the outlap, and that just goes to show you the confidence that he's got at the moment as he comes down the S's. So let's go to see what the lap times of the guys ahead of him were doing. They were solidly in the mid 208s and the mid 209s, and they were sort of changing each and every lap. So that'll be the part that we look for next to see how much time he can make. We won't get it this time around because this is the out lap. We will get it the next time by.
Harvey's just done a personal best, so he is starting to get a move on, and it's now Tara coming under pressure from the lapped car in, that's Foley there.
Correct.
And just trying to keep an eye on the middle sector from Hans there. So Hans's middle sector, 35.0 on his out lap. That's 0.8 faster than Brock Harvey, even on his personal best lap.
Wow.
Big difference.
Yeah. So Hans is really putting the pressure down here, and this might see him get the undercut on those guys ahead. Looking back to the battle at the front, Scott Stancliffe, he did make a mistake that last lap around, hit the wall pretty hard underneath the tree at Reed Park, and so he's had a very slow lap, and it looks like he's got some damage because he's still going slow in comparison. 52.7 to the first sector, which again is 2 seconds slower than Luke Rosella and Will Devonish out the front. So wheels are coming off a little bit for the Kiwi Sim Sports effort for the race win, but he's still got 13 seconds over the guys behind, so it's not all over yet for them.
Let's just have a look and see how he's going down the main straight here. It looks like the car steering wheel is pretty straight at the moment, so it might be just a little bit of aero damage or something that's going on for the Kiwi Sim Sports car right now, but whatever it is, they are dropping time pretty quickly.
I think one saving grace for him, though, is that we are coming up to the point where they will be thinking about pit stops. We have seen a number of drivers pit, so he could pit around this point, and it wouldn't cost him too much and be able to repair whatever damage he has and maybe just reset himself when he does get in the pits, because, yeah, he has made a couple of mistakes in this stint. So it might be an idea. Obviously, we are coming up to that time where they are thinking about pitting, or they have to pit because they're almost out of fuel. So maybe that pit stop will be a good thing for him.
Now, here's a little something that we spoke to Brock Harvey about as we see that the Mustang of Greg and Noah Tara is coming into the lane. This is something that Brock Harvey mentioned about before we went back to green flag racing, was that there were no team orders. These guys came in on the same laps on some of the occasions. He said, you can guarantee you if Bretton Foley's behind me, he won't be behind me for much longer. He was prepared to let him go, but the difference in this occasion is Foley's 2 laps down.
Yeah,
I don't think it will make too much of a difference here as Foley pulls to the inside up Mountain Straight, heads into Griffin's Bend, and Harvey just steps aside and lets him go. I think the PBF guys are a well-drilled operation in terms of their team strategy, and I think Harvey knows in relation to the other drivers, he maybe isn't the fastest of their group, and it's just easier to sidestep them and let them go away, as I think that was Taipan in the background. He scraped the wall at at the cutting there.
Yep, he did, and he's now up to 7th.
Again. So he's struggling a little bit here on this lap. Once you get out of a sort of the groove around this circuit, it's a little bit like Monaco in some senses, where it's a real rhythm circuit, and if you're out of line on one corner, you're out for pretty much the entire top end of the mountain here. So it's not going to be a good lap for him, but he's just got to readjust and bring it home.
Ooh, he was very far over the curbs there at the S's as well. Lucky that he didn't fire into the wall on the other side. Lucky he was able to get it stopped. So yeah, he's working very hard down the mountain at this point in time. Did an impressive job to keep that battle pack behind him for as long as he did in that beautifully turned out AP Sim Sport Ford. Very nice.
Couple of takers on pit road, guys, in the form of Will Devenish and Kurt Stenberg. They are both in on your bottom right of shot there. The race leader, Luke Rosella, has continued on for at least another lap.
He's also got a bit of traffic, but see those guys wanting to pit a little bit early. Maybe they weren't working the clutch and saving as much fuel under the restart conditions as what Rosella was.
Yep.
But it might be a bit awkward here for Rosella. He has got his teammate and sister car just in front of him.
Yep. And he got the NZ Snipes and Cheese car coming in as well, along with the Brock Harvey and Phil Boat machine too.
Also got the Stancliffe car staying out as well. So those guys, it might come back to them a little bit later on by going out one lap longer, and they might be able to get any time lost with an undercut that both the Devenish car and Pleb Tin Sport car make here in this stop. They might be able to make that back later on in the race where they don't have to take on as much fuel. Yeah,
and Taipan followed them in as well. So Devenish and Stenberg have left the lane, and also coming in for a stop on this lap is the Darren Kemp and Peter Thrower Mustang. They're the last ones on pit road.
Also a driver change in that Cheese car as well. So obviously it won't change in game the name, but they're doing a manual driver swap in the same sim.
Now all attention now turns to see what our race leader is up to if he's coming in for a stop. Now he's actually got the sister car behind him on the track. That car is just gone a lap down, so it's the first car one lap down. I think it's perhaps the moment Nathan Higginson at the wheels probably made a couple of mistakes. It's probably not the same sort of lap times that they've been doing since the resumption as well. And does the race leader come in? Yes, he does. So now this is interesting because I'm looking to see whether or not I can't see it on this particular camera, but normally there's a little indicator above the screen that tells you whether the pit lane crew is ready, and indeed on this occasion they were, and I'm actually expecting Scott Stancliffe to be in this lap as well.
We'll have a look. Just a quick note on those stops from the last lap around. We did have driver changes as well for, I think, Phil Boat getting in the car and Matt Cecil in the car, and Stancliffe comes in.
Now, Will Devenish just had a bit of an awkward moment at the CRE electrical elbow, having to pass the 078 machine of Brad Severs, and just caught him at an awkward time, and Brad just very smartly, as soon as he was able to do so, pulled to the left to let Will go past, but he did lose a small amount of time in that particular occasion. So now that we get a bit of an idea here, we are seeing that on the pit lane sequence here, you can see there is Stancliffe stationary at the end of pit lane. Here comes Luke Rosella down pit lane, and Will Devenish is on the move. And
driver change now. That's Lime Mitch in the leading Volvo, and Will Devenish is going to come through and slot into second place.
So there he goes. So that answers that question. Devenish continues on, and that means that in the lead of this race, and probably just be happy to get some laps under his belt because he hasn't had very many of them at the moment, in Lime Mitch.
Another thing with the pit stops, Hans Brunswick has jumped all those guys he was battling by a significant portion.
Let's have a look at his lap times that he's doing. Like, his last lap time around was a 2:06.1, and we did say that all the drivers that were around him that he was in that pack with when Burko came in were doing mid-6s and mid-7s, and he's just blown the doors off it, and he's found a way to jump all these guys. So this is really good news for these guys. They've now moved up into an outright 5th after this opening sequence of stops.
Yeah, he's been one of the fastest guys on circuit. 2061, 2063, 2061. So that's basically exactly what I said would happen. He got in while everyone else was battling, and he's just popped out right ahead of all of them. to a decent margin as well. It's 13 seconds that he's managed to find.
He's found an awful lot of time. I just want to have a bit of a look at his lap times as they have stood, what live races will give us. So, of course, that's live timing from amsoz.liveraces.com, which is just having a little bit of a drama at the moment, trying to pull those lap times up. And I think it's because my using another laptop here and the mouse is a bit sticky. But since the out lap, 206.1, 206.3, 206.1, and his first sector on this particular lap that he's on right now was the second quickest sector one that he's set over the last 4 laps as well. What's his sector 2 time? Just waiting for it to flash up on screen here. 34.9, which is his second slowest sector 2. So he's on track for another low 6 right now. So he's just pumping in these laps and putting that car into a very strong position.
Well, he's going to start. He's going to start putting the Stancliffe car under pressure. They have changed drivers in that car, so Redmond is going to have to get up to speed pretty quickly here. Otherwise, we're going to have a hard changing Hans Brunswick putting all kinds of pressure on the Kiwi Sim Sports car. Yeah, and that gap is visual now. So, like, if we see here's the Stancliffe and Redmond car, and you'll see just coming back over the rise at the back of shot there, at the very back of shot, is the Brunswick Burko car. So, having a look at Redmond's out was lap was a 3:02. And we'll now need to see what it is for the next flying lap to get a true indication of how much time Brunswick is gaining. You can see the difference on your left-hand side of screen there at the moment is 5.2 seconds.
And just for a bit of context on how fast Brunswick was compared to those who were battling, I pulled up the lap times from Daniel Cox, who was in that group that Hans has skipped ahead of. His lap times since lap 32, which was the lap before his pit stop, a 2:08.2. Then he had his pit stop, 2:07.4, 2:08.6, 2:08.5, 2:08.4. So 2 seconds a lap off the pace compared to Hans, and that's how Hans has managed to jump that group.
It was just a last-minute spin at the final corner for the Lachlan Burke Nissan as well that I just saw off camera as well, but we stayed green. Wasn't significant enough to draw the eye of the stewards for the safety car. He basically just almost did a Jordan Boys, what Jordan Boys did at the Bathurst 1000 just a week ago, and turned the car around and arse end first into the pit lane fence just near the start-finish line.
What will be interesting too now is that Foley's actually got by all those cars. He's just got ahead of Daniel Cox. I wouldn't mind seeing what he can do now in clear air. Obviously, he's a couple laps down, but a safety car or 2 safety cars will bring him back on the lead lap. But he'd want to clear as much of the cars in front of him as possible to give himself and, of course, Brendan Ross the best opportunity for a solid result.
Yeah, 16th place at the moment. Let's have a look at the splits. There's a 52.1 across the top, and up to the sector 1, 35.4 across the middle. So not stellar lap times, but this is his first flying lap since the stop as well. And who's the next car up the road from him? The next car up the road from him is actually a 1 lap ahead. It's 1 minute and 8 seconds up the road, which is the Brad Severs and Benjamin Rhodes 078 VF Commodore. So that is where he is there, and then the next car in the queue for him is this one, which is going up Mountain Straight at the moment. But of course, it is it's a lap ahead. Well, this has settled into a little bit of a lull for the moment. Stops have all started to pan out. Race leader Lime Mitch has taken over from Luke Rosella, and he's just had a moment too. Just gave the wall a bit of a whack at the most famous part in Automobilista Australia Motorsport, the Greg Nangle wall. So he's not resting on his laurels here. He's still pushing on with the job. 2:06.1 the last time around. Behind him, Devonish 0.2 of a second quicker, and Devonish already 1/10 of a second quicker up to sector 1 on this lap.
And it's been a bit of a messy lap because I caught Lime Mitch having a little moment under the tree as well at Endurance Chat Reed Park, just tagged the wall there as well. So he's certainly leaving his signature on as many walls as he can find, and that gap has started to come down. It's only 3 seconds now between the 2 leaders on this stint. Devonish is putting a lot of work into reducing that gap as they come down into the chase.
An awkward camera view from the Volvo for this particular one. Looks like it might need a little bit of adjustment in between a few things, but nonetheless he is pressing on, and you can see that there's a fair bit of effort going on there. And if you look look out the back of the Volvo. It's a bit hard to see, but not too far away from being caught up by Will Devonish. You can see there he is right there in the same frame. So that was a further, and that was a purple last sector from Will Devonish as well.
Wow.
So the difference on that last lap was 0.7 of a second in favour of the 888 machine. This car is coming, and it's coming in a big hurry.
And this is going to be the major difference that I was talking about right at the very, very top of the show. We saw that Peter Savage and Will Devonish were two of the top 3 quickest guys over a single lap around this place, whereas Lion Mitch, as accomplished as he is, was outside of the top 5, which makes that pace imbalance between him and Luke Rosella a bit in the other direction. So if Will can really hone in on the back of Lion Mitch, it's actually going to put a lot more pressure not only on Mitch but on Rosella to really carry that Volvo to the top of the timesheets.
I mean, that said though, for a Super 2 driver, he's still, even though he is once again just raising the fences around the track, he's still doing a pretty good effort for you know, he's second in the Super 2 Championship. And for the most part in this stint, up until really that last lap there, he'd actually been sort of keeping Devonish at bay. But looks like, yeah, the stakes have just started to creep in. He's just got to refocus. Rosella's probably just got to get on the blowers soon. We're just telling him just to cool it and hit the lines a little bit more, and just focus on that as opposed to the gap starting to come down between himself and Devonish. But what is interesting is that Stenberg at the moment, he is struggling quite a bit because, as we've seen, Mitch is not exactly going along quickly these last couple of laps, but Stenberg in third hasn't really made up any time on him, so lap times have just dropped off from those two.
In fact, last lap around, Lion Mitch and Kurt Stenberg had the same lap time to the thousands, a 2:06.276.
Yep, I can concur with that statement, and the man in the middle of them that was quicker than the pair of them was Will Devonish. But for Kurt Stenberg, he'll be taking some solace from the fact that Tim Redmond in the car behind was 0.5 of a second slower. So he might not be gaining on Lion Mitch, and he might not be gaining on Will Devonish, but he's certainly holding his own in third place over the Redmond and Stancliffe car right now.
You just heard my protestations in the background. That was Will Devonish getting a big slide out of Murray's corner, but he's again taking a fair chunk of time out of Lion Mitch, half a second that time around. So that gap at the front is now just over 2 seconds.
Yeah, that gap is continuing to come down, and it was another 2:05 lap from Will Devonish last time around, a 5.7 versus a 6.3 for Lion Mitch. Personal best from Hans Brunswick on that last lap as well, a 2:05.9, and he's starting to slowly catch the Redmond and Stancliffe car as well now. So as much as we've got Kurt Stenberg,
we've got Higginson. Sorry to interrupt. We've got Higginson in the wall on the S's, and he's just managed to pluck it back out and get going again. So it looks like we've stayed green, but he had a big moment coming down the hill into the S's, and that was a big one.
Yep, time to have a look at that one on the Matt Harvey Repair and Tune replay. And what did he do? So here he comes across Skyline, and standard sort of line, just carried a bit too much speed. Oh, we've seen a few drivers do that. They just lose the back end, and damage to the front end, not significant. And he was able to get going, so it'll just be a little bit of front bar damage and no mechanical damage on that one. So again, lucky boy. We saw a few drivers do that in the qualifying session and in warm-up earlier today as well. A few drivers pushing the limits coming down the S's.
Well, I just mentioned early on, obviously, the gap between Hans Brunswick and Tim Redmond, who actually got Scott Stancliffe in with us. Scott, it was an interesting stint that you had there to start on the restart there. You looked like you were going okay, but it sort of just fell off there in the back end of that stint.
Yeah, hey guys. We decided to take our pain early and fuel save as much as we can to hopefully put us in a better position if there's another safety car or something like that with the guys in front. We know that the 3 guys in front are probably a little bit up the road on pace from us, so we had to try something.
Oh no, disaster! Just as you say, looks like Redmond's blown the motor. He's downshifted too hard. He's off the circuit.
There he is, and Brunswick goes through. I've seen it there, so there it is. He's off on the outside of the chase, so he's pulled up the number 718, so disaster strikes, and let's have a look at what happened here. And we're on board with the replay, and coming down through the chase, down through the gears, and yeah, that doesn't look like it's gone very well.
Oh no! What a shame! What a shame, guys. You were doing such a good job, and we had you in the booth while it happened. Of course, that's ultimate commentator's curse. Really sorry that that's happened to you guys.
Yeah, he's just jumped out to talk to Tim Redmond. Yeah, that is a disaster. But that's the second time we've had that. And we did have that happen to the Norton car really early on for those guys. So it looks like guys just abusing the downshift a little bit too much, and with the default Razor sort of engine wear, that's where you do damage your engine. You can sit there on the limit in 6th gear or 5th gear and not really damage your engine, but when you downshift, you're going over the 7,500 limit. So looks like they've done that just a few too many times, and unfortunately for them, they're out of the race.
Yeah, it's just pop.
And their pain is these guys' gain. So Brunswick and Burko now find their way into 4th place. And if we have a look at the times that they've been doing, they've not been doing the same times as Kurt Stenberg. Stenberg's last lap was at 5.9. They did a 6.5 the last time around, but these guys are holding their own. So again, any more issues from the front couple of cars, these guys are going to be in with a shout of a podium if it all goes their way.
And it certainly wouldn't surprise me. Hans and Burko, two very accomplished drivers in AMS Oz, have interviewed them a bunch of times for podium positions. I think Hans had a string of, was it 6 straight podiums in AMS Oz in the Porsche Carrera Cup, or the Boxer Cup rather. Lewis, does that sound familiar? Was it 6 straight, 6 or 7?
He certainly had a few. I'd have to go back and check the results, but. Yeah, he certainly had a strong run in the Boxer Cup, and looking good for another strong run here. But another battle that's raging at the moment is the battle for P5. You've got Daniel Cox, Cheese, Noah Tara, and Phil Boak all very closely packed together. Looks like Matt Cecil's dropped off the back of that pack, so he may have made a mistake at some point. But all those guys fairly close together, and got Zach Ross moving up as well. So I wonder how that car's travelling along lap time-wise as well.
Yeah,
now, Tara's made a bit of a mistake there. He's had to go defensive, tries to go back to the main line. Boak does the switchback on him, doesn't quite get the nose on the inside going to Hell Corner. This is a very willing battle as they come back up Mountain Straight. Tara's been sitting behind Cheese for a full stint trying to make the move down, and I think that might have just cooked his tyres a little bit because he's looking very vulnerable as they come up Mountain Straight. Will Boak be brave enough to go around the outside? He tries it. They go side by side through Griffin's Bend, and they're still side by side, but Boak's managed to get his nose ahead, and he gets the move done.
That's the second type of pass we've seen at that particular corner all race as well. We saw one before the red flag came out, but Noah Tara is not going to take this line down. He's going to try and stay with him, but I think for the moment the damage might be done. There's no passing line across the top here. It's all pretty much single file unless your opponent makes a mistake. But the father and son pairing at the moment still firmly entrenched in the top 10, and they did start in the 10 a couple of hours ago.
And we've all immediately got Brock Harvey in the YouTube live chat saying, way to go, sticking it out, awesome job. So Harvey's very much playing the cheer squad for the PBF guys while his teammates in the car. And yeah, really giving them a fair bit of support. And Boak's really ragging that thing down towards the elbow.
Oh, he's having another go.
Oh, he's in the fence.
Oh, he was having another go. He was having a huge go at Cheese, who's aboard that at the moment. We have confirmation. It is Cheese in the car, not Snipes. And he had a real lunge at the elbow.
Had a change for the lead in all this, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like we have. It looks like we've completely missed that as well. And I've just seen Lion Mitch actually in the fence at Griffin's. So that's a change that has literally only sort of just happened in the last couple of seconds or so. We'll go back and pick this one up on the replay and see what happened here. So the move had already been done by the time they got past the start-finish stripes. And what happened to Lion Mitch here? He, I think, has just stepped out of the groove, or has he lost it? No, it looks like he's online. Oh, he just picked up the throttle. Picked the throttle up way too early, gave the fence a huge rub.
So the move was made into the chase. It was as easy as you like. That Volvo's still suffering from some outright pace, straight line speed dramas because Devonish was beyond the Volvo before they even got over the hump down Conrod Straight. So it's already stretched out to about a second of gap on this lap now, as Devonish is in the slipstream of Lachlan Lock in the 237 car coming down Conrod Straight.
And on top of that as well, the move had actually been made by Phil Boak as well in the last half a minute while we were looking at that replay as well. There he is, bottom right-hand corner. He has now rounded up Cheese. So as much as he's gotten past everything, he's managed to solidify that position.
We've got the Daniel Cox car just leaving the pits, and looks like the Kmart racing car. That's another car that's just entered its pit box now. So that's elevated Zach Ross up to P9, and he's been doing some fairly handy lap times, mainly in the 7s. Although last time around he got a little bit sideways and caught up in the first sector. But that's another car to look out for in that battle for P5, especially if there's another safety car, because he's running in the 7s, which is around about what Boak and Cheese, Tara and Cecil were all running at. So he's travelling on quite nicely, and the 14 car's back in it.
Yeah, 14 car is certainly back in it. We're used to seeing this man in a Ford in the AMS Oz Supercars Championship as part of the Loose Sim Sport stable, but I think he'll just drive anything that he can get his hands on, and he was a last-minute throwing together with John McDonald to come up as the pairing to complete this race. And
Hans
he's doing a pretty
Brunswick
good job.
just coming to the pit lane from 4th. So he puts a halt to his assault on Kurt Stenberg and comes into the lane. So he'll probably fall behind this group of Boat, Cheese, Tara, and potentially Cecil through the pit lane.
Yeah, they're all going through now. So there goes Boat to 4th, Cheese to 5th, and Noah Tara to 6th. And I'm just looking to see where everybody else is. So Matt Cecil and Zach Ross, and coming around now, Zach Ross is actually coming into the lane, and the next man that is going to go through is Matt Cecil. So there he goes, and is he going to snaffle this 7th
Yes,
place?
he will.
Yes, he will. There he goes. So there you can see the car still trundling down the lane for Hans Brunswick.
It's Steve Burke on the car
and
now.
Burko's now in.
Yeah, so just a thing to remember, these guys are looking like they're going for an alternate strategy route. So they're going to try. They're probably working the race backwards, and they're going to probably just fill it up all the way to the end. And well, if there's a safety car in the next period, I mean, they're going to be in a good position to make up spots. So they're working their way backwards, while a lot of the other guys, they're working their way to just fueling it up now and then saving time later on with their final pit stop.
Just a quick note on the battle for the lead of the race. Since Will Devonish has passed Lime Mitch, which was only 2 or 3 laps ago, he has set 3 consecutive 2:05s, 2:05.7 that lap around. So that gap at the front is already over 3 seconds, with Lime Mitch having a little bit more difficulty trying to process through the traffic there. So last lap around, a 5.7 plays a 6.7, so a full second in the bank for Lime Mitch. For Will Devonish over Lime Mitch. On the other hand, Kurt Stenberg, a 6.9, hasn't really been able to make too many inroads into Lime Mitch's second place. So he's just pretty comfortable holding in 3rd for the moment. And something we have missed in all this malarkey is we are over half race distance. It's taken us a while,
it is,
but we're over half race distance.
Yeah, as the old Murray Walker saying, I think, comes out right now with half the race gone. There's still half the race to go. And we just got a picture here. You can see your former race leader, Lime Mitch, at the wheel of the car. The camera jumping around a little bit as well. So I take it that's probably the force feedback that is using as a result of all of that. But good to see that some of the live pictures we're able to bring you on the broadcast for that one, as he continues on. And still got some callers on pit road. Noah Tara now takes the bait, and wondering if he might be handing over to his father here.
We'll have to see. That does take him out of that battle that he was having with Philip Boak and Cheese. He fell off a fair way in the tail end of that stint, so I wonder if there's some tyre wear dramas going on in that Mustang. He's just about to get passed by Burko for 7th position again. There goes Burko. And he's actually going to get rounded up by Darren Kemp as well. Perhaps even Daniel Cox. That will be a very tight one on exit, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Well, the Cox car is the one that he's battling here, so that's the one that he really wants to get out in front of, which he should, because he's just got going.
Yeah, so he's just got going now, and here comes Cox around the final corner with the Brad Severs car in check. Actually, Cox is going to round him here. It's going to fall behind, so that's a net gain for Daniel Cox. I think he was in front coming up to the stop, so they've sort of ended up about the same distance apart, maybe a little bit more. So that's a bit soul-destroying, and it is in fact a switch to Greg Turra. So Turra is Turra Senior rather.
We've had a spin. Phil Boak, 5th place down in the dipper. He's just had a spin coming off of the S's.
Yeah, Skyline. Oh, he's got it sideways at the left-hander and in the fence. You saw a number of Super 2 drivers manage to do that. Thankfully, no one else joined him or ran into him this time. And
on the Matt Harvey Repair and Tune replay, done the same thing that everybody has done, just hit the wall a little bit harder, losing the back end at the change of direction when the car needs to go to the left, and just doing the right thing here. Look at that. So he came up the side of the road, was able to do the flick spin, and he lost a position to Cheese, but the other car that went through was the Avenger Ben and Lachlan Locke entry.
So almost exactly the same as what Nathan Higginson did, just a little bit firmer.
Yeah,
I think he's quite lucky that he hit straight on. If he had hit anywhere to the sides of the car or where any of the wheels were, he would have been like one hand down. That said, though, that was a fairly sizable hit, so he's probably going to be struggling just a little bit. There may be a bit of damage that he'll have to deal with, but certainly not as bad as having one hand down, which thankfully he doesn't have.
Yeah, most of the guys that have come around that and have lost the back end have actually been lucky to hit square on all day. So they're very, very lucky that they don't have much more damage than what they do. They'll have to be wary too, like Phil Boken, if he's handing back over to Brock Harvey, or even if they're not, they're still going to have to remind each other not to repair any of that damage at the stop if it's not hampering their driving.
It just heard me umming and ahhing in the background. Will Devonish came very quickly onto the back of Brad's armchair experts,
and he's
Commodore.
And he's used that as an excuse to come in and get the next stop done. So
yeah,
this is end of lap 48.
Smart. Very smart as well, because he lost a fair bit of time and actually forced Brad into a bit of a mistake coming out of the dipper. Very lucky not to clean him up entirely as Brad went from one wall to the other across the circuit. So
and that car is also coming in as well. You can see him in there and back a shot. So probably going to be ready to hand over to Rhodey, I would think, for this one. And that promotes then Lime Mitch back through to the race lead.
So while the Lime Mitch Volvo dealer team S60 doesn't seem to have the straight line speed of its contemporaries, what it has got in its back pocket, which we've seen from both Lime Mitch and Luke Rosella, is some great fuel economy. They've been one of the last stoppers in each round of pit stop, so we'll see if they can achieve that one again as Mitch just pinches a brake heading into the Antara cutting. But the Volvo looks fairly solid.
Yeah, it sure does at the moment. He's driving the car a little bit nicer at the moment. Looking at the last lap times passed as well, he was 0.4 of a second slower than Kurt Stenberg behind the gap. Currently 3.2 on your screen there. It was 3.4 when they crossed the line. So, little two wheels in the dirt of McPhillamy as well. There's Stenberg back a shot. So this now becomes important for how far into this stint these guys can go. Devonish has already stopped, and you can see he's back on the move again. There he is on the run up to Antara cutting. But
we've just got Cheese, Boak, and Cecil in the pits now as well.
All right, and it looks like we might be getting a stop for the Lime Mitch and Luke Rosella Volvo coming up at the end of this lap too. I've got my eyes on that one as well. And if that is the case, I might also expect to see the Stenberg and McMillan Commodore in as well. We'll go and pick up the pictures of those guys. Here they come, down to the chase. And I expect them to make a very abrupt left turn. And here they go. And then following them behind, yes, there is the Stenberg and McMillan car doing likewise. Now, is this going to be a driver change here? Or do they keep going? This will cycle Will Devonish back through to the race lead. And only one extra lap on fuel. So I was sort of thinking that if they were the last guys to stop in the last sequence of pit stops, that they might be able to go an extra lap and maybe look towards getting a very short stint in toward the end, or maybe doing a short sprint type stint in the middle somewhere, and then work backwards and sort of fuel to the end. Well, Devonish with a little bit of a pinch brake coming into the chase. It shouldn't hamper him too much. He's just on his way to Murray's now, and we've still got cars in the pit lane. Stenberg still stationary, and
there goes Lime Mitch.
And then Lime Mitch is on the move. So there you can see. So Devonish going through now. So he'll pick up the race.
And he's going to take a big lead. He's going to take quite a large lead there as he goes up on Mountain Straight now.
Yep.
The problem is, by pitting now, you're kind of in a little bit of no man's land here. You're on 32 laps to the end of the race, and that doesn't fit nicely into 12 or 13.
No.
It's a very awkward place to be making your pit stops.
Now, there's a really interesting change here, gents. McMillan has gotten into the 47, and Rosella has gotten into the 05. So this will now be a really critical stint as to how quickly, if they can they catch back up to Will Devonish after all of this. McMillan, who saw qualified the car on Thursday night, and seems to have maybe just a little bit more pace in general around here than his teammate does, and will be quite interested to see how effectively he can put that to use.
Yeah, this is big boy time. This is going to be, I'd say, the most important stint of the race if there's not a late race sort of safety car and in that sort of final 10 lap period. So I think now we've got Devonish in the car, obviously lead driver. I don't think Pete's going to get back in because he's still having some PC issues. As we've got yellow flags out at the dipper, that's the Norton car that's backwards. But
just going past him now. Yeah, there it is, facing the wrong direction up the top of the hill. There it was. And I think he's just waiting for an opportunity, perhaps, to get going again. Yeah, there he is. Now, is there a fire? Is there a engine noise under that car? Yes, there is. So he's just trying to turn the car, and he's done a pretty good job at that. And gets going again.
He's waited for a gap there. He's done a really good and smart job. He's got severe damage on that car, but it looks like they're going to come into the pits. But
oh yeah, look at the front right-hand corner. That's severely caved in there. Headlight smashed. There's a big dent on the front corner there, and yeah, I think there's probably going to be a bit of right hand down in that car for the better part of this lap.
Yeah, but what I was about to say is that we did see McMillan before the red flag. I mean, he was the fastest driver out there, and that included both, well, Devonish wasn't in the car at the time, but it did include Rosella. Rosella in that last stint when he drove before swapping over to Lime Mitch was really, really quick and probably able to match McMillan, but now the challenge is going to get thrown down to Devonish because the lap times we saw in Rosella's last stint and McMillan beforehand was a little bit quicker than Devonish as he comes up to the Kmart car that's gone around at turn 2 there.
Ooh, that's a dangerous spot as he tries to do the flick spin. Luckily there's a bit of a gap there thanks to the air gap between Rosella and Devonish, and he's already on his way. So that was very lucky. But now this is going to mean that Rosella and McMillan might encounter the Cam Rutledge machine over the top of the mountain.
Yeah,
there they are.
Well, yeah, they are going to encounter it across the top of the mountain. So here you go. So we go back to Luke Rosella. There's the Kmart car just getting going. And through Endurance Chat Repark. And it's probably going to encounter them. If they can just time their pace a little bit here, if Rosella can just time it right, he'll get a good run out of the elbow. Although I think Cam's going to give us back to him. No,
straight over Skyline.
Yeah, straight over Skyline. But that was very well done as well. There was it takes two to tango in that one, and he's done quite well to let him go at precisely the right point, let him have the racing line. It's well done by Rutledge.
I'm just going to bring our attention to the battle for 5th and 6th. Greg Turra versus Darren Cox. Turra has managed to jump the battling group of Cheese and Brock Harvey that he was involved with before, and he's just set a personal best lap time, which was a 2:06.7 last lap around, to take 2 seconds out of Daniel Cox and really come onto the back of that Falcon. So this battle has been warming up quite nicely as Cox locks the inside front tyre through Antara cutting, and it's really got the pressure on at the moment.
So I also had an update. The previous stint wasn't actually Cheese in the car, it was NZ Snipes, but in that last pit stop, they've rectified that and changed drivers. So now that Cheese is in the car for this stint. But another thing to
Ooh, Lachlan Locke, 16th place. He's missing a bonnet, missing a wheel coming out of
Yep.
the CRE elbow.
He's had a major incident, I think, down at the elbow.
We've
and
got a fire. We've got a fire. Lachlan Burke's on fire at turn 2. So
it's all happening
here.
It's all, the race has gone off.
It has. The race indeed has gone off. Let's go and have a look at what happened to the Lachlan Locke car here. Now, he was missing that bonnet before he got to the elbow. He's had he's had a major...
$5 in the S's.
Yeah, he's had a major... Look at that.
Was.
Brunswick and Burko had to take a huge bit of avoiding action to get past that car. So the car that caused the safety car prior to the red flag has now become stricken and is in the garage.
As is Lachlan Bork as well. So both. And
we've got a safety car. It has triggered a safety car here, gentlemen.
No.
So the fire and the subsequent for the fire for Lachlan Burke and the car that has been stricken at the top of the mountain has triggered the HSV Camaro safety car. So, and this is smart. Look, Daniel Cox is in, so he's taking full advantage of this one.
Brock Harvey in as well.
Yep, so there's going to be a flurry of a pit lane activity. Where's the race leaders in all of this? So Devonish is just exiting the elbow now. So this now means that there's going to be 3 cars getting their lap back. So Peter Thrower in the 56, the Beyond Electrical Mustang, Cam Rutledge in the Kmart Racing number 51, and Dane Liccardo in the 167 Volvo will all get their laps back. There goes the safety car. Safety car has just left the lane now, so it's going to pick up whoever the race leader happens to be. Now, is Will Devonish coming in? Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
So this is going to be really critical here. Now, what does the guys behind do? We have a bit of a look and see what the Volvo of Rosella does. He is in, and McMillan as well. So this puts all the top 3 guys on the same strategy in terms of fuel load, tyre load, and they're going to be fighting this one out for honours at the restart, I think. Let's have a bit more of a look back through and see who else is coming in. Now, Brunswick and Burko, I expect they'll be the next ones in as well.
So it's worked out very nicely. We just had, I think it was someone saying, Brendan Foley saying 074, praying for a safety car, and lo and behold, it just happened for them.
So that means they get one of their laps back. So I actually forgot to mention too, Rhodey and Brad Severs and Ross and Foley will also get 1 lap back. So they will now go to 1 lap down, whereas Rutledge, Liccardo and Thrower will all go back onto the lead lap.
You may have heard me laughing in the background there while Nether was being very, very serious. We had Urgent Mishra in the YouTube live chat asking if that was grounds for a red flag. And then he replied, just kidding, unless. And so I maybe had a bit of a snipe and said, so what, you want to come in and DC on lap 2 again? And that got quite a reaction.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at that right now over my right shoulder, and I should know better right now than to see all these sorts of things going on live chat. It's good to see the community support in the live chat as well. Plenty of guys doing some things at home and watching along. Plenty of the drivers and their teammates, I think, are probably watching along on mobile phones and that as well. Guys, if you're doing it while you're racing, it's probably not a good idea. I know we've said this time and time again. The community support we have here is fantastic. We've actually been able to get a bit of cross promotion with a couple of other racing groups as well. Some of the guys, I think, tuning in from Europe and the Americas as well. And we thank you guys for your comments in the live stream, and good to have you on board.
A bit of community does always make these races a little bit more fun from top to bottom. It looks like we've got the safety car has picked up Daniel Cox as the first car, currently sitting in 9th place. So he'll have Brock Harvey and Peter Thrower in the AP Racing, the second of the Mustangs, I think that is.
Yeah, now these guys, as you can see here on your timing on the side, they are 9th, 10th and 11th. Now, I don't know if they're going to stop because they already have. They already have. Yeah, so they're not going to come in like the rest of everybody else. So I think, and Lewis has just ducked off to the race channel here as a race director just to advise the cars that need to be waved through for another lap. And these guys on screen will definitely be waved through and allowed to catch up to the back of the train. And you can see that Will Devonish has just managed to catch up the rear of them as well now. And there's the Rhodey and Brad Severs car just in the back of shot. That will also be waved through, and here they go. So there is a bit of waving through going right now. There goes Harvey, there goes Cox, and there goes Thrower. So they've all been told, get on with it, and they've gotten past. And there goes, oh, geez, that was a late dive from Rhodey, and I've just seen that I think he might have hit the fence there. I'm going to try and pick it up, and there he is. He had a bit of a late dive there on the safety car, I think. He actually made a pass on the safety car, so here he comes. Let's have a look at this on the Matt Harvey Repair and Tune replay. This car, a nod to the NASCAR heritage and Xbox. And have a look at this for a passing move. Here he goes, and oh, he gave the wall a little bit of a lick of paint, and he gave the safety car a bit of a nudge as well for good measure.
Shades of Days of Thunder in that one. Very late dive as the field tries to sort itself out. I think, in fact, he might have even tagged the wall at McPhillamy Park while trying to get around to the end of the train, as we've got the Taros into the pits as well. That is Rhodey. I'm just trying to catch on replay whether or not he collected the wall. So it seemed like there was someone just ahead. No, he did a good job. So apologies for lying already. And here comes Zach Ross, Brendan Ross rather, passing the Rosella and McMillan group.
Yep, here he is.
And he's got his lap back.
Yep, so they've got their lap back. So the next one that we need to see get a lap back, I think, is Termo and Liccardo. They also need to get their lap back as well.
Yep, so they're just behind Thomas McMillan now coming out of the chase, so they will be next in line for that wave round. And Liccardo's getting angsty with it. He wants to get on the move.
Yeah, Rossi's had a bit of a moment at the chase, bolted a bit wide, and this is what the whole thing is. They've been told they have to get on with it. They can't dawdle. Have to get going once they get their lap back, and you're right. Here's the other two that need to get their lap back. I think that maybe Lewis Wedding is just waiting to issue the command about when these guys can go.
Yeah.
And I think it will be by the time they get to here. They go. Here goes Rutledge, and they're just being told to stay right and let these guys through. So there they go. They'll round up Will, and they will round up the safety car. And they will be able to go. So there goes Rutledge, and Liccardo follows. Oh, just he's cut the safety car off there. That's a little bit dangerous. But they're going to have to press on now, and they're going to have to catch up to the back of the field.
So we've still got quite a bit of a spread in the field at the moment. Just waiting for everyone to form up behind the safety car. So your order as it stands on lap 55 of 81, remember we did have that long break in the middle, is Will Devonish from Luke Rosella, from Thomas McMillan, and then Cheese, which we believe is Cheese now behind that car in the Transmec Racing Ultima. Steve Burko's caught onto the trail of the train in 5th. Him and Hans Brunswick will be looking for a good stint to the end. Matt Cecil sitting in 6th place. Very nicely done for him. The Taras out of 7th. They had a pit stop during that safety car, which is why they've dropped away just a little bit. Zach Ross driving with John McDonald. They're sitting in 8th place.
And on top of that, with the Zach Ross car, just getting something in the live chat from John McDonald, the safety car had held up Cox and Harvey, so they stopped after and they made 2 positions on it. So they did they were very, very smart when it came to all that, realising the situation. They've been able to jump 2 spots.
I was just about to say, Brock Harvey and Daniel Cox, rather, they pit on the first lap of the safety car. So they were caught by the safety car on their way out of pit lane. So that's how they lost those 2 positions. Then Peter Thrower is just behind Daniel Cox. And then it will be Termo and Dane Liccardo, who we saw just get the wave around at the chase last lap around. Rhodey and Brendan Ross. And that is a battle for position, I think. Yes, it is. Now. So when they go live, they will be battling for position.
Yeah, officially it is now. These guys that are on your screen right here with Rhodey and Brendan Ross, they are battling for a place. So at the end of the day, the Armchair Experts squad is a satellite squad for PBF Race Engineering, hence the PBF Armchair Experts bit that's on there. So we expect that there might be a bit of moving over here to let the faster car through. And when the dust all settles, I sort of expect that the Foley and Ross car might just get on with it. Now, they're going to have to do a fair bit of work to obviously get in a position to get their lap back if there's no safety car running. But if there is another late safety car, then they are in the box seat. They will then be back on the lead lap. They can really make a fist of it.
It'll be a bit of a fairy tale considering where they started from, given the restart and everything that happened before that. But it would certainly be, I think, just reward for sticking with it.
Yeah, tend to agree. Having a bit of a look at the incident reporting thing, here's a couple that have been reported, but they are from a little while ago, I think. Now there was that Higginson being pushed by Burke over the hump and losing control into Kemp, but I think those have all sort of been addressed now, and looks like Lewis Wedding is back in the commentary box with us, having sorted out most of that situation.
As we get ready to go green.
Yeah. And a race control issuing a couple of penalties here, so we're just waiting for that to be sorted as we pick up the race leader. And we're just going to be down to the one camera just for the moment. There's a couple of issues with camera number 2, but we'll come back to that shortly. But we are about to get a green flag restart.
I think they've stuffed it here. They might have gone a little bit too quickly there.
And it looks like McMillan has made the move on Luke Rosella for the first corner, and he gets in second place.
Yeah, he certainly has. And then look at Cheese and NZ Snipes have moved up the order as well. They've moved ahead of Brunswick and Burko into a net 4th, but Rosella giving McMillan the huge hurry up Mountain Straight. And there's a little bit of live timing glitches here. I think that'll just have to be resolved as a precaution with all the safety car stuff. Oh, and McMillan runs Rosella into the fence.
Oh no, they've managed to sneak their way around, but that could be some damage for Luke Rosella as they come up into the Antara cutting. Very, very broadly pushed wide there from McMillan. Rosella really had nowhere to go on the exit there. They come up through Reed Park, over the top of the mountain once again.
Down through Meadow Great, they plunge. There go the top 3. McMillan has managed to hang on to position number 2 in the running order for the moment. I think Lewis Wedding furiously trying to rectify the little issues that are going on with the timing, because it's showing Steve Burko, the man that's in 5th place at the moment, as being the next car in the sequence. He's actually, in fact, he is. He's actually moved through to 4th. He's made a pass on Cheese in that last little bit. There he is at the back there. So that is a gain for position for Steve Burko.
And Cheese runs a little wide on the exit of the elbow, so he's vulnerable to Matt Cecil and Greg Taro. Greg Taro's got a great run here. He's got the double draft, but he might run out of
look at this.
somewhere to go.
Here they come up the hill. Zach Ross has got a pretty good view of this. Have a look at it from the onboard position. Look at it. They're playing for sheep stations at 280 kilometres an hour through the chase.
Cecil who pops out ahead. Oh no, they go side by side, and Cecil is going to stay around the outside. Cheese does a great job. Great defense. Oh, there's a touch there, and they managed to keep the cars together. Taro and Cecil just managing to keep the crowds on the black stuff.
And Cheese is wide. Cheese has gone wide at the final corner, and so too is Taro. So there goes Zach Ross. There goes Matt Cecil. And there goes the Brock Harvey and Phil Boat car as well. So a couple of positions dropped, and Daniel Cox is right in this one as well.
Yeah, it's very, very tight battle pack here. Cecil's got the whole train behind him going up Mountain Straight as they come up the hill. He's got Zach Ross for company on the right-hand side. How did Zach Ross get through that gap? There was nothing there, and Ross is going to wrap around all of them and get to the lead at Griffins. No, he's a little wide. He's off the camber. He slides the car, gets over the curve, somehow keeps it together, and he's got the inside line for the cutting. So Ross now into 4th place. Then there's Cecil.
Lock up going
wide at the cutting.
Yeah, little lock up going. The cutting. Cecil's rubbed the wall on the exit of the cutting as well. And who's that in the car that's in behind them? That's the 046 car of Boak and Harvey with who's at the wheel of that one? That is Brock Harvey, who's managed to get through in amongst all of that.
And it's currently showing Brock Harvey. It was showing Brock Harvey as the leader of the race. Now it's showing Darren Cox as the leader of the race.
There's a little bit of
doing
there's a little bit
AMS
of
things again.
Yeah, there's a little bit of cycling going on, I believe, to get everybody back into order. We do know that the race leader at the moment is still Will Devonish.
Yeah, and now it's all fixed up very nicely. So it will take you through the field. It's Devonish, McMillan, Rosella, Burko. Zach Ross managed to process that entire group with effortless efficiency. Brock Harvey in 6th place. Cheese now holding up the train, which features Cecil, Darren Cox, Daniel Cox, Greg Turra, and Peter Thrower. Turra was the real big loser out of that group after being in a very good position there and just getting his ears boxed in as he came down the Conrod Straight. This time it's Daniel Cox's turn to do the boxing in as he's got Matt Cecil on his outside. 2 by 2 through the chase. Is Cecil going to get it pulled up? Yes, he does.
Just well done. So Falcons and Mustangs trying to gang up as quickly as they can on the sole remaining Nissan in the field. And Cheese, Daniel Cox now fights this position back down the inside at the final corner. Cheese off the road for the 2nd time. And these guys will fight on for a little bit longer. Big send from Daniel Cox now on Cheese as well at the first corner. So these guys are really now starting to get edgy with each other right in the thick of the battle.
And they're going to go side by side up Mountain Straight as well. Cox has got a bit of a run here. Cecil's trying to get the run as well. They're 3 wide coming over the hump under the bridge there. And Greg Turra's in the mix as well. Who's going to come out on top? It's going to be Cox. Turra's very wide. He's going to try and stay together over the marbles. Matt Cecil's got a bit of a wiggle going on as well. In the end, Cheese somehow managed to lose only 1 position after being mobbed from all ends.
Oh yeah, he somehow managed to only lose 1 there, and this has just really opened the door for these guys up the front to just continue to kick away. But have a look at this. The battle is well and truly on. We've got a little bit of a glitch with the live timing on the left-hand side for this particular screen, but we'll keep you up to date on what's going on. This is a battle for the lead. McMillan is wringing the neck of the 047, and he has caught Will Devonish after all. This big lockups for Devonish, first on the right front, then on the left front, and he has had to wrestle it through the elbow, and a little bit of a tag of the wall from McMillan on the exit 2. They're dropping the Volvo of Luke Rosella in quick time.
And it's going to be the titanic battle between Devonish and McMillan. These guys are 2 of the best drivers of these cars in this game, in this community, as they both slide their way through the chase into the left-hander. At the moment, you'd say that McMillan has a little bit more pace than the Lowndes Commodore. Oh, it's brains all over the place at the minute. It's hard to keep track of what's real and what's fake at the moment.
And on top of that, you've got to remember as well, look at that, McMillan, fastest lap of the race, 2:04.8. That is the quickest lap, and he was 0.4 of a second quicker on the last lap. He is motoring along in a big hurry, and Devonish is going to have to be careful here. Again, these 2 have got some history. If you're an avid viewer of this channel, you would have realised and seen what went on with the Phillip Island 250 race, which was the, I wouldn't say it's the curtain raiser to this event, it was the last Supercars event that we held, and Will had to box on with not only Stenberg, but box on with McMillan as well, and at the end he out-strategized them to take the win. So these guys have got a little bit of history, but they're just going to have to be level-headed for a little bit here.
And on top of that as well, we are getting close to the last quarter of the race. We're on lap 58, so 2 laps away from hitting that magic number 60, which will be the last, 125 Ks of this track left to go.
Yes, getting into the final stanza of the race. Just keeping an eye on what's happening back in this other battle pack.
Contact between McMillan and Devonish at the top of the mountain at McPhillamy.
On the run there as well. That was a hair-raising moment. There will be a little bit of frustrations going on here, I think, and I think probably race control might be just keeping an eye on thing. Oh, McMillan around in the fence! McMillan is in the fence. He's in the Milwaukee fence hard, and the car snapped sideways on him. Is there damage on the number 47? He got a bit greedy. Did the same sort of thing Luke Rosella did in qualifying the other night. And
he's right hand down. He's right hand down in that car. So there is damage.
There is big damage. I'm wondering if there's a flat. Does it
it looks like his front right is lower on the ground there. So he may have punctured that car.
Yeah, and I'm wondering here. Oh, there's a bit of an issue here. I'm wondering if they're going to have to make a stop here. And let's just see what happens if they press on. Does he realise he's maybe got a flat?
I don't think
If he had a flat and he didn't realise, he would have certainly realised by breaking
Continuing
into the
on.
chase. Continue on with
And
it.
what does Rosella do here? He's got to make a decision somewhere along the line about when he dives and what he does.
It will be very, very soon. I reckon set him up on the exit of Hell Corner. Try and get him to cover into Hell Corner and then force him to take a narrow line. Hasn't quite done that, but you got to focus on your exit here. Make sure you get the best exit of your life out here to get the run up Mountain Straight and into Griffin's Bend. He's done a very good job, has Luke Rosella, and he pulls out of the slipstream to the inside and he's already ahead over the hump. Well done.
Yeah, got the job done very smartly there. Picked his
We're-
moment.
We're at a crucial point in this race because you can pit on this lap, you could have pitted even on the last lap, and just tank it and get to the end. So we are at a crucial point in this race. Obviously, you won't have that quick final stop, but this stop right here, if you was to pit now, would be very, very short. And you'd make up time at this point in time, which could get you track position if there's a safety car in the next 15, 20 laps. So
And there's also there's a few drivers
do have
taking
some
advantage of that
yeah.
right now. So here's Cheese coming in for a stop now. I'm waiting to see whether or not Snipes is getting into this car or not. I'm just waiting to see if there has been looking on the thing to see if there has been a bit of a change or not. And yes, there is. There is a change in that particular car. So different face to what I'm used to seeing is in the car, and away they go. So I think that might be Snipes getting back into that car for another run. There was another car in the back, a shot there I think was in the lane as well.
That was Rhodey.
Yeah, the Rhodey and Sever's car, and Rhodey coming in and he's stayed in that car.
Now, if you're McMillan and Stenberg, I think you have to come in because the damage is too severe at this stage. So the first sector, it was 1.6 seconds to the first sector line, and then another 1.5 seconds to the second sector mark. That's too much time per lap to be just hemorrhaging. So if he's able to come in now, he's got to come in.
Yeah, he thought about it. He thought about it. He's
out.
to stay out. Now, the next thing I want to see is what the lap times are, not relative to Luke Rosella ahead, but relative to Steve Burko behind. So that was a 2:09.5 for McMillan on the last lap. That's the slowest lap that car has done all day. And then the next one we want to have a look at is the car behind, which is Burko, which is 8.8. So there's a 1 point, what's that? No, not quite a 1 second gain. 7/10 of a second gain for these guys.
So not quite coming down in leaps and bounds, but certainly enough at this stage. We just had a change of position at the back end of the top 10. Brock Harvey making his way past Greg Turra to gain 7th place, but Turra's arguing the point to come back up Mountain Straight. Turra got a great run out of Hell Corner, pulls the Mustang alongside the Commodore over the hump, and it's going to be side-by-side action into Griffin's Bend once again.
Tara's in the wrong spot again. This is about the 3rd or 4th time he's been on this position, trying to go around the outside of another car. It hasn't worked on any occasion, but he's managed to hold the line this time around, and he's going to be able to fight it.
Oh, the shades of Murphy and Ambrose there. You don't want to go passing around the outside, but Harvey's made it stick. Tara smartly lives to
sorry
fight.
guys, there's been an issue for the Brunswick and Burko car just in the last few seconds as well. It's dropped a spot to Zach Ross in the Commodore. I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh, that's a big hit. It had a big hit at the exit of
Reed
the
Park.
WE at Reed Park there. That's going to have significant damage. They've got to box that car.
Yeah, they're going to have to come in and get that one repaired. There's a little bit of damage on that car for sure. And there's a couple of little things that we have to organise in the back end here for us to keep going with live pictures. We'll stay with that car. Let's have a look at the onboard, and we can't
He's
see there.
massively
you can
right-hand
see. Yeah, you
down.
can see this off the offside there. A bit of a different camera angle, and yeah, plenty of right hand down to keep the thing in a straight line. There ahead of them is the car that they just let through, the Zach Ross and John McDonald car. Geez, haven't they had a good run? Since Zach Ross stepped into the car, this car has been under a spell, I guess you can call it.
Burko's had to do the Mark Winterbottom lane through the gravel trap at the chase there to try and get the car on circuit, and he'll have to dive straight into the pits, and here he comes.
Yep, so that's the end of that one. So a couple of drivers, I think just to pick up on your point from before, there was about tanking it and getting home. You've actually got to make one more stop here, remembering we advanced the numbers from when we started this race, and we started effectively lap 25.
Yeah, but it is a double. What I meant was a double stop. So if they had have just filled up twice, they'd get to the end. So
from now
you
on,
pit
you're
now,
right.
it's not too bad. I know it's obviously not ideal to have an accident right now in the Burko Brunswick car, but at least pit stop wise, you can pit now and just pit once more time after this. You're not caught in an awkward point, so it's not too bad that way. But one thing's going to look out for, I think why the Pleb Sport cars stayed out is they're banking on a safety car at some point and still keeping in touch with the front two. But they've got to look out though, because Zach Ross has been about a second a lap faster when he's been in clear air. So if they stay out for too much longer and Ross continues on and perhaps even gets into the sixes, he could put them under pressure until the pit stops. But at the same time, they've got to repair that damage, which may add time onto the pit stop.
So, speaking of repairing damage, we just had the AlphaTauri car come through the pits. Hans Brunswick stepping into that car now, so they've just made their pit stop, coming out in 9th place. Also got Matt Cecil just coming through the pits, and Brendan Ross in the 074 driving with Brendan Foley. They've come through and made a pit stop as well. In fact, they're right ahead of Matt Cecil. Matt Cecil's right ahead of Cheese coming out onto Mountain Straight, and that's a battle for position between Cheese and Matt Cecil. So Cecil's going to get up to speed super quick. Let's try and keep that Team Transmec Racing car behind him.
Keeping an eye on proceedings here as they follow one PBF cars through. That's the 074. Of course, that car is still a lap down.
Got Rosella entering the pits now. So Rosella in, McMillan staying out again.
Right, so
Very quick.
That's out of second place as well now. So they realise that they can actually get home from here after one more stop.
You also got to take into consideration there was a safety car not long ago, so this is the pit stop that's going to be a little bit shorter for them. The next one, they'll still have to add a little bit more fuel than the other, obviously both Devonish and McMillan. But this pit stop here is where they're looking to gain time and try and get themselves back into contention, because they were about 4 seconds adrift.
Yeah, also that means that the Daniel Cox number 94 car goes up into position 4, albeit for the short term. Promotes Greg Turrer up the order to 5th. Brock Harvey and Phil Boak now find themselves in 6th place. So a lot of moving and shaking in these last couple of in the closing laps, or closing quarter rather, of the AMS Oz Bathurst 500.
When we get a moment, whenever all the pit stops are done, we might have to do that classic Bathurst shot up Mountain Straight, and just to see the gaps and see where everyone is out on circuit.
Yeah, I think we might have to do that as well. Just a couple of little camera dramas that we're having at the moment. Just down to the one thing. You can see there that the timer is actually frozen on the screen, the top corner. That was the lap that it all came back together. We will keep you up to date on what lap number we are currently on and how much time there is to go. We're currently working on lap 61, or 61 laps completed for the race leader. And this resumed session has been going for an hour and 40 minutes.
And if you are looking to get a bit more live timing information, you can always jump on board the amsoz.liveraces.com timing server. So that's amsoz.liveraces.com, and select the server, and that will show you all the timing information, so you won't have to worry about the broken AMS timing screen that we have on screen at the moment.
Yeah, one of the unfortunate intricacies of AMS, if it runs for a little bit too long, with some of the textures and things that are set for graphical appearance, it does cause it to crash every now and again. So lucky we've got the two machines, and we can bring the cameras from one machine while the other restarts. The sad part is we lose the timing bar on the left-hand side.
So, keeping people abreast of what's happening in the pits, Zach Ross has just come in from 3rd place, so as does Daniel Cox.
Yep.
From
and
4th.
Brock Harvey is coming in as well, and there he is, 6th place man.
Yep. Now, I just want to focus in quickly on the lap time difference between Will Devonish, Thomas McMillan, and Luke Rosella after Luke Rosella's pit stop. So, Rosella, of course, is on his out lap, so a 34.9 in the middle sector. That's comparable to Will Devonish that lap. Devonish set a 2:05.8, so still in the 5s for Devonish. Very, very quick driving. In comparison, McMillan, a 2:08.8.
Oh, McMillan's wide at the cutting as well as we resume live pictures. He's got the Higginson and Liccardo Volvo crawling all over in the moment. They are still, they are a lap down. They've now gone a lap down, so they've had an issue. They were on the lead lap at the resumption of from the safety car, but they've got a huge problem at the minute, having gone a lap down. But McMillan is fighting this car.
I think the lap down for Higginson and Liccardo is through the pit sequence. So they've taken their pit stop and they weren't quite on the end of the train when we went back to green. So I think once McMillan and Devonish take their next stops, they might get the kick back onto the lead lap. In fact, Hans Brunswick's actually been able to jump back into the car and get it back up to 6th place. So we saw Burko have that incident in Endurance Chat Reed Park a few laps ago. So Brunswick has only effectively lost 1 position out of that, as Greg Torres sits in 3rd place. And here comes Will Devonish into the pits.
Yep, so I expect that Hans Brunswick will probably take this car through to the checkered flag. As we can see that on our other screen here that Will Devonish has decided to come in and finally take his pit stop. And there he is. So 1 more stop for Devonish after this one to get home, and McMillan following from what we can see. There he is in the bottom corner there as well. So those guys in now. Expect to be a bit of damage repair for the Pleb Sim Sport number 47, so there probably is going to be a little bit longer stop.
It's just puzzling. Like, to go back to what Lewis said, if you stopped 3 or 4 laps ago, you could make 1 more stop and get home. So I don't see the logic in trying to empty the tank and run slower lap times with damage while you could, for no strategy reason. It doesn't make sense as Devonish already is pulling away. It's confusing. It's flabbergasting, really.
Now, the Pleb SimSport car has already been dropped off the jacks and is just sitting in the lane at the moment. So I'm just looking to see, and yeah, they're just repairing their damage right now. So you can see they're just sitting there. There's probably a bit of work going on. There'll be fuel and the damage repair at the same time, and now they're away. So they've now dropped to 4th on the road. They've dropped in behind, Greg Turra actually leads this race from Will Devonish and Luke Rosella. McMillan now coming out in 4th place. So by the time Turra comes in for his stop, it'll be service as you were.
Still not a bad effort from those guys. They've done, they've battled hard, those guys, the father and son, and they're going to lead a lap. Whether they continue on and it counts or they enter the pits is another matter, but it's good to see those guys up the front. Now, this is going to be interesting to see what McMillan can do here. He's got a fresh car now. That most of that damage should be fixed, and I would expect him to be back setting some heaters out there. Unfortunately for the Zach Ross car, again, that car, the Pleb SimSport car that he was closing down on before the pit stops, is going to be travelling quite a bit quicker, one would expect. But obviously, waiting so long to sort out that damage, I mean, just trying to have a look at the gaps now.
He's had a bit of a moment too. He's really wringing the neck across the top of the mountain as well. He's given the wall a rub at Reed Park and on the run down through the very famous Greg Nangle Bend. And we're going to have to wait for the pit stop sequences to, I guess, work themselves out, because this is their out lap. So McMillan and Devonish all with out laps. Turra, who we're waiting to see if he comes in or not, is going round again. And Luke Rosella's already been out for at least a lap and is now on his first flying lap since a stop.
And Rosella is quicker than both of these guys in the middle sector. So Rosella, by having the warm tyres and maybe a little bit of fuel burn, he's starting to eat into that margin. It is 7 seconds between Devonish and Rosella at the 2nd sector point, and that's confirmed at the finish line. But Devonish is looking mighty pacey. If he doesn't run into an issue, he looks like he's well on the way to taking this race win.
Well, here goes Rosella up mountain straight. That last lap around for him at 2:05.9, so that's some 1 second slower than his best lap of the race on your screen there. The fastest lap of the race still held by McMillan at 2:04.815, so the best laps for some people not too far off the fastest lap of the race, but still probably not going to see them getting set until the last few laps of the opening laps rather of the next fuel stint, unless they're really playing for position here. As you pointed out, Lewis, the next one we really get to pay attention to see is what McMillan is actually up to when it comes to his ultimate pace. Let's have a look at what his sector times are relative to the guys ahead. So Turra's 51.8, he's yet to stop. Will Devonish with 51.1, Rosella with a 51.4. McMillan's just coming up to the first timing intermediate now. and as live race updates for us, it's a 51.3, so he's a tenth quicker than Rosella in the Sector 1 on this particular flying lap. And keep in mind, he's only stopped about 1 lap later than Rosella too. So he's definitely got that car back up
a little bit more than that. It's about 3 or 4 laps, so he'll have a shorter final stop. But another thing I want to point out as well is that Hans Brunswick's actually travelling quite quickly and catching back up the number 14 car. So that's another battle towards the end of the race here that we're going to have to keep an eye on.
Although he's got
It's
some
just
traffic
2
at the moment.
seconds.
Oh, there's a moment, and that was the Higginson and Liccardo Volvo that went around at the dipper. There it is on the screen. They've had a bit of a moment. Now, I'm not sure if there was a tag from the Brunswick car or not. The Brunswick car has continued on. Let's bring up the old Matt Harvey repair and tune replay, and let's have a look at this one. We'll go from the roof cam here, and let's have a look at them as they traverse down the dipper. So this was traffic. Was there a nudge? Oh yes, there was a nudge. All right.
It's difficult for them to get around because it looked like the Volvo was trying to sort of get out of the way, but slowed down while the ZB was still right behind him. So it's a tough one to sort of call that one.
Probably go down as a racing incident. I think one, it's lap traffic, and there's 2 issues to the fore there. One of them is that you have to give a little bit of space and be a little bit patient, and the other one is that the lap traffic has to get out of the way as quickly and as safely as possible, and that probably wasn't the right spot to try and do it.
Yeah, it's real unfortunate to get mixed up in that stuff there for Higginson and Hans as well. Let's not forget there'd be nervous people in the hard bass racing group at the moment. Greg Turrow's just taken his pit stop, and he's actually dropped out behind Daniel Cox and Philip Boak, who have Brendan Ross immediately ahead of them. So this might be Rossi trying to play a little bit of the fly in the ointment here and try and force Daniel Cox into some sort of mistake to allow Philip Boak a chance at getting around for 6th place.
They're just travelling along as quickly as they can. I reckon they're just trying to unlap themselves. I think they were at some stage behind Cox, and they've just must have recently got by him. So they're trying to just unlap themselves and race as fast as they can to the finish, and they're praying for a safety car. But I don't think there's any sort of team orders involved in any of that stuff.
No, I don't think so either. And in terms of where they are on the track, Daniel Cox is 6th place, obviously. Then behind them's Phil Boak in 7th, with Foley having exited the car, and now Brendan Ross in that car. They're just coming over the top of Skyline, as you can see now. The next cars ahead of them, of course, is 5th place man Hans Brunswick. So in terms of getting their lap back, they're still well and truly about half a lap. They're a full sector, or over a full sector behind getting that lap back on pure pace. So they will rely on that safety car. And when we look at the live timing, that would also mean that Higginson, who is ahead of them on the track, and in actual fact not by very much either, would end up getting a lap back. Likewise, the car of Rhodey and Severs would also get their lap back too. So where is the Higginson car? Is just at the chase, and here it is actually. So here's Brendan Ross coming into the chase, and you'll see on the next shot as he goes around the corner that there's the Higginson Volvo just exiting shot. So this is now for a positional gain here. If they can actually make this happen, they'll be up to 13th.
Got Boak in the background looking to make a move at Murray's, but not quite close enough. But he's getting closer and closer to the back of Daniel Cox's Falcon, and that battle's heating up.
We're also getting confirmation too, Brock Harvey is done for the day in terms of laps, so this is Phil Boak's car to the finish. So any advancement that he can make at the moment is for a final position. These guys have still got 1 stop to do as well. Lap and 66 is the current lap we are on for those of you playing at home.
Just a quick update for those interested in the lead battle. Will Devonish is stretching that margin, and remember we said it was 7 seconds the lap after the pit stop, with a very slow lap last time around for Luke Rosella. That gap has now dropped out to 9 seconds. In fact, 10 seconds as Rosella comes out of the elbow. And what, Lewis, you were saying earlier about McMillan having potentially a shorter field for the last stop. That's all well and good. The problem is he's 17 seconds behind Luke Rosella due to driving around those extra laps.
He's had a moment just off of the second last corner. Sorry, guys, right in front of the race leader. So very lucky he didn't spear back onto the track and wipe out Will in that one. There was, I bet you some conniptions would have been going through Will Devenish's heart right there. at that particular moment. Leading the motor race, has led a good portion of it, this car, for the day.
And setting his personal best lap for this race, a 2:05.111 is Will Devenish. So he's really got the hammer down.
And of course, this car, a lot of people will know, is the Bathurst winning livery from Stephen Richards and Craig Lowndes from 2018. So here it is. If you've not seen it in the flesh and you've seen it before, there it is right now. The livery looking very much the same as what it was back in the day. And you'll see that it's done a fairly good job of being replicated into the game. So there it is, our Compare the Pair, another one of those cars with a bit of history with the livery in tow here in the game today.
But yeah, just regarding the McMillan thing, I think I wouldn't have pitted as late as they did, Floody, but I think it's just a case of they just maybe gambled a little bit on a safety car, and they thought, or their thinkers, just have a short final stop and do it that way. So they are gaining actually a little bit on Rosella. Obviously, it is a big gap in front of them, but you know, they will make some of that up in the pit stops. And if there is a safety car, of course, you know, they're going to have a much shorter fuel stop, so that could, you know, help them out as well. But another thing to look out for is still Hans Brunswick continuing to close on the back of Zach Ross here, so that will come to a bit of a crescendo, I reckon, right at the end of the race. And Hans will be staying in that car. I did speak to the team before the race, and Hans was starting the car and finishing the race, so he's looking to come home strong.
The gap to them at the moment is only 3 seconds as well, so he'll be able to see the car that he's chasing down Conrod Straight the next time around. You can see there's just a little bit of brake smoke being left at the bottom of the S's and the dipper by the car ahead, so he's not got too much to do. He's not got much to worry about with a carrot dangling right in front of him. He'll be right in there. And that being said, there it is, right in the same shot. So this gap is continuing, as you said, Lewis, to come down at a pretty rapid rate. And the last time out, Brunswick was 0.4 of a second quicker.
And that was with Ross doing his best lap of the race as well, a 2:06.57 rather. So Ross is really trying as hard as he possibly can, but Brunswick is still reeling him in. Another person doing the best that he possibly can at the moment is Will Devenish, who again sets his personal best lap, knocking off a grand total of 12 thousandths of a second to go to a 2:05.099.
He's like a metronome out there, just incredible consistency, and that car seems to have gotten better as the day's gone on as well. So they've clearly not hit any walls. Obviously, Will has been the only driver since the restart to drive because of issues to Peter Savage's PC, which is a bit of a shame. But still, Will's done a real fantastic job at the back end of this race, and once again fairly handy in the first second on this lap.
Yeah, while we don't have him on the camera, Will Devenish, at the minute, we do have on camera a handful of the drivers that are still taking part in this one, and there they all are. You can see them on the bottom of the screen there. We've just got the Will Devenish car up on there at the moment, so you can see a couple of guys still at the wheel. Zach Ross, left-hand side. Nathan Higginson, right-hand side. Lion Mitch is watching on. Peter Thrower in the bottom middle there is still watching on, and the one hidden behind everybody after that one. I think that may very well, you know, that's Luke Rosella in the bottom right-hand corner. So he's still got his hands full as well.
Hans just had to get well out of the throttle there coming through the straight. Just tagged the wall on the right-hand side coming to the hollow and had to roll out of the throttle. Otherwise, he was going to make heavy contact with the wall on the right at McPhillamy. He's pushing properly hard. And that gap now between himself and Zach Ross is visual even down through the S's at 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, he's squeezing the lemon right now, and you can see just the body language of his car. He's leaving nothing on the table trying to get back into P4 here, and you never know with a late safety car or with the issues that obviously McMillan has had since that big hit that he had 5 or 6 laps ago. You never know, like he could make a mistake, and this could, you know, turn out to be a podium position. Same with, we've seen engine failures as well. Don't want to see it, but you know, it could happen. So this could potentially be a podium position. Zach's trying his best out there. You can see with the way he drives his car, is very flamboyant, getting it right out sideways all the time. But Hans, at the moment, he's doing the same thing. He's driving the wheels off that thing to try and get a move done.
And like
And importantly, though, sorry to interrupt, Nether, but importantly, as we have Will Devonish crossing the line to commence lap 70, we have achieved the minimum requirement to classify this as a race. So if there is a server problem in these last 11 laps, that will be it.
We've had Boat go around at the final corner. He got by Cox, but he lost at the final corner. Also, hate to, again, cut you off and everything, but we're also at the stage of the race where you can pit and get to the end. So look for drivers at this point to pull into the pits. And Boat's got a problem.
Yep.
Looks like he's got severe damage. I reckon he's hit one of those tyre bundles, which do severe damage.
Yeah, he's had a moment here. We just got him pick him up on the broadcast. We can't actually see him. He's gone down the escape road. Yeah, he's
right hand side, right front puncture.
Puncture. He's gone down the escape road at turn 1. So.
Oh, that's crabbing badly. That's a disaster for that car.
Yep. So we'll have to get the Matt Harvey repair and tune replay up to see what's happened here. So of course he was recovering from the spin at the final corner, and he now finds himself going straight on. Couldn't stop the car, and he did manage to stop the car before the concrete bollard. So
yeah,
lucky in that respect.
That's a right front puncture, and he's got a long way to go to get back to the pit lane. He's got Matt Cecil already ranging up behind him for 9th place, and Peter Thrall won't be too far behind in the Beyond Motorsport Mustang, so he could drop outside of the top 10, which would be a pretty unfortunate way for the day to end for the PBF Motorsport guys.
Yeah, so he's 10th right now, so Cecil's gone through. There he is there. And he's now currently 10th. And the next man he's ahead of is, as you said, is Peter Throw. He's only 4.2 seconds down the road, so he'll be starting to range into view in just a minute. There's Boak, there's Thrower. So 10th is beckoning for the Beyond Motorsport Mustang, with Pete Thrower obviously at the wheel for this one. And Boak's off in the sand trap. He's off in the kitty litter, and there goes 10th place.
Hans Brunswick has just entered the pit, so he's looking to undercut Zach Ross.
Yep, so critical.
You stole the words right out of my mouth.
Critical lap number has been reached, so you can get home if you fill your tank up now. We're on lap 70. You could have done it if you got it pitted at the end of lap 69, the start of 70. Brunswick is taking full advantage of that one right now. The next question is, what does everybody else do that's out there right now? McMillan carries on, Rosella carries on, Devonish carries on.
And we've just had something come up in the live chat. Thank you very much, Brute, for pointing me towards this. Remember how we said a few laps ago that Devonish was metronomic?
Yes.
Check this out. Lap 67 at 205.111, 68 at 205.099, 69 at 205.096, lap 70 at 205.078. Metronomic. All of those lap times within half a tenth of a second. That's unbelievable here as we are in the latter stages of the MHRT Bathurst 500.
Brunswick comes out having completed his final stop in 7th place. Peter Thrower moves up to 8th place as Cheese and Matt Cecil.
And
Snipes and Matt Cecil opted to come in and take stop. And if I have a little bit of a look on my graphic, I can actually see that it looks like Snipes has actually stayed in the car for this one. So no late change there. And indeed, he is up and running.
Devonish in the pits. Boak has made it back to the pit lane. Brazello is going to inherit the lead here.
Yep.
I've just got eyes on McMillan to see if he comes in. No, he stays
he's
out.
Around because remember he came in a little bit later because he had that damage that needed to be repaired. So I'm wondering.
This will be a quick stop.
Yeah, it'll be a quick stop for them, and also they saved a little bit of fuel, I think, as well, because they were travelling a little bit slower with the right hand down damage. So he now needs to really pump in a couple of quick laps here, a couple of heaters, if he's going to make any ground on any of the front two runners before he takes his stop. What was his lap time last time around? It was a 6.1 relative to Rosella's 6.6, and Devonish's in lap was a 2.07.2, which, considering he would have had to slow down for the pit lane, that's actually a pretty decent in lap.
Remember, you are cutting off the last corner there as well, so you do get a little bit of time back in your pocket, but that's still a very, very quick lap for Devonish, regardless of the pit entry. He was quicker in the middle sector and the first sector.
Oh, sorry, I just think I've just seen Rosella with a bit of a rub of the fence coming through Reed Park as well, so he realises that he needs to push, and he needs to push pretty hard now as the sun begins to set. and he has got an awful amount of work to do. He needs to get in, he needs to get this stop done, and then he needs to do likewise the same thing McMillan's going to try and do, get out and post some really, really good times to make sure he can hang on to second place.
And we've had Zach Ross just pit, and he's going to be ahead of Hans Brunswick. I think Hans has actually lost a little bit of time on either his in or out lap, but there may have been a little bit of fuel at play that we didn't pick up strategy-wise. So
there's a bit of lap traffic involved as well. You can see that the Rhodes and Severs car is in between the pair of them as well. So that's a little bit lucky for Zach Ross. Hans Brunswick flashing the lights on the run-up Mountain Straight to warn him that he needs to get past. He needs to get past in a hurry, and he's going to give it to him. So that's easy for Brunswick. He can now focus on the task at hand in the remaining 10 laps.
I'm just going to have a quick look when the first sector line comes up.
Race leader in. Sorry, guys. Race leader is in. So Rosella takes service for his final time today. And the next question turns to McMillan. And McMillan's going around again. So there's still a bit of time in that pocket. He thinks there's still a bit of time on board that car. The lap time around this time for McMillan was a 7 flat.
And that's in, so that's still almost, flat, 0-0-0 flat.
Yeah, literally 0-0-0.
That was only half a second quicker than Rosella, who was on an in-lap. And so it's the pace, it doesn't quite seem to be right there as Devonish wraps around Rosella to take, makes a mistake at turn 1, just misses the apex there, does Will Devonish.
Yep, there he goes. So he's got quite a margin as well. McMillan a little bit out of control at Griffin's, and Devonish is now on the move up Mountain Straight. And where's Rosella and all this? Just leaving the pit lane now.
Just a quick update on the battle between Hans and Zach Ross. It was 3 seconds in a difference in the first sector on their outlap. So whether or not that's a quicker pit stop or whether or not Ross just had a bit more of freedom on his outlap, that's 3 seconds that Hans has to catch back up again.
Well, they are at the close end towards Murray's end of the pit straight, and they're fairly close together. So I'd say that that's down to just fuel between the two.
Yeah.
But Hans is closing. He's actually closed quite a bit on that last lap there. So that's going to go right down to the wire. Also had McMillan sort of just struggling around a little bit here, and I do wonder if some of their lap time may be due to maybe they've had when they did the driver change, if it's reverted to the default setup. Still had
glitch,
that.
Yeah.
They've still had that. I think that's true because. Oh no, that's not. He's getting over 290. So yeah, maybe he's just still got residual damage there, perhaps, and that's why he's not at his optimum speed because it was a big hit. It's repaired the car somewhat, but they're certainly not running at a speed that would be accustomed to.
Not coming in either. So what is the lap time this time around for McMillan relative to the drivers behind? So the gap on the timing screen is about 13 or so seconds. It was a 7.4, so that was a slower lap again. So this is where the tyres are starting to go off here. McMillan's just trying to stretch it as much as he can. And Devonish locking up through the final corner. And he's going to come across the line, and that's his out lap. But even on the 6.3, it has it registered. So he's already 1.4 seconds quicker than McMillan. So even if this final stop for McMillan is short, he's going to feed in between Devonish and Rosella at this point. The question is just going to be by how much. He may even actually come out behind Rosella.
He almost certainly should. It was a 17-second gap between the two of them before the pit stops.
Yeah.
Oh, 13 seconds, sorry.
Yeah.
So he almost certainly should file out behind Rosella, and Rosella was quicker in the middle and final sectors. Parity on the final sector over McMillan. So Rosella isn't losing any time, which means that gap. There's no way he's going to save 13 seconds in refueling.
I've actually just missed something in the last little bit as well, guys. We've actually lost the Phil Boak and Brent and Brock Harvey car as well back on lap 70. So they obviously have had an issue somewhere.
So that was when they got the puncture. So I think they came into the pit
decided to retire.
Unfortunate for them. Also, relating to PBF Racing Team, Foley in the live chat saying that he was planned to get into the car for the last stint, but the game didn't let him. But luckily, it didn't kick them out this time. It's just kept Ross in the car. So Ross will be taking that car to the end. They'll be they actually picked up positions over Dane Liccardo, Nathan Higginson, and Rhodey and.
Brad Severs.
Brad Severs, that's the one.
That's it.
So they are just going to be in 12th place. They've got potential to maybe grab Peter Thrower and Matt Cecil, but it's still quite a ways for them to go.
We've got a Mustang off
yeah,
at the
that's
chase.
Peter Thrower.
Peter Thrower has gone around at the chase, so he's lucky that we stay green here. McMillan goes around again, 204 flat that time around, and just passes Matt Cecil into turn 1. And what's
204
and Devonish behind at the 2063. So sorry, 2059 for Devonish that time around as well. So going to easily come out with the race lead at this stage, and a couple of last stops going on as well. The last stop for I'm looking to see if I can find it on the track to see where they've gone for me. The Turmo and Cam Rutledge car. Here it is. Cam has gotten out for the final time. Has handed over to Turmo, and in our compare the pair segments. This is the last one of these cars. You probably recognise this livery. We commented about it earlier in the week on Thursday. And if you haven't seen it, this is precisely that livery. It was back on a VY Commodore back in the day, back in 2003, when Greg Murphy clocked his, what was called at the time, the Lap of the Gods, the first time that went under the 2-minute and 7 barrier at Bathurst in qualifying. And there's a nice little shot there. The car on the left from the day in question in 2003, and then the Rutledge Turmo combination on the opposite side. The only difference is here, guys, being that the number 51, as with a number of the other cars, is on the wrong side of the front windshield. And the second, actually, just 3 items. Second item being the onboard camera at the top of the car, and the third one being no left mirror on the Murphy and Rick Kelly car.
That's a pretty accurate representation. It looks very, very nice. They did a great job with that. So well done to Turmo and Cam Rutledge for putting that one together. I've just got eyes back on the battle for 5th place, Zach Ross and Hans Brunswick. And Ross has actually responded. Ross put in last lap, his fastest lap of the race.
Guys, sorry, before you go too much further, race leader McMillan is in. So this now will reset this field. So Devonish quite comfortably is going to go through. Actually, no, he has. He's bowled it wide. He's bowled it wide at...
he's blown the engine!
He's blown it! You are joking! This is a big, big moment in this motor race. There has been an engine failure, and it has blown the engine, and that is their day done. It's taken them all this time. Complete disaster for the 888 machine. Here it is on the Matt Harvey Repair and Tune replay. Into the chase, blew it on the downshift, was gone by the time they got to the 100-metre board. Game over.
I was watching that live and I was like, that's a long lockup for Devonish, but it's just, unbelievable scenes. Last 6 laps of the race. We've been going for 2 hours since the restart, and we had an hour in the books before that as well. It's just 75 laps down the drain.
Now, that,
I don't believe it.
I don't believe what I am seeing. That car has been the dominant car for the second half of this race, and it is out with engine failure. Pete Savage will be kicking himself now that he's been having these dramas and hasn't been able to get back in the car and support his mate in Will Devonish. That is the worst possible time for that to fail on lap 74 of 81. It puts the Volvo of Luke Rosella and Lime Mitch into the race lead, but the next thing that they've got to look out for is this car behind them, which is McMillan, who's come out behind Rosella. The gap between them is 11.5 seconds, but it's going to take some effort for these guys to make that deficit up.
Absolutely. The live chat has gone absolutely off, and none more so than Scott Morrill, who popped in about 25 minutes ago and said, just here watching to watch Devonish choke. And, as much as that's painful.
And now he's now followed it up by saying he's heartbroken for him. But
yeah, that's That's so unfortunate for Devonish and for Peter Savage. What an absolutely terrible way for their Bathurst 500 challenge to end.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And here we go. The Luke Rosella Volvo is still on the move now, and just going to round up the Mustang belonging to Peter Savage. It's not Peter Savage, sorry, Peter Thrower. Savage on the brain now after all that sort of happened.
So
Now,
Shades of 95 for Devonish with Glenn Seaton, but now
oh my God,
yeah, that's a good call actually as well. You forgot completely about Glenn Seaton. He did it at a different spot though, wasn't it? Seaton did it up, I think, around between the Cutting and Griffins, I think, from memory.
Up Mountain Straight is where it
went,
yeah. and it finally came to grief in that little alcove between on the right hand side, just that wall slip there between Griffins and Cutting. What this has done, besides energize this battle between Rosella and McMillan, is it's also put the Turras into third place. We've had to change the position between Hans Brunswick and Zach Ross. That's finally happened, and I think that's because Ross has made a mistake, and he went wide at the pace. Yeah.
So that's a good change of position for those guys as well. So there's still a podium shout potentially for Brunswick and Burko. The car ahead of them, as you rightly pointed out there, Michael, is the Greg Turra and Noah Turra Mustang, and they're only up the road by 8 seconds.
When did that Turra car pit? Because they might be trying to make it to the end here. There's only 4 laps to go.
They were one of the first stoppers, I think. I think they can make
it. They were one of the last stoppers last time around.
There you go.
They stayed out long, but I don't think they stayed out long enough. It would be very fine. That would be an extraordinary effort to fuel save for 15 laps. So we should expect them in 2 laps, right? They can't get to the end.
They're banking on a final safety car that probably hasn't come, which is the problem for them. Let's have a look at our race leader. We'll go on board on the roof cam with our race leader. We'll also give you a bit of a visual here of him soaring away at the wheel as he gets down to the chase. So there is Luke Roselle in bottom right-hand corner of shot.
We've got more heartbreak. Daniel Cox has had his AMS him, and he's just frozen there at the moment. So disaster for a lot of these runners here.
Yeah, they're all starting to fail at the critical points now, which is the hard part for them to swallow. And only a couple of laps remaining for the current race leader and Luke Rosella. And a bit of a lock up the final corner, but what lap are we on now? So he's about to cross to complete
lap 77.
So four more laps to go in what has been a little bit of an attritional race at the back end of it.
5 laps, sorry. It's so they've just finished lap 77. Yeah, you're right, sorry.
Yeah.
Tara is in.
All right, so that answers that question. So there he is. So that will then put the Brunswick and Burko car onto the podium. It'll put the Zach Ross and John McDonald car up into a net 4th. So that
is an awesome result for them so far, for Ross and McDonald. Up 7 spots, qualified just outside the top 10. Actually, that would have been just after the restart. But they've been able to be clean and just played a nice clean hand. And Ross did great work to get through that post-restart madness. Remember where we had that 5-car train headed up by Cheese and Matt Cecil. He managed to just sneak past all of them while they were squabbling between themselves. And finds himself in 4th place.
Not only that, has Zach Ross got anything left in the tank to fight for this final spot on the podium? That's the next question. Having a look at the lap times, I'd say that answer is no. He was 0.6 of a second slower on the last tour than the Brunswick and Burko number 26. So these guys will be wrapped at the moment for the podium. They've got to keep going though. At the rate that it stands, it's going to be a Volvo first and a pair of Holdens bringing out the podium. But that's the one thing we didn't get the pleasure of seeing in the real life was Volvo on the podium. Although if Brunswick keeps going, it's going to be a different looking It'd be a different looking Holden on the podium rather than the ZB.
He's throwing it off the mountain. Look at that. Full commitment through the S's. Locked both wheels up coming into the dipper and somehow manages to squeeze out the other side. He's really not leaving anything on the table. Probably because he's aware that not only is Zach Ross very close behind him, but Greg Turra. They must have had a very short field. Oh, no, that's just refreshed. I thought it only had 4 seconds there. So Greg Turra still sits in 5th, which is a pretty impressive result for Turras.
Yeah, this is a really good result for the Adelaide father and son. and they've had a pretty good time of it. Managed to keep their noses clean. 5th place, I think they would have loved to have had, considering they started about 7th or 8th in the running order a couple of hours ago. They have done pretty well to be the lead Mustang at the moment. Shame that they couldn't, they banked on that safety car that they were hoping was going to arrive, and might have been able to see them stretch it and get one more stop, but they didn't unfortunately time it just right, and the safety car they were hoping for never came.
And would you believe it, on lap 78 of 81, Thomas McMillan has set the fastest middle sector of the race at 34.3. He's really trying. The gap at the front now is down to just under 9 seconds from 13 when Devonish unfortunately blew the engine. So he's pulled in. He tags the wall there under Endurance Chat Reed Park.
He's still clawing back time, so he's driving the wheels off that thing at the moment. But I do question, like, where was this pace in that previous stint? If he'd have been going even just a half a second
in the
like
wall. Rosella's in the wall.
He was.
He keeps it going.
He was in the wall, the dipper, and he does keep it going. But we've just got pictures here so you can see where he is on the track relative to McMillan. There's the cloud of smoke from where he came out of hitting the dipper. He's just rounding the bend there and at the elbow, and then here comes McMillan. So the gap, he'll be able to see him for a little bit down Conrod, but he's very quickly running out of laps here.
So it doesn't look like that was too bad a hit there, even though it was on the front left. There's no wheel changing or no right hand or left hand down. It's still very centered for Rosella, but this is certainly energizing this battle. It's only 6 seconds now. McMillan, fastest first sector last time around on this lap as well. So we could be seeing a 204 or even a 203, maybe not a 203, but certainly a very quick lap from McMillan.
Yeah, keeping an eye on him right now. There goes Rosella through the final corner. And what lap times he set this time around? We'll have to just wait and see what the live timing says. He set a 2:07.2, so he's just trying to get it home here. McMillan's lap
in the race, a 4.8.
Wow.
4.811, only 4 thousandths of a second quicker than his previous lap. But what a time to pull it out. There it is, confirmation on your screen. A 2:04.811, and the gap is 7 seconds and closing.
He's left it a little bit too late though. He needed to do a little bit more of this in the previous stint. I know he may still have had a little bit of damage that needs to be repaired, but he just needs to be faster.
Sliding through Griffins. I'm not sure what's going on here, whether or not he's just feeling the nerves or something going on here, but he's not his usual self right now. We're currently on, we've completed 79 laps. We've got 2 laps to go, if what I've been told is correct in my ear.
Yeah, maybe Rosella is running low on tyres. Maybe they decided to not take a tyre change at the last stop, try and keep the pressure on in terms of track position. I can't believe that if that's what they've done.
Those tyres would have failed, and it's not worth it when you do a full tank of fuel.
The fuel's a limiting factor.
Yeah, the fuel's a limiting factor by 16, 17 seconds. Again, he's struggling at the moment. So maybe it's just a setup issue and a driving issue. He's just overdriven and overused those rear tyres. But all he's got to do is just hang on for another 8-9 kilometres here. But he is making it as hard as possible for himself at the moment.
It was only 3/10 slower at the first sector, but at this sector, it's going to be a lot different. And there comes McMillan, and it's 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds the gap. And that was a full half a second, scratch that, a full 7/10 of a second that McMillan gained back in that sector.
There goes Rosella through your shot.
We've had Tara retire. We've had the Tara car retire.
Oh, no. And there goes McMillan through the shot.
Turn 1. They've blown an engine. Another engine.
Oh, no.
No, and they are done. So that's another engine in the last couple of corners. That then puts these guys onto 5th place, which is miles ahead of what they were targeting. The Transmech racing car of Cheese and NZ Snipes has battled along all day, and they were targeting 9th at the beginning of the day. They started 11th. They're going to end up 5th. They're the leading Kiwi hope, and, well, they've really going to be happy with that if they can just keep it going for a couple more laps.
And we are on the last lap now. Luke Rosella comes up Mountain Straight for the final time in that red Volvo Dealer Team S40.
There's McMillan in the background. He's left that run too late. There's a little bit of lap traffic ahead. I think it's the Termo and Cam Rutledge car just a little bit further along for Luke Rosella, but it's there it goes. Yeah, it is just in front of Shop, but it shouldn't pose too much trouble at the moment. McMillan's giving it everything behind, but going wall to wall, millimetre to millimetre like he has done for the last couple of laps, but I don't think it's going to be enough in this occasion.
You never know though. Rosella's been a bit sketchy coming down the mountain, particularly at the S's. The last few laps, obviously, he did put it in the wall, I think, on 79 or 78. And since we've seen him go through there since, he's been sideways every time. So he'll be hoping he can get through here. McMillan will be hoping for another mistake. He's gained another 8 tenths of a second in the first sector. Got Turmo off in front of him.
Yep.
He's going slowly, but I think Rosella should be able to clear him.
Yeah, at the dip, and you can see here, there's the gaps right now, so you can see where they all are on the track. So Rosella just coming through. Oh, so close! Wow, so close to disaster on the approach to the elbow for Luke Rosella. And wowee, I have no idea how on earth he managed to survive that one.
He's just got to watch the downshifts now. Don't be aggressive. Your engine's being used for 81 laps, or pretty much 81 laps now. Slow on the downshifts. Don't blow the engine and just pull it up.
Yep, just pull it up nice and steady. You want it in second gear for this one to pull away. Plenty of curb.
Oh, McMillan's gone. He's blown the engine.
No, McMillan's gone. That's McMillan.
He's
McMillan in back of shot. He's going to try and coast it. Flames belching from the rear of that car. Luke Rosella is going to win the AMS Oz Bathurst 500 by Matt Harvey Repair and Tune. Fantastic effort from these guys. McMillan's going to coast. He's not going to make it. That's going to put Brunswick into second place. It's going to put Zach Ross and John McDonald into third. They started at the back of the field a little while ago.
And McMillan, he's doing everything he can. He's snaking it across the road. There's Hans.
He's got to pull the clutch in.
You've got to pull the clutch in and get a push. Here comes Brunswick and Burko to make it a podium finish, second at the depth.
He doesn't make it.
And then here comes the Zach Ross and John McDonald car. These guys have found their way onto the podium from starting 18th.
Unbelievable. What a finish.
The big news out of this, we've got to hold it accountable. John McDonald has to do a shoey. So
yes,
he did
say it.
Well, he is in the team's meeting, so we will have to get him to do the shoey. Now, just going through with all of this now, we're looking to see here, McMillan has actually been classified at the moment 4th.
He'll get overtaken, though, because Cheese wasn't a lap down, and neither was Cecil.
Yeah, but they were a mile off, so these guys have still got to keep going. So you can see here, they're coming down the mountain now. You're right, if they keep going, they will overtake McMillan. Now, the other guys that have finished are the Turmo and Rutledge combination in the Kmart Racing number 51. They've finished a lap down in 7th. Peter Thrower and Darren Kemp have come home for 8th. Ross and Foley were happy just to get back to finish in the top 10, so they finished 9th. And Liccardo and Higginson are yet to finish. They are going to come home in 10th. They're just behind Snipes and Cheese on the road at the moment. Then they are also a lap down with Rhodey and Severs are also going to finish as well. But the question for them is whether or not they do enough laps to get past the Turra car, which is still classified at the moment as 11th. Hats off to these guys. Leading Kiwi runners are going to finish 4th. So New Zealand, unfortunately, the Great White Hope was the early going was Scott Stancliffe and Tim Redmond. But at the stage it looks right now, the game has given us a pretty big finish to that one.
Wow. What an end. I can't get past the irony of watching Thomas McMillan crawl towards the final corner, flames belching out of the exhaust right ahead of the "Don't follow me, I'm on a heater" written on the rear of that car. So unfortunate for the McMillan and Stenberg. Unfortunate as well for Devonish and for Peter Savage. They were in the box seat when they had the same issue happen to them. But you can't take anything away from the race winners, Luke Rosella and Lion Mitch. The Volvo, the class of the field for the qualifying segments, with Rosella being the fastest lap in qualifying before the shootout. They've been quick all day and were in the box seat to take advantage when others fell around them. That was an absolutely stellar drive from the pair of them.
And I think we're just going to be waiting just to get the guys in here for a little bit of a chat after all of that. But who would have thought, after all of that, 3 engine failures in the space of a handful of laps, and one of them right at the death, it didn't happen. It gave up and changed a whole bunch of podium positions in the drop of a hat. The car that had led the whole, or the bulk of the race in the Pete Savage and Will Devonish entry, blowing an engine with only a handful of laps to go, and then another one with the Turras being in 5th place, and then finally the last one, the big one of the lot, McMillan and Stenberg, within sight of the finish line. Flood, you and I have called plenty of GT3 races on this channel over the course of time. We have not seen a finish like this in a long time. The last one of these that was even close was the Monza fuel mileage miracle earlier this year.
I was literally just about to say Monza is the only one that comes to mind, and that was an absolute mess in that last lap. I still don't understand how that one happened, but to see two of the front runners go out inside of the finish line with the same problem, breaking into the chase, I honestly can't believe it. That goes to show the pressure of such a long final stint can have. I was worried about that when Savage said he couldn't do any more racing because of his PC problems. That's a lot of laps that Devonish had to go through, and it was one mistake. And all it took was one mistake, and that was it. That ended his race and delivered the victory to the Volvos.
Well, we're just waiting to see if we can get a few of these guys in. I think, Lewis, you might just be starting to drag a few of these gentlemen in just so we can start to get their opinions on some of these matters. I think a lot of them are going to be extremely happy with what's happened. There'll be some people drowning their sorrows, I think, after this one. And we're just waiting to get a couple of little things in order here for the podium presentation. So if you can just bear with us for a moment. We will then start to get your winners in here, and we'll have a chat.
We got Scott Morrill in the YouTube live chat saying, "I better hide from Will," after his little comment earlier on. Unfortunately, we'll call him Moral Stradamus next time around. We'll change his name on Discord, something like that.
Yep, I think we're actually just having a little bit of a drama here, just getting the Teams meetings up and running. So hopefully we'll be able to get these guys going. It's actually just frozen me on Luke Rosella at the minute. I'm just waiting to see if I can get everybody back into the thing so I can bring everybody up. He's the only one that's in the session. So what we might actually do, if I can, is we'll bring him up and we'll have a little bit of a chat, I think. Where is he? Is he in here at the minute? Yes, he is. He is indeed in the chat at the moment. So, well, which one of you two gentlemen is going to interview the man that has the widest smile on his face at the moment?
I reckon I can give it a go. Luke Rosella, Lion Mitch is also in here. Congratulations, winners of the Matt Harvey Repair and Tune AMS Oz Bathurst 500. Congratulations to both of you.
Thanks, buddy. I mean, I just want to say it's super bad luck to Will and Thomas. You know, they both drove amazing races. Their cars were super fast, especially Will. He just couldn't keep up, but I mean, I'm a bit speechless, to be honest. It's a great effort from me and Mitch, for these probably 3 weeks. And also thanks to Hans and the Hard Base Racing guys for giving their help on setup as well. But yeah, it was just a fantastic effort from everyone.
Yeah, it must be pretty special to be the winners of the 500, one of Automobilista Australia's special events. It was looking like it was going away from you a little bit in the middle. Well, certainly was. What kind of happened to your pace at the end there? We noticed you have a few lockups, a few little mistakes. Were you really feeling the pressure at that point?
I mean, I think when Mitch got out of the car for his final stint, I got in. It's just the car just felt completely different. It's like we lost it from that point. We had it when I was in, and I was sort of on pace with Will and Thomas. But yeah, it was just I couldn't pinpoint it why the car was just so terrible. But yeah, I mean, and also those last few laps, Thomas was closing in a lot, and I was feeling the pressure a lot, and I even hit a wall at the dipper, which wasn't ideal. But yeah, it was certainly a very hard few laps for me.
Yeah, you managed to drag it across the line at the end to take the win. Well done. Mitch, just describe the feeling that you had watching that final stint unfold. How did you manage to keep a cool head? If you managed to keep a cool head through that last section.
Yeah, no, didn't really have a cool head. I was just skipping through everyone on the replays as I was helping out Luke, and I saw that Will was just kind of going slowly. I was like, I got no idea what's happening here. And then I kind of watched the stream and said he blew an engine, which is obviously very disappointing for him because he was absolutely blowing us away. But then the last 5-6 laps, I was just kind of worried about fuel, whether I'd got my fuel numbers right for how many laps we had to go. But pretty stoked.
Yeah, you look at it and you sound can't wipe the smile off your face. Congratulations, guys! You did an amazing job across the whole week, and well-deserved victors.
Thank you.
Thanks, Floody.
Do we have second place in here at the moment? Second place, Hans Brunswick and Steve Burko.
I'm just looking to see if they're on the live chat. What I might actually get, I'm seeing if I can get them to dial up right now. It's being a bit temperamental here, is Microsoft Teams, but Burko is definitely in the team's chat. I'm looking him down the bottom right-hand corner, and just for some reason it's completely and utterly frozen on me. So we might grab him quickly while I'll see if I can get him up. So guys, feel free to chuck some questions at him.
Do you want to take this one, Lewis?
I'm just in the process of writing a post, but...
Okay, I can do that then.
Go on,
Burko, congratulations on second place, you and Hans. Take us through your thoughts on that final stanza of the race. It was pretty mad.
Oh, cometh the man, cometh the hour. Hans just did a superb job. He helped us. He helped the team with the fuel numbers and everything, and we just stuck to it. Had a little hiccups here and there with steering damage and stuff like that. But again, quality drive, and I'm so happy about it.
Go ahead.
I was kind of lost for words at the moment. I didn't expect to get podium. So.
That's absolutely fair enough. Hans, I can see that you're in the voice channel, so we'll get your audio. That battle between yourself and Zach Ross at the end, who knew that was going to become a battle for second place? Just take us through the battle that you were having as the rate of the laps ticked down.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Steve's drove fantastically all day, made a couple of mistakes. I tried my best. I made a couple of mistakes as well. We just grit our teeth and we just brought the car back up the field. And, honestly, if we didn't have that halftime break, we were screwed pretty much. So just, that battle at the end, I was like, I'll be happy with fourth because I reckon that's the best we could have done. And then I hear, Will Devonish is out. Then Thomas has, he's blown his engine. I'm just like, I can't believe it. We're going to get a podium here. Like, we're not going to get a podium. We're going to get second place. This is unbelievable. And just the ability to just have something, when you're up against it and it all comes back together and all comes back down to a race. And, Zach was pushing his hardest. John did a good job. And, John, he wasn't afraid to get defensive. He knew what he was doing and he was sticking to it. And I really like a driver that sticks to their guns. But, I was able to get past Zach pretty easily, unfortunately, because I was expecting a big battle, but he ran off at the chase. So that really ruined it for him, and I was just able to gap him and manage the gap from there. But bloody hell, that was one of the toughest things I've ever done, Floody, straight up. It's one of the toughest things. And honestly, driving with Burko and just being able to create a setup with, with Luke and Mitch and Burko's input and a couple of other guys, I've probably forgotten who they are. And, just fantastic. And thanks to Dimmy for putting a skin together. Honestly, this has been the best day ever.
Well, we got live pictures now, so we can actually still see Steve Burko there. So give us a wave, Steve. You've second place in the 500. You've been a mainstay in AMS Oz competition for a little while now, so this one's got to be a sweetener for you.
Oh yeah, definitely. As I said, I'm really happy with it, and kind of helps with getting improvement, like learning tuning, especially from Hans. He's really come a long way since he started in the Super 2, and just learning from him the tunes, it's helping me out in my racing. So yeah.
Well, you guys' attention now turns to Porsche Cup on Tuesday night, so we'll look forward to seeing you out then. Well done, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, boys. It's been fantastic.
Now to the guys that weren't expected to be on the podium after all of this. We've got Zach Ross in here. Let's get him in. And there he is on the chat over there. Zach, what on earth were you thinking when you crossed the line P3 and you've started this race at the back of the grid several hours ago?
I don't know what to think. Like, it's the best outcome we could ever possibly hope of. Yeah, I'm speechless. Yeah. Just basic, the strategy we had, everything just played out for us. It just worked out well. Even with the red flag, it still worked out for us. The fuel strategy was the best fuel strategy that we had, and just everything just worked and played into our lap basically, except for me running wide at the end of the Hell Corner chase.
Chase,
yeah.
At the end of the chase. Other than that, I was expecting to be, I think, 4th or 5th at that time. And then, McMillan blew an engine and I went for it just to make sure he couldn't roll across the line. But, yeah, it was a mega race. Like, I couldn't ask for a better co-driver. He just handed me the perfect car just to go for it.
He kept it straight, basically, is what you're saying. He gave you a straight race car and allowed you to do the rest.
Yeah, it was just perfect in every way.
Now, where is he? He's not in. Are you in this team's meeting here, John? Because the word on the wire is that you have to do a shoey, and we've got to get this on broadcast if that is the case.
Absolutely. He definitely said it. He said it in jest. He said it in jest. There was definitely in the YouTube chat.
There's no
we're
jest.
going to podium.
No, when you make promises like that, it's not in jest if it happens. So
you're going to do it. So you've got to get you on the team chat.
I didn't know it was this possible to...
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You got to put your money where your mouth is, or in this case, your shoe where your mouth is.
Oh no!
All right.
There's an issue, but Teams isn't working for me.
All right. Well, all right. You know what?
Yeah,
and we're gonna have to.
right.
He was on the Teams meeting earlier, so right. We're not going to let this down. Everybody, all of the 46 viewers that are watching this live stream still at the moment, keep in mind because we are going. As Rody, no, you're not coming back into the lobby, Rody. Go away.
John. You can't just say, oh, I'm gonna have my my toe jam infested bloody shoey. You gotta get it all. No, that's not our problem that you can't.
Don't get weird about it.
No, don't get weird. No, the fact is, you just because you don't want to drink your own toe jam, maybe you should have, you should have cleaned it between your toes a little bit better, mate. No, I'm just.
It says connecting.
Connecting. Yeah, right.
You know what, guys?
Is that right? Is that right?
Oh, is that right?
Guys, we will settle this during the week. What we will do is we will have a special broadcast for John McDonald to have his shoey, and we will put the link out there on all the channels for everybody that's watching this back right now. We are not going to let this get away, ladies and gentlemen. So it has been officially stated that John McDonald will do a shoey. End of subject.
Can I just point out there is a Discord camera?
Actually, there is a Discord camera. We are right as well. There is an option.
Bang on.
All right.
Mate, it's fun. Rossi, you are an ideas man. Lord Ross. You are an ideas man.
All right. Well, what we might do is, given that we've interviewed everybody on this podium, I guess it's in some ways we've got some deserved winners, but we've got some people that probably weren't expecting to be on the podium a couple of hours ago that are sitting in this chat with us at the moment here, Michael and Lewis. We probably better wrap this one up because it's been a bit of a long day for all of us.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely crazy day. Shades of 2014 I've seen echoed everywhere, whether it's been the Discord chat or the YouTube live chat or people messaging me saying it's Shades of 2014. So it's been an absolutely mad day. The halftime interruption, or at quarter time, the problems for the leaders at the very end of the race. It was just you couldn't script something like this, and it was a pleasure to be a part of the broadcast. Commiserations to a few of those guys at the end, of course. Their performances shouldn't be forgotten. But of course, neither should yours, Nether. Neither should yours, and Lewis for adminning this event and for doing the broadcast, and Lewis for doing all the messing around with the live stewarding, making sure that we had the laps corrected in the corrected order. That definitely should be celebrated, and your performance shouldn't be forgotten today either. So congratulations to the pair of you in making this event happen today.
Well said.
The best part of the broadcast was when Lewis, after he was adding everyone's laps, came back into the broadcast booth and he's like, ah.
I'm still like that, if I'm perfectly honest. But
yeah.
Look, I just have to give a big shout out to pretty much everybody. Everybody that showed up today. They stuck with it when we did have our issues. obviously it started even before the event. So those that weren't even watching the broadcast, we did have some issues with myself stuffing up the SRS file, and the SRS file limits how many people can be in a server at the same time. So we had to sort that out a half hour before the driver's briefing was meant to get underway. But people stuck with us there. We sorted that issue out, and then obviously the timing stuff up in the middle of the race. So we got through that. Big shout out to Brendan Ross for helping me get the timing and all that stuff sorted. Brendan Foley as well. He helped a little bit as well. Will Devonish with the server. Thanks for obviously helping sort that stuff out and smoothing out the event when we did obviously come under some problems. But everybody that ran the event and registered, everybody put in the laps and did a fantastic job out there. It's unfortunate that we couldn't have everybody finish out there, but that's just motor racing, let alone sim racing. But I think the biggest shout out, obviously would have to go out to Stephen or Nether, and the effort he's done with the broadcast and all that stuff. He's put in a heap of time. Outside of myself putting the mod together and all that stuff. Like, he's really invested in upping the broadcast and has done a really top-notch job. So look, I'd like to thank pretty much everybody for being a part of the event. Commiserations to obviously Will and Peter, as well as Thomas McMillan and Kurt Stenberg with their late fails, and even with Daniel Cox there. I mean, he had his game crash with a handful of laps ago,
and the Taras as well.
And the Taras as well. So look, thanks everybody for making it wasn't the smoothest event, but it was certainly one, I think, probably the best event that we've had in Automobilista Australia. And I can't wait to run another event that hopefully runs a little bit smoother next time. But thanks everybody, and Heather, you can sign us all off.
Yep, I'm sure I can. And for this one, if my daughter decides to stay quiet, I'll bring up the broadcast images for this one, so you can actually see myself here on the broadcast. So this is what Commentary Central looks like, guys. You get a chance to have a bit of a look around what this event literally takes place. If we take the webcam, you can see there are PCs and laptops absolutely everywhere. It takes a hell of an effort to run a show like this, and I'm thankful enough that I have enough of a power reserve here at home that I'm actually able to do it. I actually have 3-phase power at the property because we actually have a pretty decent air conditioner, which thankfully I didn't have to run today. But one thing I would like to say is there's a huge amount of effort that goes on behind the scenes with everything Automobilista Australia, and the guys that have come on board and supported this event this year have been nothing short of sensational. Firstly, Matt Harvey Repair and Tune, title sponsor, stepped up to the plate really early. It's been a familiar face and a familiar branding that we've seen on a lot of Matt's cars and a lot of Brock's cars throughout the season and throughout the years of AMS Oz. The other guys that stepped on board, Cam Rutledge Electrical. He's looking for an electrician. He's based up in Nowra in New South Wales, so guys up in New South Wales, he's the man you want to talk to if you want any electrical work done up there. He's actually going in for shoulder surgery, so we wish you good luck, Cam, and speedy recovery, and we hope to see you back out there soon. The other guys that have jumped on board, Antara Resort Style Living. Mike Coulston, I know you're watching up there, mate. Thank you very much for organising that, not just for this particular event, but also for the other events, the GT3 Sprint Series, also for the sponsorship on the banners of the Porsche Cup cars, which you see going around on Tuesday's event. Michael Zalavari and Kiwi Chris Riddell, they've got the Endurance Chat Media banners that you saw on the bottom right-hand corners of the screen throughout the stream. Those guys do a fantastic job for the TCAC streams, and they've got a lot of stuff going on with a lot of their endurance car chat stuff as well. A big thanks to Scott Stancliffe from Milwaukee Tools over in New Zealand. I know it's a national brand there. It's an international brand, rather, around the world. There's a prize pack from Milwaukee Tools coming the way of the winners of this particular race in Luke Rosella and Lime Mitch. So a big thanks to Scotty Stancliffe for organising that for us. Also, guys, if you're looking for an electrician in New Zealand, Peter Thrower and the guys at Beyond Electrical jumped on as well and put a little bit of dollars towards some things as well. So over there, he's your man you want to talk to. And last but not least, Kalen Duncan and the DriveX team. Haven't got a huge amount of knowledge on what DriveX does, but they have been a bit of a broadcast partner for a little while now, and we have seen a little bit of DriveX livery on a number of cars. Thankfully and finally, to all of you watching at home, It's been great having you on board for the AMS Oz Bathurst 500. Please, as always, drive safely. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.